Bourne Sanction, written by Eric von Lustbader and read by Jeremy Davidson. Prologue. High Security Prison, Colony 13, Nizhny Tagil, Russia. Campione d'Italia, Switzerland. While the four inmates waited for Borya Mox to appear, they lounged against filthy stone walls whose cold no longer affected them. Out in the prison yard, where they smoked expensive black market cigarettes made from harsh black Turkish tobacco, they talked among themselves as if they had nothing better to do than to suck the acrid smoke into their lungs, expel it in puffs that seemed to harden in the freezing air. Above their heads was a cloudless sky whose glittering starlight turned it into a depthless enamel shell. Ursa Major, Lynx, Canis Venatici, Perseus. These same constellations burned the heavens above Moscow, 600 miles to the southwest. But how different life was here from the gaudy, overheated clubs of Tregorny Val and Sado-Vinyetchetskaya Street. By day, the inmates of Colony 13 manufactured parts for the T-90, Russia's formidable battle tank. But at night, what do men without conscience or emotion talk to one another about? Strangely, family. There was a stability to coming home to a wife and children that defined their previous lives, like the massive walls of high-security Colony 13 defined their present ones. What they did to earn money, lie, cheat, steal, extort, blackmail, torture, and kill, was all they knew. That they did these things well was a given, otherwise they would have been dead. Theirs was a life outside civilization, as most people knew it. Returning to the warmth of a familiar woman, to the homey smells of sweet beets, boiled cabbage, stewed meat, the fire of peppery vodka, was a comfort that made them all nostalgic. The nostalgia bound them as securely as the tattoos of their shadowy profession. A soft whistle cut through the frosty night air, evaporated their reminiscences like turpentine on oil paint. The night lost all its imagined color, returned to blue and black as Borya Mox appeared. Mox was a big man, a man who lifted weights for an hour, followed by 90 minutes of skipping rope every single day he'd been inside. As a contract killer for Kazanskaya, a branch of the Russian Gruberovka, trafficking in drugs and black market cars, he held a certain status among the 1,500 inmates of Colony 13. The guards feared and despised him. His reputation preceded him like a shadow at sunset. He was not unlike the eye of a hurricane, around which swirled the howling winds of violence and death, the latest being the fifth man in the group that was now 4. Kazanskaya or no Kazanskaya, Mox had to be punished. Otherwise, all of them knew their days in Colony 13 were numbered. They smiled at Mox. One of them offered him a cigarette. Another lit it for him as he bent forward, cupping a hand to keep the tiny flame alive in the wind. The other 2 men each grabbed one of Mox's steel-banded arms, while the man who had offered the cigarette drove a makeshift knife he'd painstakingly honed in the prison factory toward Mox's solar plexus. At the last instant, Mox slapped it away with a superbly attuned flick of his hand. Immediately, the man with a burned match delivered a vicious uppercut to the point of Mox's chin. Mox staggered back into the chests of the 2 men holding his arms, but at the same time, he stomped the heel of his left boot onto the instep of one of the men holding him. Shaking his left arm free, he swung his body in a sharp arc, driving his cocked elbow into the ribcage of the man holding his right arm. Free for the moment, he put his back against the wall deep in shadow. The 4 closed ranks, moving in for the kill. The one with the knife stepped to the fore. Another slipped a curved scrap of metal over his knuckles. The fight began in earnest with grunts of pain and effort, showers of sweat, smears of blood. Mox was powerful and canny. His reputation was well-deserved, but though he delivered as good as he got, he was facing 4 determined enemies. When Mox drove one to his knees, another would take his place, so that there were always 2 of them beating at him, while the others regrouped and repaired themselves as best they could. The 4 had had no illusions about the task ahead of them. They knew they'd never overcome Mox at the first or even the second attack. Their plan was to wear him down in shifts. While they took breaks, they allowed him none. and it appeared to be working. Bloody and bruised, they continued their relentless assault until Mox drove the edge of his hand into the throat of one of the four, the one with a homemade knife, crushing his cricoid cartilage. As the man staggered back into the arms of his compatriots, gasping like a hooked fish, Mox grabbed the knife out of his hand. Then his eyes rolled up and he became a deadweight. Blinded by rage and bloodlust, the remaining three charged Mox. Their rush almost succeeded in getting inside Mox's defenses, but he dealt with them calmly and efficiently. Muscles popped along his arms as he turned, presenting his left side to them, giving them a smaller target, even as he used the knife in short, flicking thrusts and stabs to inflict a picket line of wounds that, though not deep, produced a welter of blood. This was deliberate, Mox's counter to their tactic of trying to wear him out. Fatigue was one thing, loss of blood quite another. One of his assailants lunged forward, slipped on his own blood, and Mox hammered him down. This created an opening, and the one with a makeshift knuckle duster moved in, slamming the metal into the side of Mox's neck. Mox at once lost breath and strength. The remaining men beat an unholy tattoo on him and were on the verge of plowing him under when a guard emerged out of the murk to drive them methodically back with a solid wood truncheon whose force was far more devastating than any piece of scrap metal could be. A shoulder separated, then cracked under the expertly wielded truncheon. Another man had the side of his skull staved in. The third, turning to flee, was struck flush on the third sacral vertebra, which shattered on impact, breaking his back. "What are you doing?" Mox said to the guard between attempts to regain control of his breathing. "I assume these bastards bribed all the guards." "They did." The guard grabbed Mox's elbow. "This way." He indicated with the glistening end of the truncheon. Mox's eyes narrowed. "That's not the way back to the cells. Do you want to get out of here or not?" the guard said. Mox nodded his conditional assent, and the two men loped across the deserted yard. The guard kept his body pressed against the wall, and Mox followed suit. They moved at a deliberate pace, he saw, that kept them out of the beams of the roving spotlights. He would have wondered who this guard was, but there was no time. Besides, in the back of his mind, he'd been expecting something like this. He knew his boss, the head of the Kazanskaya, wasn't going to let him rot in Colony 13 for the rest of his life, if only because he was too valuable an asset to let rot. Who could possibly replace the great Borya Mox? Only one, perhaps. Leonid Arkadin. But Arkadin, whoever he was, no one Mox knew had ever met him or seen his face, wouldn't work for Kazanskaya or any of the families. He was a freelancer, the last of a dying breed. If he existed at all, which frankly, Mox doubted. He'd grown up with stories of boogeymen with all manner of unbelievable powers. For some perverse reason, Russians delighted in trying to scare their children. But the fact was, Mox never believed in boogeymen, was never scared. He had no reason to be scared of the specter of Leonid Arkadin either. By this time, the guard had pulled open the door midway along the wall. They ducked in just as a searchlight beam crawled across the stones against which, moments before, they had been pressed. After several turnings, he found himself in the corridor that led to the communal men's shower, beyond which, he knew, was one of the two entries to the wing of the prison. How this guard meant to get them through the checkpoints was anyone's guess, but Mox wasted no energy trying to second-guess him. Up to now, he'd known just what to do and how to do it. Why should this be any different? The man was clearly a professional. He'd researched the prison thoroughly. He obviously had major juice behind him. First, to have gotten in here. Second, to have the apparent run of the place. That was Mox's boss all over. As they moved down the corridor toward the opening of the showers, Mox said, "Who are you?" "My name is unimportant," the guard said. "Who sent me is not." Mox absorbed everything in the unnatural stillness of the prison night. The guard's Russian was flawless, but to Mox's practiced eye, he didn't look Russian or Georgian, Chechen, Ukrainian, or Azerbaijani for that matter. He was small by Mox's standards, but then almost everyone was small by his standards. His body was toned, though its responses finely honed. He possessed the preternatural stillness of properly harnessed energy. He made no move unless he needed to, and then used only the amount of energy required, no more. Mox himself was like this, so it was easy for him to spot the subtle signs others would miss. The guard's eyes were pale, his expression grim, almost detached, like a surgeon in the OR. His light hair, thick on top, spiked in a style that would have been unfamiliar to Mox had he not been an aficionado of international magazines and foreign films. In fact, if Mox didn't know better, he'd say the guard was American. But that was impossible. Mox's boss didn't employ Americans. He co-opted them. "So Dmitri sent you," Mox said. Dmitri Maslov was the head of Kazanskaya. It's about fucking time, let me tell you. 15 months in this place feels like 15 years. At that moment, as they came abreast of the showers, the guard, without turning fully around, swung the truncheon into the side of Mox's head. Mox, taken completely by surprise, staggered onto the bare concrete floor of the shower room, which reeked of mildew, disinfectant, and men lacking proper hygiene. The guard came after him as nonchalantly as if he were out for the evening with a girl on his arm. He swung the truncheon almost lazily. He struck Mox on his left biceps, not hard, but enough to herd him backward toward the line of shower heads protruding from the moist rear wall. But Mox refused to be herded, by this guard or by anyone else. As the truncheon whistled down from the apex of its arc, he stepped forward, broke the trajectory of the blow with his tensed forearm. Now, inside the guard's line of defense, he could go to work in the way that suited the situation best. The homemade knife was in his left hand. He thrust it point first. When the guard moved to block it, he slashed upward, ripping the edge of the blade against flesh. He'd aimed for the underside of the guard's wrist, the nexus of veins that, if severed, would render the hand useless. The guard's reflexes were as fast as his own, though, and instead, the blade scored the arm of the leather jacket. But it did not penetrate the leather as it should have. Mox only had time to register that the jacket must be lined with Kevlar or some other impenetrable material before the calloused edge of the guard's hand struck the knife from his grip. Another blow sent him reeling back. He tripped over one of the drain holes, his heel sinking into it, and the guard smashed the sole of his boot into the side of Mox's knee. There was an awful sound, the grinding of bone against bone, as Mox's right leg collapsed. As the guard closed in, he said, "It wasn't Dmitri Maslov who sent me. It was Pyotr Zilber." Mox struggled to extricate his heel, which he could no longer feel, from the drain hole. "I don't know who you're talking about." The guard grabbed his shirt front. "You killed his brother, Alexei. One shot to the back of the head. They found him face down in the Moskva River." "It was business," Mox said. "Just business." "Yes, well, this is personal," the guard said, as he drove his knee into Mox's crotch. Mox doubled over. When the guard bent to haul him upright, he slammed the top of his head against the point of the guard's chin. Blood spurted from between the guard's lips as his teeth cut into his tongue. Mox used this advantage to drive his fist into the guard's side just over his kidney. The guard's eyes opened wide, the only indication that he felt pain, and he kicked Mox's ruined knee. Mox went down and stayed down. Agony flowed in a river through him. As he struggled to compartmentalize it, the guard kicked again. He felt his ribs give way. His cheek kissed the stinking concrete floor. He lay dazed, unable to rise. The guard squatted down beside him. Seeing the grimace the guard made gave Mox a measure of satisfaction, but that was all he was destined to receive in the way of solace.
"I have money,"
Mox gasped weakly.
"It's buried in a safe place where no one will find it. If you get me out of here, I'll lead you to it. You can have half. That's over $500,000 American.
This only made the guard angry. He struck Mox hard on his ear, making sparks fly behind his eyes. His head rang with a pain that in anyone else would have been unendurable.
"Do you think I'm like you? That I have no loyalty?"
He spat into Mox's face.
"Poor Mox. You made a grave error killing this boy. People like Pyotr Zilber never forget, and they have the means to move heaven and earth to get what they want. All right, Max whispered. You can have it all. More than $1 million. Pyotr Zilber wants you dead, Max. I came here to tell you that, and to kill you. His expression changed subtly. But first... He extended Max's left arm, trod on the wrist, pinning it securely against the rough concrete. He then produced a pair of thick-bladed pruning shears. This procedure roused Max from his pain-induced lethargy. What are you doing? The guard grasped Max's thumb, on the back of which was a tattoo of a skull, mirroring the larger one on his chest. It was a symbol of Max's exalted status in his murderous profession. Besides wanting you to know the identity of the man who ordered your death, Pyotr Zilber requires proof of your demise, Max. The guard settled the shears at the base of Max's thumb. Then he squeezed the handles together. Max made a gurgling sound, not unlike that of a baby. As a butcher would, the guard wrapped the thumb in a square of waxed paper, snapped a rubber band around it, then sealed it in a plastic bag. Who are you? Max managed to get out. My name is Arkadin, the guard said. He opened his shirt, revealing a pair of candlestick tattoos on his chest. Or, in your case, death. With a movement full of grace, Arkadin broke Max's neck. Crisp alpine sunlight lit up the Campione d'Italia, a tiny, exquisite Italian enclave of 2/3 of a square mile nestled within the clockwork-perfect setting of Switzerland. Owing to its prime position on the eastern edge of Lake Lugano, it was both stupendously picturesque and an excellent place to be domiciled. Like Monaco, it was a tax haven for wealthy individuals who owned magnificent villas and gambled away idle hours at the Casino de Campione. Money and valuables could be stored in Swiss banks, with their justly famous reputation for discreet service, completely shielded from international law enforcement's prying eyes. It was this little-known idyllic setting that Pyotr Zilber chose for the first face-to-face meeting with Leonid Arkadin. He had contacted Arkadin through an intermediary, for various security reasons opting not to contact the contract killer directly. From an early age, Pyotr had learned that there was no such thing as being too security-minded. There was a heavy burden of responsibility being born into a family with secrets. From his lofty perch on the overlook just off Via Totone, Pyotr had a breathtaking panorama of the red-brown tile roofs of the chalets and apartment houses, the palm-lined squares of the town, the cerulean waters of the lake, the mountains, their shoulders swirled with capes of mist. The distant drone of powerboats, leaving frothy scimitars of white wake, came to him intermittently while he sat in his gray BMW. In truth, part of his mind was already on his imminent trip. Having gotten the stolen document, he had sent it on the long journey along his network to its ultimate end. Being here excited him in the most extraordinary way. His anticipation of what was to come, of the accolades he would receive, especially from his father, sent an electric charge through him. He was on the brink of an unimaginable victory. Arkadin had called him from the Moscow airport to tell him that the operation had been successful, that he had in his possession the physical proof Pyotr required. He had taken a risk going after Max, but the man had murdered Pyotr's brother. Was he supposed to turn his cheek and forget the affront? He knew better than anyone his father's stern dictum to keep to the shadows, to remain hidden, but he thought this one act of vengeance was worth the risk. Besides, he'd handled the matter via intermediaries, the way he knew his father would have. Hearing the deep growl of a car engine, he turned, saw a dark blue Mercedes come up the rise toward the overlook. The only real risk he was taking was going to happen right now, and that, he knew, couldn't be helped. If Leonid Arkadin was able to infiltrate Colony 13 in Nizhny Tagil and kill Borya Max, he was the man for the next job Pyotr had in mind, one his father should have taken care of years ago.
Now he had a chance to finish what his father was too timid to attempt. To the bold belonged the spoils. The document he'd procured was proof positive that the time for caution was at an end. The Mercedes drew to a stop beside his BMW, a man with light hair and even lighter eyes emerging with the fluidity of a tiger. He was not a particularly large man. He wasn't over-muscled like many of the Russian Gruporovka personnel. Nevertheless, something inside him radiated a quiet menace Pyotr found impressive. From a very young age, Pyotr had been exposed to dangerous men. At the age of 11, he had killed a man who had threatened his mother. He hadn't hesitated in the slightest. If he had, his mother would have died that afternoon in the Azerbaijani bazaar at the hands of the knife-wielding assassin. That assassin, as well as others over the years, had been sent by Semyon Yukopov, Pyotr's father's implacable nemesis, the man who, at this moment, was safely ensconced in his villa on Viale Marco Campione, not a mile from where Pyotr and Leonid Arkadin now stood. The two men did not greet each other, did not address each other by name. Arkadin took out the stainless steel briefcase Pyotr had sent him. Pyotr reached for its twin inside the BMW. The exchange was made on the hood of the Mercedes. The men put the cases down side by side, unlocked them. Arkadin's contained Mox's severed thumb, wrapped and bagged. Pyotr's contained $30,000 in diamonds, the only currency Arkadin accepted as payment. Arkadin waited patiently. As Pyotr unwrapped the thumb, he stared out at the lake, perhaps wishing he were on one of the power boats slicing a path away from land. Mox's thumb had withered slightly on the journey from Russia. A certain odor emanated from it, which was not unfamiliar to Pyotr Zilber. He'd buried his share of family and compatriots. He turned so the sunlight struck the tattoo, produced a small magnifying glass through which he peered at the marking. At length, he put the glass away. Did he prove difficult? Arkadin turned back to face him. For a moment, he stared implacably into Pyotr's eyes. Not especially. Pyotr nodded. He threw the thumb over the side of the overlook, tossed the empty case after it. Arkadin, taking this to be the conclusion of their deal, reached for the packet filled with diamonds. Opening it, he took out a jeweler's loupe, plucked a diamond at random, examined it with an expert's aplomb. When he nodded, satisfied as to the clarity and color, Pyotr said, "How would you like to make 3 times what I paid you for this assignment?" "I'm a very busy man," Arkadin said, revealing nothing. Pyotr inclined his head deferentially. "I have no doubt. I only take assignments that interest me. Would Semyon Yukopov interest you?" Arkadin stood very still. 2 sports cars passed, heading up the road as if it were Le Mans. In the echo of their throaty exhausts, Arkadin said, "How convenient that we happen to be in the tiny principality where Semyon Yukopov lives." "You see?" Pyotr grinned. "I know precisely how busy you are." 200,000, Arkadin said. The usual terms. Pyotr, who had anticipated Arkadin's fee, nodded his agreement. "Conditional on immediate delivery." "Agreed." Pyotr popped the trunk of the BMW. Inside were 2 more cases. From one, he transferred 100,000 in diamonds to the case on the Mercedes hood. From the other, he handed Arkadin a packet of documents, including a satellite map indicating the precise location of Yukopov's villa, a list of his bodyguards, and a set of architectural blueprints of the villa, including the electrical circuits, the separate power supply, and details of the security devices in place. "Yukopov is in residence now," Pyotr said. "How you'll make your way inside is up to you." "I'll be in touch." After paging through the documents, asking a question here and there, Arkadin placed them in the case on top of the diamonds, snapped the lid shut, slung the case into the passenger's seat of the Mercedes as easily as if it were filled with balloons. "Tomorrow, same time, right here," Pyotr said as Arkadin slid behind the wheel. The Mercedes started up, its engine purring. Then Arkadin put it in gear. As he slid out onto the road, Pyotr turned to walk to the front of the BMW. He heard the squeal of brakes, the slewing of a car, and turned to see the Mercedes heading directly toward him. He was paralyzed for a moment. What the hell is he doing? He asked himself. Belatedly, he began to run, but the Mercedes was already on top of him. Its front grille slammed into him, pinned him to the side of the BMW. Through a haze of agony, he saw Arkadin get out of his car, walk toward him. Then something gave out inside him, and he passed into oblivion. He regained consciousness in a paneled study, gleaming with polished brass fixtures, lush with jewel-toned Isfahan carpets. A walnut desk and chair were within his field of vision, as was an enormous window that looked out on the sparkling water of Lake Lugano and the veiled mountains behind it. The sun was low in the west, sending long shadows the color of a fresh bruise over the water, up the whitewashed walls of Campione d'Italia. Hands behind his back, he was bound to a plain wooden chair that seemed to be as out of place in the surroundings of wealth and power as he was. He tried to take a deep breath, winced with shocking pain. Looking down, he saw bandages wrapped tightly around his chest, realized that he must have at least one cracked rib. At last you have returned from the land of the dead. For a while there you had me worried. It was painful for Pyotr to turn his head. Every muscle in his body felt as if it were on fire. But his curiosity would not be denied, so he bit his lip, kept turning his head until a man came into view. He was rather small, stoop-shouldered. Glasses with round lenses were fitted over large, watery eyes. His bronzed scalp, lined and furrowed as pasture land, was without a single hair, but as if to make up for his bald pate, his eyebrows were astonishingly thick, arching up over the skin above his eye sockets. He looked like one of those wily Turkish traders from the Levant. "Semyon Yukopov," Pyotr said. He coughed. His mouth felt stiff, as if it were stuffed with cotton. He could taste the salt copper of his own blood, and swallowed heavily. Yukopov could have moved so that Pyotr didn't have to twist his neck so far in order to keep him in view. But he didn't. Instead, he dropped his gaze to the sheet of heavy paper he'd unrolled. "You know, these architectural plans of my villa are so complete, I'm learning things about the building I never knew before. For instance, there is a sub-basement below the cellar." He ran his stubby forefinger along the surface of the plan. "I suppose it would take some doing to break into it now, but who knows? It might prove worthwhile." His head snapped up, and he fixed Pyotr with his gaze. "For instance, it would make a perfect place for your incarceration. I'd be assured that not even my closest neighbor would hear you scream." He smiled, a cue for a terrible focusing of his energies. "And you will scream, Pyotr. This I promise you." His head swiveled, the beacons of his eyes searching out someone else. "Won't he, Leonid?" Now Arkadin came into Pyotr's field of view. At once he grabbed Pyotr's head with one hand, dug into the hinge of his jaw with the other. Pyotr had no choice but to open his mouth. Arkadin checked his teeth, one by one. Pyotr knew that he was looking for a false tooth filled with liquid cyanide, a death pill. "All his," Arkadin said as he let go of Pyotr. "I'm curious," Yukopov said. "How in the world did you procure these plans, Pyotr?" Pyotr, waiting for the proverbial shoe to drop, said nothing, but all at once he began to shiver so violently his teeth chattered. Yukopov signaled to Arkadin, who swaddled Pyotr's upper body in a thick blanket. Yukopov brought a carved cherry chair to a position facing Pyotr, sat down on it. Yukopov continued, just as if he hadn't expected an answer. "I must admit, that shows a fair amount of initiative on your part. So, the clever boy has grown into a clever young man." Yukopov shrugged. "I'm hardly surprised. But listen to me now. I know who you really are. Did you think you could fool me by continually changing your name? The truth of the matter is, you've prodded open a wasp's nest,
So you shouldn't be surprised to get stung, and stung, and stung, and stung. He inclined his upper body toward Pyotr. However much your father and I despise each other, we grew up together. Once we were as close as brothers. So, out of respect for him, I won't lie to you, Pyotr. This bold foray of yours won't end well. In fact, it was doomed from the start. And do you want to know why? You needn't answer. Of course you do. Your earthly needs betrayed you, Pyotr. That delicious girl you've been bedding for the past 6 months belongs to me. I know you're thinking that's not possible. I know you vetted her thoroughly. That's your MO. I anticipated all your inquiries. I made certain you received the answers you needed to hear. Pyotr, staring into Yukupov's face, found his teeth chattering again, no matter how tightly he tried to stop. Tea, please, Philippe, Yukupov said to an unseen person. Moments later, a slender young man set an English silver tea service onto a low table at Yukupov's right hand. Like a favorite uncle, Yukupov went about pouring and sugaring the tea. He put the porcelain cup to Pyotr's bluish lips, said, "Please, drink, Pyotr. It's for your own good." Pyotr stared implacably at him until Yukupov said, "Ah, yes, I see." He sipped the tea from the cup himself to assure Pyotr it was only tea, then offered it again. The rim chattered against Pyotr's teeth, but eventually Pyotr drank, slowly at first, then more avidly. When the tea was drained, Yukupov set the cup back on its matching saucer. By this time, Pyotr's shivering had subsided. "Feeling better?" "I'll feel better," Pyotr said, "when I get out of here." "Ah, well, I'm afraid that won't be for some time," Yukupov said. "If ever. Unless you tell me what I want to know." He hitched his chair closer. The benign uncle's expression was now nowhere to be found. "You stole something that belongs to me," he said. "I want it back." "It never belonged to you. You stole it first," Pyotr replied with such venom that Yukupov said, "You hate me as much as you love your father. This is your basic problem, Pyotr. You never learned that hate and love are essentially the same, in that the person who loves is as easily manipulated as the person who hates." Pyotr screwed up his mouth, as if Yukupov's words left a bitter taste in his mouth. "Anyway, it's too late. The document is already on its way." Instantly, there was a change in Yukupov's demeanor. His face became as closed as a fist. A certain tension lent his entire small body the aspect of a weapon about to be launched. "Where did you send it?" Pyotr shrugged, but said nothing more. Yukupov's face turned dark with momentary rage. "Do you think I know nothing about the information and material pipeline your father set up, and you have been refining for the past 3 years? It's how you send information you stole from me back to your father, wherever he is." For the first time since he'd regained consciousness, Pyotr smiled. "If you knew anything important about the pipeline, you'd have rolled it up by now." At this, Yukupov regained the icy control over his emotions. "I told you talking to him would be useless," Arkadin said from his position directly behind Pyotr's chair. "Nevertheless," Yukupov said, "there are certain protocols that must be acknowledged. I am not an animal." Pyotr snorted. Yukupov eyed his prisoner. Sitting back, he fastidiously pulled up his trouser leg, crossed one leg over the other, laced his stubby fingers on his lower belly. "I give you one last chance to continue this conversation." It was not until the silence was drawn out into an almost intolerable length that Yukupov raised his gaze to Arkadin. "Pyotr, why are you doing this to me?" he said with a resigned tone. And then to Arkadin, "Begin." Though it cost him in pain and breath, Pyotr twisted as far as he was able, but he couldn't see what Arkadin was doing. He heard the sound of implements on a metal cart being rolled across the carpet. Pyotr turned back. "You don't frighten me." "I don't mean to frighten you, Pyotr.
Yukopov said. "I mean to hurt you. Very, very badly." With a painful convulsion, Pyotr's world contracted to the pinpoint of a star in the night sky. He was locked within the confines of his mind, but despite all his training, all his courage, he could not compartmentalize the pain. There was a hood over his head, drawn tight around his neck. This confinement magnified the pain 100-fold because, despite his fearlessness, Pyotr was subject to claustrophobia. For someone who never went into caves, small spaces, or even underwater, the hood was the worst of all possible worlds. His senses could tell him that, in fact, he wasn't confined at all, but his mind wouldn't accept that input. It was in the full flight of panic. The pain Arkadin was inflicting on him was one thing. Its magnification was quite another. Pyotr's mind was spinning out of control. He felt a wildness enter him, the wolf caught in a trap that begins to frantically gnaw its leg off. But the mind was not a limb. He couldn't gnaw it off. Dimly, he heard someone asking him a question to which he knew the answer. He didn't want to give the answer, but he knew he would, because the voice told him the hood would come off if he answered. His crazed mind only knew it needed the hood off. It could no longer distinguish right from wrong, good from evil, lies from truth. It reacted to only one imperative, the need to survive. He tried to move his fingers, but in bending over him, his interrogator must have been pressing down on them with the heels of his hands. Pyotr couldn't hang on any longer. He answered the question. The hood didn't come off. He howled in indignation and terror. Of course it didn't come off, he thought in a tiny instant of lucidity. If it did, he'd have no incentive to answer the next question, and the next, and the next. And he would answer them. All of them. He knew this with a bone-chilling certainty. Even though part of him suspected that the hood might never come off, his trapped mind would take the chance. It had no other choice. But now that he could move his fingers, there was another choice. Just before the whirlwind of panicked madness overtook him again, Pyotr made that choice. There was one way out, and saying a silent prayer to Allah, he took it. Yukopov and Arkadin stood over Pyotr's body. Pyotr's head lay on one side. His lips were very blue, and a faint but distinct foam emanated from his half-open mouth. Yukopov bent down, sniffed the scent of bitter almonds. "I didn't want him dead, Leonid. I was very clear on the point." Yukopov was vexed. "How did he get hold of cyanide?" "They used a variation I've never encountered." Arkadin did not look happy himself. "He was fitted with a false fingernail." "He would have talked." "Of course he would have talked," Arkadin said. "He'd already begun." "So he took it upon himself to shut his own mouth forever." Yukopov shook his head in distaste. "This will have significant fallout. He's got dangerous friends." "I'll find them," Arkadin said. "I'll kill them." Yukopov shook his head. "Even you can't kill them all in time." "I can contact Misha." "And risk losing everything?" "No. I understand your connection with him. Closest friend, mentor. I understand the urge to talk to him, to see him. But you can't. Not until this is finished and Misha comes home. That's final." "I understand." Yukopov walked over to the window, stood with his hand behind his back, contemplating the fall of darkness. Lights sparkled along the edges of the lake, up the hillside of the Campione d'Italia. There ensued a long silence while he contemplated the face of the altered landscape. "We'll have to move up the timetable, that's all there is to it. And you'll take Sevastopol as a starting point. Use the one name you got out of Pyotr before he committed suicide." He turned around to face Arkadin. "Everything now rides on you, Leonid. This attack has been in the planning stages for 3 years. It has been designed to cripple the American economy. Now, there are barely 2 weeks left before it becomes a reality.
He walked noiselessly across the carpet. "Philippe will provide you with money, documents, weaponry that will escape electronic detection, anything you need. Find this man in Sevastopol, retrieve the document, and when you do, follow the pipeline back and shut it down, so that it will never again be used to threaten our plans." Book 1, Chapter 1. Who is David Webb? Moira Trevor, standing in front of his desk at Georgetown University, asked the question so seriously that Jason Bourne felt obliged to answer. "Strange," he said. "No one's ever asked me that before. David Webb is a linguistics expert, a man with 2 children who are living happily with their grandparents, Marie's parents, on a ranch in Canada." Moira frowned. "Don't you miss them?" "I miss them terribly," Bourne said. "But the truth is they're far better off where they are. What kind of life could I offer them? And then there's the constant danger from my Bourne identity. Marie was kidnapped and threatened in order to force me to do something I had no intention of doing. I won't make that mistake again." "But surely you see them from time to time?" "As often as I can, but it's difficult. I can't afford to have anyone following me back to them." "My heart goes out to you," Moira said, meaning it. She smiled. "I must say it's odd seeing you here on a university campus behind a desk." She laughed. "Shall I buy you a pipe and a jacket with elbow patches?" Bourne smiled. "I'm content here, Moira. Really, I am. I'm happy for you. Martin's death was difficult for both of us. My anodyne is going back to work full bore. Yours is obviously here in a new life. An old life, really." Bourne looked around the office. "Marie was happiest when I was teaching, when she could count on me being home every night in time to have dinner with her and the kids." "What about you?" Moira asked. "Were you happiest here?" A cloud passed across Bourne's face. "I was happy being with Marie." He turned to her. "I can't imagine being able to say that to anyone else but you." "A rare compliment from you, Jason." "Are my compliments so rare?" "Like Martin, you're a master at keeping secrets," she said. "But I have doubts about how healthy that is." "I'm sure it's not healthy at all," Bourne said. "But it's the life we chose." "Speaking of which," she sat down on a chair opposite him. "I came early for our dinner date to talk to you about a work situation, but now, seeing how content you are here, I don't know whether to continue." Bourne recalled the first time he had seen her, a slim, shapely figure in the mist, dark hair swirling about her face. She was standing at the parapet in the cloisters, overlooking the Hudson River. The two of them had come there to say goodbye to their mutual friend Martin Lindros, whom Bourne had valiantly tried to save, only to fail. Today, Moira was dressed in a wool suit, a silk blouse open at the throat. Her face was strong, with a prominent nose, deep brown eyes wide apart, intelligent, curved slightly at their outer corners. Her hair fell to her shoulders in luxuriant waves. There was an uncommon serenity about her, a woman who knew what she was about, who wouldn't be intimidated or bullied by anyone, woman or man. Perhaps this last was what Bourne liked best about her. In that, though in no other way, she was like Marie. He had never pried into her relationship with Martin, but he assumed it had been romantic, since Martin had given Bourne standing orders to send her a dozen red roses should he ever die. This Bourne had done, with a sadness whose depth surprised even him. Settled in her chair, one long, shapely leg crossed over her knee, she looked the model of a European businesswoman. She had told him that she was half French, half English, but her genes still carried the imprint of ancient Venetian and Turkish ancestors. She was proud of the fire in her mixed blood, the result of wars, invasions, fierce love. "Go on." He leaned forward, elbows on his desk. "I want to hear what you have to say." She nodded. "All right. As I've told you, Next Gen Energy Solutions has completed our new liquid natural gas terminal in Long Beach. Our first shipment is due in 2 weeks. I had this idea, which now seems utterly crazy, but here goes.
I'd like you to head up the security procedures. My bosses are worried the terminal would make an awfully tempting target for any terrorist group, and I agree. Frankly, I can't think of anyone who'd make it more secure than you. I'm flattered, Moira, but I have obligations here. As you know, Professor Spector has installed me as the head of the Comparative Linguistics Department. I don't want to disappoint him. I like Dominic Spector, Jason. Really, I do. You've made it clear that he's your mentor. Actually, he's David Webb's mentor, right? But it's Jason Bourne I first met. It feels like it's Jason Bourne I've been coming to know these last few months. Who is Jason Bourne's mentor? Bourne's face darkened, as it had at the mention of Marie. Alex Conklin is dead. Moira shifted in her chair. If you come work with me, there's no baggage attached to it. Think about it. It's a chance to leave your past lives behind, both David Webb's and Jason Bourne's. I'm flying to Munich shortly because a key element of the terminal security grid is being manufactured there. I need an expert opinion on it when I check the specs. Moira, there are any number of experts you can use, but none whose opinion I trust as much as yours. This is crucial stuff, Jason. More than half the goods shipped into the United States come through the port at Long Beach, so our security measures have to be something special. The U.S. government has already shown it has neither the time nor the inclination to secure commercial traffic, so we're forced to police it ourselves. The danger to this terminal is real, and it's serious. I know how expert you are at bypassing even the most arcane security systems. You're the perfect candidate to put non-conventional measures into place. Bourne stood. Moira, listen to me. Marie was David Webb's biggest cheerleader. Since her death, I've let go of him completely. But he's not dead. He's not an invalid. He lives on inside me. When I fall asleep, I dream of his life as if it was someone else's, and I wake up in a sweat. I feel as if a part of me has been sliced off. I don't want to feel that way anymore. It's time to give David Webb his due. Veronica Hart's step was light and virtually carefree as she was admitted past checkpoint after checkpoint on her way into the bunker that was the West Wing of the White House. The job she was about to be handed, Director of Central Intelligence, was a formidable one, especially in the aftermath of last year's twin debacles of murder and gross breach of security. Nevertheless, she had never been happier. Having a sense of purpose was vital to her. Being singled out for daunting responsibility was the ultimate validation of all the arduous work, setbacks, and threats she'd had to endure because of her gender. There was also the matter of her age. At 46, she was the youngest DCI in recent memory. Being the youngest at something was nothing new to her. Her astonishing intelligence, combined with her fierce determination to ensure that she was the youngest to graduate from her college, youngest to be appointed to military intelligence, to Central Army Command, to a highly lucrative Black River private intelligence position in Afghanistan and the Horn of Africa, where, to this day, not even the heads of the 7 directorates within CI knew precisely where she had been posted, whom she commanded, or what her mission had been. Now, at last, she was steps away from the apex, the top of the intelligence heap. She'd successfully leapt all the hurdles, sidestepped every trap, negotiated every maze, learned who to befriend and who to show her back to. She had endured relentless sexual innuendo, rumors of conduct unbecoming, stories of her reliance on her male inferiors who supposedly did her thinking for her. In each case, she had triumphed, emphatically putting a stake through the heart of the lies, and in some instances, taking down their instigators. She was, at this stage of her life, a force to be reckoned with, a fact in which she justifiably reveled. So it was with a light heart that she approached her meeting with the president. In her briefcase was a thick file detailing the changes she proposed to make in CI to clean up the unholy mess left behind by Karim al-Jamil and the subsequent murder of her predecessor. Not surprisingly, CI was in total disarray. Morale had never been lower, and of course there was resentment across the board from the all-male directorate heads, each of whom felt he should have been elevated to DCI. The chaos and low morale were about to change, and she had a raft of initiatives to ensure it. She was absolutely certain that the president would be delighted not only with her plans, but also with the speed with which she would implement them. An intelligence organization as important and vital as CI could not long endure the despair into which it had sunk. Only the anti-terrorist Black Ops Typhon, brainchild of Martin Lindros, was running normally, and for that she had its new director, Soraya Moore, to thank. Soraya's assumption of command had been seamless. Her operatives loved her, would follow her into the fires of Hades should she ask it of them. As for the rest of CI, it was for herself to heal, energize, and give a refocused sense of purpose. She was surprised, perhaps shocked wasn't too strong a word, to find the Oval Office occupied not only by the president, but also by Luther Laval, the Pentagon's intelligence czar, and his deputy, General Richard P. Kendall. Ignoring the others, she walked across the plush American blue carpet to shake the president's hand. She was tall, long-necked, and slender. Her ash-blonde hair was cut in a stylish fashion that fell short of being masculine, but lent her a businesslike air. She wore a midnight blue suit, low-heeled pumps, small gold earrings, and a minimum of makeup. Her nails were cut square across. "Please have a seat, Veronica," the president said. "You know Luther Laval and General Kendall?" "Yes." Veronica inclined her head fractionally. "Gentlemen, a pleasure to see you." Though nothing could be farther from the truth. She hated Laval. In many ways, he was the most dangerous man in American intelligence, not the least because he was backed by the immensely powerful E.R. Bud Halliday, the Secretary of Defense. Laval was a power-hungry egotist who believed that he and his people should be running American intelligence, period. He fed on war the way other people fed on meat and potatoes. And though she had never been able to prove it, she suspected that he was behind several of the more lurid rumors that had circulated about her. He enjoyed ruining other people's reputations, savored standing impudently on the skulls of his enemies. Ever since Afghanistan, and subsequently Iraq, Laval had seized the initiative, under the typically wide-ranging and murky Pentagon rubric of preparing the battlefield for the troops to come, to expand the purview of the Pentagon's intelligence-gathering initiatives until now they encroached uncomfortably on those of CI. It was an open secret within American intelligence circles that he coveted CI's operatives and its long-established international networks. Now, with the old man and his anointed successor dead, it would fit Laval's M.O. to try to make a land grab in the most aggressive manner possible. This was why his presence and that of his lapdog set off the most serious warning bells inside Veronica's mind. There were 3 chairs ranged in a rough semicircle in front of the president's desk. 2 of them were, of course, filled. Veronica took the 3rd chair, acutely aware that she was flanked by the 2 men, doubtless by design. She laughed inwardly. If these 2 thought to intimidate her by making her feel surrounded, they were sorely mistaken. But then, as the president began to talk, she hoped to God her laugh wouldn't echo hollowly in her mind an hour from now. Dominic Spector hurried around the corner as Bourne was locking the door to his office. The deep frown that creased his high forehead vanished the moment he saw Bourne. "David, I'm so glad I caught you before you left," he said with great enthusiasm. Then, turning his charm on Bourne's companion, he added, "And with the magnificent Moira, no less." As always, the perfect gentleman, he bowed to her in the old-world European fashion. He returned his attention to Bourne. He was a short man, full of unbridled energy despite his 70-odd years. His head seemed perfectly round, surmounted by a halo of hair that wound from ear to ear. His eyes were dark and inquisitive, his skin a deep bronze. His generous mouth made him look vaguely and amusingly like a frog about to spring from one lily pad to another. "A matter of some concern has come up, and I need your opinion," he smiled. "I see that this evening is out of the question. Would dinner tomorrow be inconvenient?" Bourne discerned something behind Spector's smile that gave him pause. Something was troubling his old mentor. "Why don't we meet for breakfast?" Are you certain I'm not putting you out, David? But he couldn't hide the relief that flooded his face. Actually, breakfast is better for me, Bourne lied, to make things easier for Spectre. 8 o'clock? Splendid. I look forward to it. With a nod in Moira's direction, he was off. A firecracker, Moira said. If only I'd had professors like him. Bourne looked at her. Your college years must have been hell. She laughed. Not quite as bad as all that, but then I only had 2 years of it before I fled to Berlin. If you'd had professors like Dominic Spector, your experience would have been far different, believe me. They sidestepped several knots of students, gathered to gossip or to trade questions about their last classes. Besides, maybe this is all the excitement he needs. They strode along the corridor, out the doors, descended the steps to the quad. He and Moira walked briskly across campus in the direction of the restaurant where they would have dinner. Students streamed past them, hurrying down the paths between trees and lawns. Somewhere, a band was playing in the stolid, almost plodding rhythm endemic to colleges and universities. The sky was steeped in clouds, scudding overhead like clipper ships on the high seas. A dank winter wind came streaming in off the Potomac. There was a time when I was plunged deep in depression. I knew it, but I wouldn't accept it. You know what I mean. Professor Spector was the one who connected with me, who was able to crack the shell I was using to protect myself. To this day, I have no idea how he did it or even why he persevered. He said he saw something of himself in me. In any event, he wanted to help. They passed the ivy-covered building where Spector, who was now the president of the School of International Studies at Georgetown, had his office. Men in tweed coats and corduroy jackets passed in and out of the doors, frowns of deep concentration on their faces. Professor Spector gave me a job teaching linguistics. It was like a life preserver to a drowning man. What I needed most then was a sense of order and stability. I honestly don't know what would have happened to me if not for him. He alone understood that immersing myself in language makes me happy. No matter who I've been, the one constant is my proficiency with languages. Learning languages is like learning history from the inside out. It encompasses the battles of ethnicity, religion, compromise, politics. So much can be learned from language because it's been shaped by history. By this time, they had left campus and were walking down 36th Street Northwest toward 1789, a favorite restaurant of Moira's, which was housed in a federal townhouse. When they arrived, they were shown to a window table on the second floor in a dim, paneled, old-fashioned room with candles burning brightly on tables set with fine china and sparkling stemware. They sat down facing each other and ordered drinks. Bourne leaned across the table, said in a low voice, "Listen to me, Moira, because I'm going to tell you something very few people know. The Bourne identity continues to haunt me. Marie used to worry that the decisions I was forced to make, the actions I had to take as Jason Bourne, would eventually drain me of all feeling, that one day I'd come back to her and David Webb would be gone for good. I can't let that happen. Jason, you and I have spent quite a bit of time with each other since we met to scatter Martin's ashes. I have never seen a hint that you've lost any part of your humanity." Both sat back, silent, as the waiter set the drinks in front of them, handed them menus. As soon as he left, Bourne said, "That's reassuring, believe me. In the short time I've known you, I've come to value your opinions. You're not like anyone else I've ever met." Moira took a sip of her drink, set it down, all without taking her eyes from his. "Thank you. Coming from you, that's quite a compliment, particularly because I know how special Marie was to you." Bourne stared down at his drink. Moira reached across the starched white linen for his hand. "I'm sorry, now you're drifting away." He glanced at her hand over his, but didn't pull away. When he looked up, he said, "I relied on her for many things, but I find now that those things are slipping away from me. Is that a bad thing or a good thing?" "That's just it," he said. "I don't know." Moira saw the anguish in his face, and her heart went out to him. It was only months ago that she'd seen him standing by the parapet in the cloisters. He was clutching the bronze urn, holding Martin's ashes as if he never wanted to let it go. She'd known then, even if Martin hadn't told her, what they'd meant to each other. "Martin was your friend," she said now. "You put yourself in terrible jeopardy to save him. Don't tell me you didn't feel anything for him. Besides, by your own admission, you're not Jason Bourne now. You're David Webb." He smiled. "You have me there." Her face clouded over. "I want to ask you a question, but I don't know whether I have the right." At once, he responded to the seriousness of her expression. "Of course you can ask, Moira. Go on." She took a deep breath, let it go. "Jason, I know you've said that you're content at the university, and if that's so, fine. But I also know you blame yourself for not being able to save Martin. You must understand, though, if you couldn't save him, no one could. You did your best. He knew that, I'm sure. And now I find myself wondering if you believe you failed him, that you're not up to being Jason Bourne anymore. I wonder if you've ever considered the idea that you accepted Professor Spector's offer at the university in order to turn away from Jason Bourne's life." "Of course I've considered it." After Martin's death, he'd once again decided to turn his back on Jason Bourne's life, on the running, the deaths, a river that seemed to have as many bodies as the Ganges. Always, for him, memories lurked. The sad ones he remembered. The others, the shadowed ones that filled the halls of his mind, seemed to have shape until he neared them, when they flowed away like a tide at ebb. And what was left behind were the bleached bones of all those he'd killed or had been killed because of who he was. But he knew just as surely that as long as he drew breath, the Bourne identity wouldn't die. There was a tormented look in his eyes. You have to understand how difficult it is having two personalities, always at war with each other. I wish with every fiber of my being that I could cut one of them out of me." Moira said, "Which one would it be?" "That's the damnable part," Bourne said. "Every time I think I know, I realize that I don't." Chapter 2. Luther Laval was as telegenic as the president and 2/3 his age. He had straw-colored hair slicked back like a movie idol of the 1930s or 1940s, and restless hands. By contrast, General Kendall was square-jawed and beady-eyed, the very essence of a ramrod officer. He was big and beefy. Perhaps he'd been a fullback at Wisconsin or Ohio State. He looked to Laval the way a running back looks to his quarterback for instructions. "Luther," the president said, "seeing as how you requested this meeting, I think it appropriate that you begin." Laval nodded, as if the president deferring to him was a fait accompli. After the recent debacle of CI being infiltrated at its highest level, culminating with the murder of the former DCI, firmer security and controls need to be set in place. Only the Pentagon can do that. Veronica felt compelled to jump in before Laval got too much of a head start. "I beg to differ, sir," she said, aiming her remarks at the president. "Human intelligence gathering has always been the province of CI. Our on-the-ground networks are unparalleled, as are our armies of contacts who have been cultivated for decades. The Pentagon's expertise has always been in electronic surveillance. The two are separate, requiring altogether different methodologies and mindsets." Laval smiled as winningly as he did when appearing on Fox TV or Larry King Live. "I'd be remiss if I didn't point out that the landscape of intelligence has changed radically since 2001. We're at war. In my opinion, this state of affairs is likely to last indefinitely, which is why the Pentagon has recently expanded its field of expertise, creating teams of clandestine DIA personnel and special ops forces who are conducting successful counterintelligence ops in Iraq and Afghanistan. With all due respect, Mr. Laval and his military machine are eager to fill any perceived vacuum or create one, if necessary. Mr. Laval and General Kendall need us to believe that we are in a perpetual state of war, whether or not it's the truth. From her briefcase, Veronica produced a file, which she opened and read from. As this evidence makes clear, they have systematically directed the expansion of their human intelligence gathering squads outside of Afghanistan and Iraq into other territories, CI's territories, often with disastrous results. They've corrupted informers and, in at least one instance, they've jeopardized an ongoing CI deep cover operation. After the president glanced at the pages Veronica handed him, he said, "While this is compelling, Veronica, Congress seems to be on Luther's side. It has provided him with $25 million a year to pay informants on the ground and to recruit mercenaries. That's part of the problem, not the solution," Veronica said emphatically. "Theirs is a failed methodology, the same one they've used all the way back to the OSS in Berlin after World War II. Our paid informants have had a history of turning on us, working for the other side, feeding us disinformation. As for the mercenaries we recruited, like the Taliban or various other Muslim insurgent groups, they, to a man, eventually turned against us to become our implacable enemies." "She's got a point," the president said. "The past is the past," General Kendall said angrily. His face had been darkening with every word Veronica had said. "There's no evidence whatsoever that either our new informants or our mercenaries, both of which are vital to our victory in the Middle East, would ever turn on us. On the contrary, the intel they've provided has been of great help to our men on the field of battle." "Mercenaries, by definition, owe their allegiance to whoever pays them the most," Veronica said. "Centuries of history from Roman times forward have proved this point over and over. All this back and forth is of little moment." Laval shifted in his seat uncomfortably. Clearly, he hadn't counted on such a spirited defense. Kendall handed him a dossier, which he presented to the president. "General Kendall and I have spent the better part of 2 weeks putting together this proposal for how to restructure CI going forward. The Pentagon is prepared to implement this plan the moment we get your approval, Mr. President." To Veronica's horror, the president looked over the proposal, then turned it over to her. "What do you say to this?" Veronica felt suffused with rage. She was already being undermined. On the other hand, she observed, this was a good object lesson for her. Trust no one, not even seeming allies. Up until this moment, she'd thought she had the full support of the president. The fact that Laval, who was, after all, basically the mouthpiece for Defense Secretary Halliday, had the muscle to call this meeting shouldn't have surprised her. But that the president was asking her to consider a takeover from the Pentagon was outrageous and, quite frankly, frightening. Without even glancing at the toxic papers, she squared her shoulders. "Sir, this proposal is irrelevant at best. I resent Mr. Laval's flagrant attempt to expand his intelligence empire at CI's expense. For one thing, as I've detailed, the Pentagon is ill-suited to direct, let alone win, the trust of our vast array of agents in the field. For another, this coup would set a dangerous precedent for the entire intelligence community. Being under the control of the armed forces will not benefit our intelligence-gathering potential. On the contrary, the Pentagon's history of flagrant disregard for human life, its legacy of illegal operations combined with well-documented fiscal profligacy, makes it an extremely poor candidate to poach on anyone else's territory, especially CI's." Only the presence of the president forced Laval to keep his ire in check. "Sir, CI is in total disarray. It needs to be turned around ASAP. As I said, our plan can be implemented today." Veronica drew out the thick file detailing her plans for CI. She rose, placed it in the president's hands. "Sir, I feel duty-bound to reiterate one of the main points of our last discussion. Though I've served in the military, I come from the private sector. CI is in need not only of a clean sweep, but of a fresh perspective untainted by the monolithic thinking that got us into this insupportable situation." Jason Bourne smiled. To be honest, tonight I don't know who I am. He leaned forward and said very softly, "Listen to me. I want you to take your cell phone out of your handbag without anyone seeing. I want you to call me. Can you do that?" Moira kept her eyes on his as she found her cell in her handbag, hit the appropriate speed dial key. His cell phone chimed. He sat back, answered the call. He spoke into the phone as if someone was on the other end of the line. Then he closed the phone, said, "I have to go. It's an emergency. I'm sorry." She continued to stare at him. "Could you act even the least bit upset?" she whispered. His mouth turned down. "Do you really have to go?" she said in a normal tone of voice. "Now?" "Now." Bourne threw some bills on the table. "I'll be in touch." She nodded a bit quizzically, wondering what he'd seen or heard. Bourne went down the stairs and out of the restaurant. Immediately, he turned right, walked a quarter block, then entered a store selling handmade ceramics. Positioning himself so that he had a view of the street through the plate glass window, he pretended to look at bowls and serving dishes. Outside, people passed by, a young couple, an elderly man with a cane, 3 young women laughing. But the man who'd been seated in the back corner of their room precisely 90 seconds after they sat down did not appear. Bourne had marked him the moment he'd come in, and when he'd asked for a table in the back facing them, he'd had no doubt. Someone was following him. All of a sudden, he'd felt that old anxiety that had roiled him when Marie and Martin had been threatened. He'd lost Martin. He wasn't about to lose Moira as well. Bourne, whose interior radar had swept the second-floor dining room every few minutes or so, hadn't picked up anyone else of a suspicious nature, so he waited now inside the ceramics shop for the tail to amble by. When this didn't occur after 5 minutes, Bourne went out the door and immediately strode across the street. Using streetlights and the reflective surfaces of windows and car mirrors, he spent another few minutes scrutinizing the area for any sign of the man at the table in back. After ascertaining he was nowhere to be found, Bourne returned to the restaurant. He went up the stairs to the second floor, but paused in the dark hallway between the staircase and the dining room. There was the man at his rear table. To any casual observer, he seemed to be reading the current issue of the Washingtonian, like any good tourist, but every once in a while his gaze flicked upward for a fraction of a second, focused on Moira. Bourne felt a little chill go through him. This man wasn't following him. He was following Moira. As Veronica Hart emerged through the outermost checkpoint to the West Wing, Luther Laval emerged from the shadows, fell into step beside her. "Nicely done," he said icily. "Next time I'll be better prepared." "There won't be a next time," Veronica said. "Secretary Halliday is confident there will be. So am I." They had reached the hushed vestibule with its dome and columns. Busy presidential aides strode purposefully past them in either direction. Like surgeons, they exuded an air of supreme confidence and exclusivity, as if theirs was a club you desperately wanted to belong to, but never would. "Where's your personal pit bull?" Veronica asked. "Sniffing out crotches, I shouldn't wonder." "You're terribly flip for someone whose job is hanging by a thread." "It's foolish, not to mention dangerous, Mr. Laval, to confuse confidence with being flip." They pushed through the doors, went down the steps to the grounds proper. Floodlights pushed back the darkness to the edges of the premises. Beyond, streetlights glittered. "Of course, you're right," Laval said. "I apologize." Veronica eyed him with no little skepticism. Laval gave her a small smile. "I sincerely regret that we've gotten off on the wrong foot." What he really regrets, Veronica thought, is my pulling him and Kendall to pieces in front of the president. Understandable, really. As she buttoned her coat, he said, "Perhaps both of us have been coming at this situation from the wrong angle." Veronica knotted her scarf at her throat outside her collar. "What situation?" "The collapse of CI." In the near distance, beyond the flotilla of heavy reinforced concrete anti-terrorist barriers, tourists strolled by, chatting animatedly,
paused briefly to take snapshots, then went on to their dinners at McDonald's or Burger King. It seems to me that more can be gained by us joining forces than by being antagonists. Veronica turned to him. Listen, buddy, you take care of your shop and I'll take care of mine. I've been given a job to do and I'm going to do it without interference from you or Secretary Halliday. Personally, I'm sick and tired of you people extending the line in the sand farther and farther so your empire can grow bigger. CI is off limits to you now and forever. Got it? Laval made a face as if he were about to whistle. Then he said very quietly, I'd be a bit more careful if I were you. You're walking across a knife edge. One false step, one hesitation, and when you fall, no one's going to be there to catch you. Her voice turned steely. I've had my fill of your threats too, Mr. Laval. He turned up his collar against the wind. When you get to know me better, Veronica, you'll realize I don't make threats. I make predictions. Chapter 3. The violence of the Black Sea fit Leonid Arkadin down to his steel-tipped shoes. In a tumultuous rain, he drove into Sevastopol from Belbek Aerodrome. Sevastopol inhabited a coveted bit of territory on the southwestern edge of the Crimean Peninsula of Ukraine. Because the area was blessed with subtropical weather, its seas never froze. From the time of its founding by Greek traders as Chersonesus in 422 BC, Sevastopol was a vital commercial and military outpost for fishing fleets and naval armadas alike. Following the decline of Chersonesus, peninsula in Greek, the area fell into ruin until the modern-day Sevastopol was founded in 1783 as a naval base and fortress on the southern boundaries of the Russian Empire. Most of the city's history was linked to its military glory. The name Sevastopol, translated from Greek, means august, glorious. The name seemed justified. The city survived 2 bloody sieges during the Crimean War of 1854-1855 and World War II, when it withstood Axis bombing for 250 days. Although the city was destroyed on 2 different occasions, it had risen from the ashes both times. As a result, the inhabitants were tough, no-nonsense people. They despised the Cold War era, dating to roughly 1960, when, because of its naval base, the USSR ordered Sevastopol off-limits to visitors of all kinds. In 1997, the Russians agreed to return the city to the Ukrainians, who made it open again. It was late afternoon when Arkadin arrived on Primorsky Boulevard. The sky was black, except for a thin red line along the western horizon. The port bulged with round-hulled fishing ships and sleek, steel-hulled naval vessels. An angry sea lashed the monument to scuttled ships, commemorating the 1855 last-ditch defense of the city against the combined forces of the British, French, Turks, and Sardinians. It rose from a bed of rough granite blocks in a Corinthian column 3 yards high, crowned by an eagle with wings spread wide, its proud head bent, a laurel wreath gripped in its beak. Facing it, embedded in the thick seawall, were the anchors of the Russian ships that were deliberately sunk to block the harbor from the invading enemy. Arkadin checked into the Hotel Oblast, where everything, including the walls, seemed to be made of paper. The furniture was covered in fabric of hideous patterns, whose colors clashed like enemies on a battlefield. The place seemed a likely candidate to go up like a torch. He made a mental note not to smoke in bed. Downstairs, in the space that passed for a lobby, he asked the rodent-like clerk for a recommendation for a hot meal, then requested a telephone book. Taking it, he retired to an understuffed upholstered chair by a window that overlooked Admiral Nahimov Square. And there he was on a magnificent plinth, the hero of the first defense of Sevastopol, staring stonily at Arkadin, as if aware of what was to come. This was a city, like so many in the former Soviet Union, filled with monuments to the past.
With a last glance at slope-shouldered pedestrians hurrying through the driving rain, Arkadin turned his attention to the phone book. The name that Pyotr Zielber had given up just before he'd committed suicide was Oleg Shumenka. Arkadin dearly would have loved to have gotten more out of Zielber. Now, Arkadin had to page through the phone book looking for Shumenka, assuming the man had a landline, which was always problematic outside Moscow or St. Petersburg. He made note of the 5 Oleg Shumenkas listed, handed the book back to the clerk, and went out into the windy, false dusk. The first 3 Oleg Shumenkas were of no help. Arkadin, posing as a close friend of Pyotr Zielber's, told each of them that he had a message from Pyotr so urgent it had to be transmitted in person. They looked at him blankly, shook their heads. He could see in their eyes they had no idea who Pyotr Zielber was. The 4th Shumenka worked at Ugrif's Transflot, which maintained the largest fleet of refrigerated ships in Ukraine. Since Ugrif Transflot was a public corporation, it took Arkadin some time just to get in to see Shumenka, who was a transport manager. Like everywhere in the former USSR, the red tape was enough to grind all work to a near halt. How anything got done in the public sector was beyond Arkadin. At length, Shumenka appeared, led Arkadin to his tiny office, apologizing for the delay. He was a small man, with very dark hair and the small ears and low forehead of a Neanderthal. When Arkadin introduced himself, Shumenka said, "Obviously, you have the wrong man. I don't know a Pyotr Zielber." Arkadin consulted his list. "I only have one more Oleg Shumenka left." "Let me see." Shumenka consulted the list. "Pity you didn't come to me first. These 3 are my cousins, and the 5th, the one you haven't seen yet, won't be of any use to you. He's dead. Fishing accident 6 months ago." He handed back the list. "But all isn't lost. There's one other Oleg Shumenka. Though we're not related, people are always getting us confused because we have the same patronymic, Ivanovich. He doesn't have a landline, which is why I'm constantly getting his calls." "Do you know where I can find him?" Oleg Ivanovich Shumenka checked his watch. "At this hour, yes, he'd be at work. He's a winemaker, you see. Champagne. I understand the French say you're not allowed to use that term for any wine not produced in their Champagne region." He chuckled. "Still, the Sevastopol winery turns out quite a fine champagne." He led Arkadin from his office out through dull corridors into the enormous main vestibule. "Are you familiar with the city, Господин Arkadin? Sevastopol is divided into 5 districts. We are in the Gagarinsky district, named after the world's first astronaut, Yuri Alexeyevich Gagarin. This is the western section of the city. To the north is the Nahimovsky district, which is where the Mammoth Dry Docks are. Perhaps you've heard of them? No? No matter. In the eastern section, away from the water, is the rural area of the city. Pasture lands and vineyards, magnificent even at this time of the year." He crossed the marble floor to a long bank behind which sat 6 functionaries looking as if they'd had little to do in the past year. From one of them, Shumenka received a city map, which he drew on. Then he handed it to Arkadin, pointing at a star he'd marked. "There's the winery." He glanced outside. "The sky's clearing. Who knows? By the time you get there, you may even see some sun." Bourne walked the streets of Georgetown, securely hidden within the crowds of college and university kids, prowling the cobbles, looking for beer, girls, and guys. He was discreetly shadowing the man in the restaurant, who was, in turn, following Moira. Once he had determined that the man was her tail, he'd backed away and returned to the street, where he'd called Moira. "Can you think of anyone who wants to keep tabs on you?" "I guess several," she said, unperturbed. "My own company, for one. I told you they've become paranoid ever since we started building the LNG station in Long Beach." No-hold energy might be another. They've been waving a vice president's job at me for 6 months. I could see them wanting to know more about me so they can sweeten their offer. Other than those two? No. He told her what he wanted her to do, and now, in the Georgetown night, she was doing it. They always had habits, these watchers in the shadows, little peculiarities built up from all the boring hours spent at their lonely jobs. This one liked to be on the inside of the sidewalk, so he could duck quickly into a doorway if need be. Once he had the shadow's idiosyncrasies down, it was time to take him out. But as Bourne worked his way through the crowds, moving closer to the shadow, he saw something else. The man wasn't alone. A second tail had taken up a parallel position on the opposite side of the street, which made sense. If Moira decided to cross the street in this throng, the first shadow might run into some difficulty keeping her in sight. These people, whoever they were leaving little to chance. Bourne melted back, matching his pace to that of the crowds. At the same time, he called Moira. She'd put in her Bluetooth earpiece so she could take his call without being conspicuous. Bourne gave her detailed instructions, then broke off following her shadows. Moira, the back of her neck tingling as if she were in the crosshairs of an assassin's rifle, crossed the street, walked over to M Street. The main thing for her to keep in mind, Jason said, was to move at a normal pace, neither fast nor slow. Jason had alarmed her with the news that she was being followed. She had merely maintained the illusion of being calm. There were many people from both present and past who might be following her, a number of whom she hadn't mentioned when Jason had asked. Still, so close to the opening of the LNG terminal, it was an ominous sign. She had desperately wanted to share with Jason the intel that had come to her today about the possibility of the terminal being a terrorist target, not in theory, but in reality. However, she couldn't, not unless he was an employee of the company. She was bound by her ironclad contract not to tell anyone outside the firm any confidential information. At 31st Street Northwest, she turned south, walking toward the canal towpath. A third of the way down the block, on her side, was a discreet plaque on which the word Jewel was etched. She opened the ruby-colored door, entered the high-priced new restaurant. This was the kind of place where dishes were accessorized with kaffir lime foam, freeze-dried ginger, and ruby grapefruit pearls. Smiling sweetly at the manager, she told him that she was looking for a friend. Before he could check his reservation book, she said her friend was with a man whose name she didn't know. She'd been here several times, once with Jason, so she knew the layout. At the rear of the second room was a short corridor. Against the right-hand wall were 2 unisex bathrooms. If you kept on going, which she did, you came to the kitchen, all bright lights, stainless steel pans, copper pots, huge stovetops raging at high heat. Young men and women moved around the room in what seemed to her like military precision. Sous chefs, line cooks, expediters, the pastry chef and her staff, all performing under the stern commands of the chef de cuisine. They were all too concentrated on their respective tasks to give Moira much notice. By the time her figure did register, she'd already disappeared out the rear door. In a back alley filled with dumpsters, a white-top cab was waiting, its engine purring. She climbed in, and the cab took off. Arkadin drove through the hills of rural Nahimovsky district, lush even in winter. He passed checkered farmland, bounded by low forested areas. The sky was lightening, the dark, rain-laden clouds already disappearing, replaced by high cumulus that glowed like embers in the sunlight that broke through everywhere. A golden sheen covered the acres of vineyards as he approached the Sevastopol winery. At this time of year, there were no leaves or fruit, of course, but the twisted, stunted boles, like the trunks of elephants, bore a life of their own that gave the vineyard a certain mystery, a mythic aspect, as if these sleeping vines needed only the spell of a wizard to come awake. A burly woman named Yitnyakova introduced herself as Oleg Ivanovich Shumenka's immediate supervisor. There was, apparently, no end to the tiers of supervisors in the winery. She had shoulders as wide as Arkadin's, a red, round vodka face with features as curiously small as those of a doll. She wore her hair tied up in a peasant babushka, but she was all bristling business. When she demanded to know Arkadin's business, he whipped out one of the many false credentials he carried. This one identified him as a colonel in the SBU, the security service of Ukraine. Upon seeing the SBU card, Yitnikova wilted like an unwatered plant and showed him where to find Shumenka. Arkadin, following her direction, went down corridor after corridor. He opened each door he came to, peering inside offices, utility closets, storerooms, and the like, apologizing to the occupants as he did so. Shumenka was working in the fermentation room when Arkadin found him. He was a reed-thin man, much younger than Arkadin had imagined, no more than 30 or so. He had thick hair the color of goldenrod that stood up from his scalp like a series of coxcombs. Music spilled from a portable player, a British band, The Cure. Arkadin had heard the song many times in Moscow clubs, but it seemed startling here in the hind end of the Crimea. Shumenka stood on a catwalk 4 yards in the air, bent over a stainless steel apparatus as large as a blue whale. He seemed to be sniffing something, possibly the latest batch of champagne he was concocting. Rather than turn down the music, Shumenka gestured for Arkadin to join him. Without hesitation, Arkadin mounted the vertical ladder, climbed swiftly up to the catwalk. The yeasty, slightly sweet odors of fermentation tickled his nostrils, causing him to rub the end of his nose vigorously to stave off a sneezing fit. His practiced gaze swept the immediate vicinity, taking in every last detail, no matter how minute. Oleg Ivanovich Shumenka. The reedy young man put aside a clipboard on which he was taking notes. At your service? He wore a badly fitting suit. He placed the pen he had been using in his breast pocket, where it joined a line of others. And you would be? A friend of Pyotr Zilber's. Never heard of him. But his eyes had already betrayed him. Arkadin reached out, turned up the music. He's heard of you, Oleg Ivanovich. In fact, you're quite important to him. Shumenka plastered a simulated smile on his face. I have no idea what you're talking about. There was a grave mistake made. He needs the document back. Shumenka, smiling still, jammed his hands in his pockets. Once again, I must tell you. Arkadin made a grab for him, but Shumenka's right hand reappeared, gripping a GSH-18 semi-automatic that was pointed at Arkadin's heart. The sights are acceptable at best, Arkadin said. Please don't move, whoever you are. And don't bother to give me a name that in any case will be false. You're no friend of Pyotr's. He must be dead, perhaps even by your hand. But the trigger pull is relatively heavy, Arkadin continued, as if he hadn't been listening. So that'll give me an extra 1/10 of a second. A 1/10 of a second is nothing. It's all I need. Shumenka backed up, as Arkadin wanted him to, toward the curved side of a container to keep a safer distance. Even while I mourn Pyotr's death, I will defend our network with my life. He backed up farther, as Arkadin took another step toward him. It's a long fall from here, so I suggest you back up, climb back down the ladder, and disappear into whatever sewer you crawled out of. As Shumenka retreated, his right foot skidded on a bit of yeast paste Arkadin had noted earlier. Shumenka's right knee went out from under him, the hand holding the GSH-18 raised in an instinctive gesture to help keep him from falling. In one long stride, Arkadin was inside the perimeter of his defense. He made a grab for the gun, missed. His fist struck Shumenka on the right cheek, sending the reedy man lurching back into the side of the container in the space between two protruding levers. Shumenka slashed his arm in a horizontal arc, the sight on the barrel of the GSH-18 raking across the bridge of Arkadin's nose, drawing blood. Arkadin made another lunge at the semi-automatic and bent back against the curved sheet of stainless steel. The two men grappled. Shumenko was surprisingly strong for a thin man, and he was proficient in hand-to-hand combat. He had the proper counter for every attack Arkadin threw at him. They were very close now, not a hand span separating them. Their limbs worked quickly. Hands, elbows, forearms, even shoulders used to produce pain, or, in blocking, minimize it. Gradually, Arkadin seemed to be getting the better of his adversary, but with a double feint, Shumenko managed to get the butt of the GSH-18 lodged against Arkadin's throat. He pressed in, using leverage in an attempt to crush Arkadin's windpipe. One of Arkadin's hands was trapped between their bodies. With the other, he pounded Shumenko's side, but he lacked Shumenko's leverage, and his blows did no damage. When he tried for Shumenko's kidney, the other man twisted his hips away, so his hand glanced off the hip bone. Shumenko pressed his advantage, bending Arkadin over the railing, trying with the butt of his gun and his upper body to shove Arkadin off the catwalk. Ribbons of darkness flowed across Arkadin's vision, a sign that his brain was becoming oxygen-starved. He had underestimated Shumenko, and now he was about to pay the price. He coughed, then gagged, trying to breathe. Then he moved his free hand up against the front of Shumenko's jacket. It would seem to Shumenko, concentrated on killing the interloper, as if Arkadin was making one last futile attempt to free his trapped hand. He was taken completely off guard when Arkadin slipped a pen out of his breast pocket, stabbed it into his left eye. Immediately, Shumenko reared back. Arkadin caught the GSH-18 as it dropped from the stricken man's nerveless hand. As Shumenko slid to the catwalk, Arkadin grabbed him by the shirt front, knelt to be on the same level with him. "The document," he said. And when Shumenko's head began to loll, "Oleg Ivanovich, listen to me. Where is the document?" The man's good eye glistened, running with tears. His mouth worked. Arkadin shook him until he moaned with pain. "Where?" "Gone." Arkadin had to bend his head to hear Shumenko's whisper over the loud music. The Cure had been replaced by Susie and the Banshees. "What do you mean, gone?" "Down the pipeline." Shumenko's mouth curled in the semblance of a smile. "Not what you wanted to hear, friend of Pyotr Zilber, is it?" He blinked tears out of his good eye. "Since this is the end of the line for you, bend closer and I'll tell you a secret." He licked his lips as Arkadin complied, then lunged forward and bit off the lobe of Arkadin's right ear. Arkadin reacted without thinking. He jammed the muzzle of the GSH-18 into Shumenko's mouth, pulled the trigger. Almost at the same instant, he realized his mistake, said, "Shit," in 6 different languages. Chapter 4. Bourne, sunk deep into the shadows opposite the restaurant Jewel, saw the 2 men emerge. By the annoyed expressions on their faces, he knew they'd lost Moira. He kept them in sight as they moved off together. One of them began to speak into a cell phone. He paused for a moment to ask his colleague a question, then returned to his conversation on the phone. By this time, the 2 had reached M Street Northwest. Finished with his call, the man put his cell phone away. They waited on the corner, watching the nubile young girls slipping by. They didn't slouch, Bourne noted, but stood ramrod straight, their hands in view at their sides. It appeared that they were waiting to be picked up. A good call on a night like this, when parking was at a premium and traffic on M Street as thick as molasses. Bourne, without a vehicle, looked around, saw a bicyclist coming up 31st Street Northwest from the towpath. He was cycling along the gutter to avoid the traffic. Bourne walked smartly toward him and stepped in front of him. The cyclist stopped short, uttering a sharp exclamation. "I need your bike," Bourne said. "Oh, you bloody well can't have it, mate," the cyclist said with a heavy British accent. At the corner of 31st and M, a black GMC SUV was pulling into the curb in front of the 2 men. Bourne pressed $400 into the cyclist's hand. "Like I said, right now." The young man stared down at the money for a moment, then he swung off, said, "Be my guest." As Bourne mounted up, he handed over his helmet.
You'll be wanting this, mate. The two men had already vanished into the GMC's interior. The SUV was pulling out into the thick traffic flow. Bourne took off, leaving the cyclist to shrug behind him as he climbed onto the sidewalk. Reaching the corner, Bourne turned right onto M Street. The GMC was 3 cars ahead of him. Bourne wove his way around the traffic, moving into position to keep up with the SUV. At 30th Street Northwest, they all hit a red light. Bourne was forced to put one foot down, which was why he got a late start when the GMC jumped the light just before it turned green. The SUV roared ahead of the other vehicles, and Bourne launched himself forward. A white Toyota was coming from 30th into the intersection, heading right for him at a 90-degree angle. Bourne put on a burst of speed, swerved up onto the corner sidewalk, backing a clutch of pedestrians into those behind them to a round of curses. The Toyota, horn blaring angrily, just missed him as it jounced across M Street. Bourne was able to make good headway as the GMC had been slowed by the sludgy traffic up ahead, splitting off where M Street and Pennsylvania Avenue Northwest intersected at 29th Street. Just as he neared the light, he saw the GMC take off and he knew he had been spotted. The problem with a bicycle, especially one that had caused a minor uproar lunging through a red light, was that the cyclist became conspicuous, exactly the opposite of what was intended. Making the best of a worsening situation, Bourne threw caution to the wind, following the accelerating GMC into the fork as it took Pennsylvania Avenue. The good news was that the congestion prevented the GMC from keeping up speed. More good news. Another red light loomed. This time, Bourne was ready for the GMC to plow right through. Swerving in and out between vehicles, he put on another burst of speed, running the red light with a big SUV. But just as he was coming abreast of the far crosswalk, a gaggle of drunk teenagers stumbled off the curb on their way across the avenue. They closed off the lane behind the GMC and were so raucous they either didn't hear Bourne's warning shout or didn't care. He was forced to swerve sharply to the right. His front tire struck the curb. The bike lifted up. People scattered out of its way as it became, in effect, a missile. Bourne was able to keep it going after it landed, but there was simply nowhere for him to steer it without plowing into another group of kids. He applied the brakes without enough effect. Leaning to the right, he forced the bike down on its side, ripping his right trouser leg as it skidded along the cement. "Are you all right? What are you trying to do? Didn't you see the red light? You could have killed yourself or someone else." A welter of voices as pedestrians surrounded him, trying to help him out from under the bicycle. Bourne thanked them as he scrambled to his feet. He ran several hundred yards down the avenue, but as he feared, the GMC was long gone. Expelling a string of bodily colorful curses, Arkadin rummaged through the pockets of Oleg Ivanovich Shumenka, who lay twitching in the blood-stained catwalk deep inside the Sevastopol winery. As he did so, he wondered how he could have been such a fool. He'd done precisely what Shumenka had wanted him to do, which was to kill him. He'd rather have died than divulge the name of the next man in Pyotr Zilber's pipeline. Still, there was a chance that something he had on his person would lead Arkadin farther along. Arkadin had already made a small pile of coins, bills, toothpicks, and the like. He unfolded each scrap of paper he came across, but none of them contained either a name or an address, just lists of chemicals, presumably those the winery required for fermentation or the periodic cleaning of its vats. Shumenka's wallet was a sad affair. Sliver-thin, containing a faded photo of an older couple, smiling into the sun and the camera, Arkadin took to be Shumenka's parents. A condom in a worn foil pouch, a driver's license, car registration, ID badge for a sailing club, an IOU chit for 10,000 hryvnia, just under 2,000 American dollars. 2 receipts, one for a restaurant, the other for a nightclub, an old photo of a young girl smiling into the camera. In pocketing the receipts, the only reasonable leads he'd found, he inadvertently flipped over the IOU. On the reverse was the name Dievra, written in a sharp, spiky, feminine hand. Arkadin wanted to look for more, but he heard an electronic squawk, then the bawl of Yitnikova's voice.
He looked around, saw an old-fashioned walkie-talkie hanging by its strap from the railing. Stuffing the papers into his pocket, he hurried along the catwalk, slid down the ladder, made his way out of the champagne fermentation room. Shumenka's boss, Yitnyakova, marched toward him down the labyrinthine corridors as if she were in the forefront of the Red Army entering Warsaw. Even at this distance, he could see the scowl on her face. Unlike his Russian credentials, his Ukrainian ones were paper-thin. They'd pass a cursory test, but after any kind of checking, he'd be busted. "I called the SBU office in Kiev. They did some digging on you, Colonel." Yitnikova's voice had turned from servile to hostile. "Or whoever you are." She puffed herself up like a porcupine about to do battle. "They never heard of—" She gave a little squeak as he jammed one hand over her mouth while he punched her hard in the solar plexus. She collapsed into his arms like a rag doll, and he dragged her along the corridor until he came to the utility closet. Opening the door, he shoved her in, went in after her. Sprawled on the floor, Yitnyakova slowly came to her senses. Immediately, she began her bluster, cursing and promising dire consequences for the outrages perpetrated on her person. Arkadin didn't hear her. He didn't even see her. He attempted to block out the past, but as always, the memories flattened him. They took possession of him, taking him out of himself, producing, like a drug, a dreamlike state that over the years had become as familiar as a twin brother. Kneeling over Yitnyakova, he dodged her kicks, the snapping of her jaws. He withdrew a switchblade from a sheath strapped to the side of his right calf. When he snicked open its long, thin blade, fear finally twisted Yitnyakova's face. Her eyes opened wide, and she gasped, raising her hands instinctively. "Why are you doing this?" she cried. "Why?" "Because of what you've done." "What? What did I do? I don't even know you." "But I know you." Slapping her hands aside, Arkadin went to work on her. When, moments later, he was done, his vision came back into focus. He took a long, shuddering breath, as if shaking off the effects of an anesthetic. He stared down at the headless corpse. Then, remembering, he kicked the head into a corner filled with filthy rags. For a moment, it rocked like a ship on the ocean. The eyes seemed to him gray with age, but they were only filmed with dust, and the release he sought eluded him once again. "Who were they?" Moira asked. "That's the difficulty," Bourne told her. "I wasn't able to find out. It would help if you could tell me why they were following you." Moira frowned. "I have to assume it has something to do with the security on the LNG terminal." They were sitting side by side in Moira's living room, a small, cozy space in a Georgetown townhouse of red-brown brick on Cambridge Place Northwest, near Dumbarton Oaks. A fire was crackling and licking in the brick hearth. Espresso and brandy sat on the coffee table in front of them. "One thing I can tell you," Bourne said. "These people are professionals." "Makes sense," she said. "Any rival of my firm would hire the best people available. That doesn't necessarily mean I'm in any danger." Nevertheless, Bourne felt another sharp pang at the loss of Marie, then carefully, almost reverently, put the feeling aside. "More espresso?" Moira asked. "Please." Bourne handed her his cup. As she bent forward, the light V-neck sweater revealed the tops of her firm breasts. At that moment, she raised her gaze to his. There was a mischievous glint in her eyes. "What are you thinking about?" "Probably the same thing you are." He rose, looked around for his coat. "I think I'd better go." "Jason." He paused. Lamplight gave her face a golden glow. "Don't," she said. "Stay, please." He shook his head. "You and I both know that's not a good idea. Just for tonight. I don't want to be alone, not after what you discovered." She gave a little shiver. "I was being brave before, but I'm not you. Being followed gives me the willies." She offered the cup of espresso. "If it makes you feel any better, I'd prefer you sleep out here. This sofa's quite comfortable." Bourne looked around at the warm chestnut walls, the dark wooden blinds, the jewel-toned accents here and there in the form of vases and bowls of flowers. An agate box with gold legs sat on a mahogany sideboard. A small brass ship's clock ticked away beside it. The photos of the French countryside in summer and autumn made him feel both mournful and nostalgic. For precisely what, he couldn't say. Though his mind fished for memories, none surfaced. His past was a lake of black ice. Yes, it is. He took the cup, sat down beside her. She pulled a pillow against her breast. Shall we talk about what we've been avoiding saying all evening? I'm not big on talking. Her wide lips curved in a smile. Which one of you isn't big on talking? David Webb or Jason Bourne? Bourne laughed, sipped his espresso. What if I said both of us? I'd have to call you a liar. We can't have that, can we? It wouldn't be my choice. She rested one cheek on her hand, waiting. When he said nothing further, she continued. Please, Jason, just talk to me. The old fear of getting close to someone reared its head again, but at the same time he felt a kind of melting inside him, as if his frozen heart were beginning to thaw. For some years he'd made it an ironclad rule to keep his distance from other people. Alex Conklin had been murdered. Marie had died. Martin Lindros hadn't made it out of Miran Shah. All gone, his only friends and first love. With a start, he realized that he hadn't felt attracted to anyone except Marie. He hadn't allowed himself to feel, but now he couldn't help himself. Was that a function of the David Webb personality, or of Moira herself? She was strong, self-assured. In her, he recognized a kindred spirit, someone who viewed the world as he did, as an outsider. He looked into her face, said what was in his mind. Everyone I get close to dies. She sighed, put a hand briefly over his. I'm not going to die. Her dark brown eyes glimmered in the lamplight. Anyway, it's not your job to protect me. This was another reason he was drawn to her. She was fierce, a warrior in her own way. Tell me the truth, then. Are you really happy at the university? Bourne thought a moment, the conflict inside him becoming an unholy din. I think I am. After a slight pause, he added, I thought I was. There'd been a golden glow to his life with Marie, but Marie was gone. That life was in the past. With her gone, he was forced to confront the terrifying question, what was David Webb without her? He was no longer a family man. He'd been able to raise his children, he saw now, only with her love and help. And for the first time, he realized what his retreat into the university really meant. He'd been trying to regain that golden life he'd had with Marie. It wasn't only Professor Spector he didn't want to disappoint. It was Marie. What are you thinking? Moira said softly. Nothing, he said. Nothing at all. She studied him for a moment. Then she nodded. All right, then. She rose, leaned over, kissed him on the cheek. I'll make up the sofa. That's all right, just tell me where the linen closet is. She pointed. Over there. He nodded. Good night, Jason. See you in the morning. But early, I know. Breakfast with Dominic Spector. Bourne lay on his back, one arm behind his head. He was tired. He was sure he'd fall asleep immediately. But an hour after he'd turned off the lights, sleep seemed 1,000 miles away. Now and again, the red and black remnants of the fire snapped and softly fell in on themselves. He stared at the stripes of light seeping in through the wide wooden blinds, hoping they'd take him to far-off places, which, in his case, meant his past. In some ways, he was like an amputee who still felt his arm even though it had been sawed off. The sense of memories just beyond his ability to recall was maddening, an itch he couldn't scratch. He often wished he would remember nothing at all, which was one reason Moira's offer was so compelling. The thought of starting fresh, without the baggage of sadness and loss, was a powerful draw. This conflict was always with him, a major part of his life, whether he was David Webb or Jason Bourne. And yet, whether he liked it or not, his past was there, waiting for him like a wolf at night. If only he could reach through the mysterious barrier his brain had raised. Not for the first time, he wondered what other terrible traumas had befallen him in the past to cause his mind to protect itself from it. The fact that the answer lurked within his own mind turned his blood cold because it represented his own personal demon. Jason. The door to Moira's bedroom was open. Despite the dimness, his keen eyes could make out her form moving slowly toward him on bare feet. "I couldn't sleep," she said in a throaty voice. She stopped several paces from where he lay. She was wearing a silk paisley bathrobe belted at the waist. The lush curves of her body were unmistakable. For a moment, they remained in silence. "I lied to you before," she said quietly. "I don't want you to sleep out here. I want you in my bed." Bourne rose on one elbow. "I lied too. I was thinking about what I once had and how I've been desperate to hang on to it. But it's gone, Moira, all gone forever." He drew up one leg. "I don't want to lose you." She moved minutely, and a bar of light picked out the glitter of tears in her eyes. "You won't, Jason. I promise." Another silence engulfed them, this one so profound they seemed to be the only two people left in the world. At last, he held out his hand, and she came toward him. He rose from the sofa, took her in his arms. She smelled of lime and geranium. He ran his hands through her thick hair, grabbed it. Her face tilted up to him, and their lips came together, and his heart shivered off another coating of ice. After a long time, he felt her hands at her waist, and he stepped back. She undid the belt, and the robe parted, slid off her shoulders. Her naked flesh shone a dusky gold. She had wide hips and a deep navel. There seemed nothing about her body he didn't love. Now it was she who took his hand, leading him to her bed, where they fell upon each other like half-starved animals. Bourne dreamed he was standing at the window of Moira's bedroom, peering through the wooden blinds. The street light fell across the sidewalk and street, casting long oblique shadows. As he watched, one of the shadows rose up from the cobbles, walked directly toward him as if it were alive and could somehow see him through the wide wooden slats. Bourne opened his eyes, the demarcation between sleep and consciousness instantaneous and complete. His mind was filled with the dream. He could feel his heart working in his chest, harder than it should have been at this moment. Moira's arm was draped over his hip. He moved it to her side, rolled silently out of bed. Naked, he padded into the living room. Ashes lay in a cold gray heap in the hearth. The ship's clock ticked toward the third hour of the night. He went straight toward the bars of streetlight, peered out just as he had in his dream. As in his dream, the light cast oblique shadows across the sidewalk and street. No traffic passed. All was quiet and still. It took a minute or two, but he found the movement. Minute, fleeting, as if someone standing had begun to shift from one foot to the other, then changed his mind. He waited to see if the movement would continue. Instead, a small puff of exhaled breath flared into the light, then almost immediately vanished. He dressed quickly. Bypassing both the front and rear doors, he slipped out of the house via a side window. It was very cold. He held his breath so it wouldn't steam up and betray his presence as it had the watcher. He stopped just before he reached the corner of the building, peered cautiously around the brick wall. He could see the curve of a shoulder, but it was at the wrong height, so low Bourne might have taken the watcher for a child. In any event, he hadn't moved. Melting back into the shadows, he went down 30th Street Northwest, turned left onto Dent Place, which paralleled Cambridge Place. When he reached the end of the block, he turned left onto Cambridge, on Moira's block. Now he could see just where the watcher was situated, crouched between two parked cars almost directly across the street from Moira's house. A gust of humid wind caused the watcher to huddle down, sink his head between his shoulders like a turtle. Bourne seized the moment to cross the street to the watcher's side. Without pausing, he advanced down the block swiftly and silently. The watcher became aware of him far too late. He was still turning his head when Bourne grabbed him by the back of his jacket, threw him across the hood of the parked car. This threw him into the light. Bourne saw his black face, recognized the features all in a split second. At once, he hauled the young man up, hustled him back into the shadows, where he was certain they wouldn't be seen by other prying eyes. "Jesus Christ, Tyrone," he said. "What the hell are you doing here?" "Can't say." Tyrone was sullen, possibly from having been discovered. "What do you mean you can't say?" "I signed a confidentiality agreement is why." Bourne frowned. "Duran wouldn't make you sign something like that." Duran was the art forger Bourne used for all his documents, and, sometimes, unique new technologies or weapons Duran was experimenting with. "Don't work for Duran no more." "Who made you sign the agreement, Tyrone?" Bourne grabbed him by his jacket front. "Who are you working for? I don't have time to play games with you. Answer me." "Can't." Tyrone could be damn stubborn when he wanted to be, a byproduct of growing up on the streets of the Northeast Washington slums. "But okay, I guess I can take you where you can see for yourself." He led Bourne around to the unnamed alley behind Moira's house, stopped at an anonymous-looking black Chevy. Leaving Bourne, he used his knuckle to knock on the driver's window. The window lowered. As he bent down to speak to whoever was inside, Bourne came up, pulled him aside so he could look in. What he saw astonished even him. The person sitting behind the wheel was Soraya Moore. Chapter 5. "We've been surveilling her for close to 10 days now," Soraya said. "CI?" Bourne said. "Why?" They were sitting in the Chevy. Soraya had turned on the engine to get some heat up. She'd sent Tyrone home, even though it was clear he wanted to be her protector. According to Soraya, he was now working for her in a strictly off-the-record capacity, a kind of personal black ops unit of one. "You know I can't tell you that." "No, Tyrone can't tell me. You can." Bourne had worked with Soraya when he'd put together his mission to rescue Martin Lindros, the founder and director of Typhon. She was one of the few people with whom he'd worked in the field, both times in Odessa. "I suppose I could," Soraya admitted, "but I won't, because it appears that you and Moira Trevor are intimate." She sat staring out the window at the blank sheen of the street. Her large, deep blue eyes and her aggressive nose were the centerpieces of a bold Arabian face the color of cinnamon. When she turned back, Bourne could see that she wasn't happy at being forced to reveal CI intel. "There's a new sheriff in town," Soraya said. "Her name is Veronica Hart. You ever hear of her?" "No, and neither have any of the others." She shrugged. "I'm quite sure that was the point. She comes from the private sector, Black River. The president decided on a new broom to sweep out the hash we'd all made of the events leading up to the old man's murder." "What's she like?" "Too soon to tell, but one thing I'm willing to bet on, she's going to be a whole hell of a lot better than the alternative." "Which is?" "Secretary of Defense Halliday has been trying to expand his domain for years now. He's moving through Luther Laval, the Pentagon's intel czar. Rumor has it that Laval tried to pry away the DCI job from Veronica Hart. And she won." Bourne nodded. "That says something about her." Soraya produced a packet of Lambert and Butler cigarettes, knocked one out, lit up. "When did that begin?" Bourne said. Soraya rolled down her window part way, blew the smoke into the waning night. "The day I was promoted to director of Typhon." "Congratulations." He sat back, impressed. "But now we have even more of a mystery. Why is the director of Typhon on a surveillance team at 4 in the morning? I would have thought that would be a job for someone farther down the CI food chain." "It would be in other circumstances." Soraya inhaled, blew smoke out the window again. What was left of the cigarette followed. Then she turned her body toward Bourne. "My new boss told me to handle this myself. That's what I'm doing." "What does all this clandestine work have to do with Moira? She's a civilian." "Maybe she is," Soraya said, "and maybe she isn't." Her large eyes studied Bourne's for a reaction. "I've been digging through the masses of interoffice emails and cell phone records going back over the last 2 years. I came upon some irregularities and handed them over to the new DCI. She paused for a moment, as if unsure whether to continue. The thing is, the irregularities concern Martin's private communications with Moira. You mean he told her CI classified secrets? Frankly, we're not sure. The communications weren't intact. They had to be pieced together and enhanced electronically. Some words were garbled, others were out of order. It was clear, however, that they were collaborating on something that bypassed the normal CI channels. She sighed. It's possible he was merely helping her with security issues for next-gen energy solutions, but especially after the multiple security breaches CI recently suffered, Hart has made it clear that we can't afford to overlook the possibility that she's working clandestinely for some other entity Martin knew nothing about. You mean she was milking him for intel? I find that hard to believe. Right. Now you know why I really didn't want to tell you about it. I'd like to see these communications for myself. For that, you'll have to see the DCI, which, quite honestly, I wouldn't recommend. There are still high-level operatives in CI who blame you for the old man's death. That's absurd, Bourne said. I had nothing to do with his death. Soraya ran a hand through her thick hair. It was you who brought Karim Al-Jamil back to CI thinking he was Martin Lindros. He looked exactly like Martin, spoke exactly like him. You vouched for him. So did a phalanx of CI shrinks. You're an easy target around CI. Rob Batt, who's just been promoted to deputy director, is the ringleader of a group who are convinced you're a schizophrenic, unreliable rogue agent. I'm just saying. Bourne closed his eyes for a moment. He'd heard these allegations leveled against him time and again. You've left off another reason why I'm an easy target. I'm a legacy left over from the Alex Conklin era. He had the old man's confidence, but hardly anyone else's, mainly because no one knew what he was doing, especially with the program that created me. All the more reason for you to stay in the shadows. Bourne glanced out the window. It's almost dawn. I've got an early breakfast meeting. As he was about to get out of the car, Soraya put a hand on his arm. Stay out of this, Jason. That's my advice. And I appreciate the concern. He leaned toward her, kissed her lightly on the cheek. Then he was crossing the street. A moment later, he'd vanished into shadow. As soon as he was out of her sight, Bourne flipped open the cell phone he lifted from her when he leaned in to kiss her. Quickly, he scrolled through to Veronica Hart's number, connected with it. He wondered if he'd be pulling her out of sleep, but when she answered, she sounded wide awake. How's the surveillance going? She had a rich, mellow voice. That's what I want to talk with you about. There was the briefest of silences before she answered. Who is this? Jason Bourne. Where's Soraya Moore? Soraya is fine, Director. I simply needed a direct way to contact you once I'd broken the surveillance, and I was quite certain Soraya wouldn't give it to me willingly. So you stole her phone? I want to meet with you, Bourne said. He didn't have much time. At any moment, Soraya might reach for her phone, would know he'd hijacked it, and come after him. I want to see the evidence that led you to order the surveillance on Moira Trevor. I don't take kindly to being told what to do, especially by a rogue agent. But you will meet with me, Director, because I'm the only one with access to Moira. I'm your fast track to finding out if she's really rotten or whether you're on a wild goose chase. I think I'll stick to the proven way. Veronica Hart, sitting in her new office with Rob Batt, mouthed the words, Jason Bourne, to her DDCI. But you can't, Bourne said in her ear. Now that I've broken the surveillance, I can ensure that Moira vanishes off your grid. Hart stood up. I also don't respond well to threats. I have no need to threaten you, Director. I'm simply telling you the facts. Batt studied her expression as well as her responses, trying to get a reading of the conversation. They had been working non-stop since she'd returned from her meeting with the president. He was exhausted, on the point of leaving, but this call interested him intensely. Look, Bourne said, Martin was my friend. He was a hero. I don't want his reputation tarnished. All right, Hart said. Come to my office later this morning, say around 11. I'm not setting foot inside CI headquarters, Bourne said. We'll meet this evening at 5 at the entrance to the Freer Gallery. What if I... But Bourne had already severed the connection. Moira was up, clad in her paisley robe, when Bourne returned. She was in the kitchen, making fresh coffee. She glanced at him without comment. She had more sense than to check up on his comings and goings. Bourne took off his coat, just checking the area for tails. She paused. And did you find any? Quiet as the grave. He didn't believe that Moira had been pumping Martin for CI intel, but the inordinate sense of security, of secretiveness, instilled in him by Conklin warned him not to tell her the truth. She relaxed visibly. That's a relief. Setting the pot on the flame, she said, "Do we have time for a cup together?" Gray light filtered through the blinds, brightening by the minute. An engine coughed, traffic started up on the street. Voices rose briefly and a dog barked. The morning had begun. They stood side by side in the kitchen. Between them, on the wall, was a Kit Kat clock, its raffish kitty eyes and tail moving back and forth as time passed. "Jason, tell me it wasn't just mutual loneliness and sorrow that motivated us." When he took her in his arms, he felt a tiny shiver work its way through her. "One-night stands are not in my vocabulary, Moira." She put her head against his chest. He pulled her hair back from her cheek. "I don't feel like coffee right now." She moved against him. "Neither do I." Professor Dominic Spector was stirring sugar into the strong Turkish tea he always carried with him when David Webb walked into the Wonder Lake Diner on 36th Street Northwest. The place was lined with wooden boards, the tables reclaimed wooden slabs, the mismatched chairs found objects. Photographs of loggers and Pacific Northwest vistas were ranged around the walls, interspersed with real logging tools. Peavies, cont hooks, pulp hooks, and timberjacks. The place was a perennial student favorite because of its hours, the inexpensive food, and the inescapable associations with Monty Python's The Lumberjack Song. Bourne ordered coffee as soon as he sat down. "Good morning, David." Spector cocked his head like a bird on a wire. "You look like you haven't slept." The coffee was just the way Bourne liked it, strong, black, sugarless. "I had a lot to think about." Spector cocked his head. "David, what is it? Anything I can help with? My door is always open." "I appreciate that. I always have." "I can see something is troubling you. Whatever it is, together we can work it out." The waiter, dressed in red checkered flannel shirt, jeans, and Timberland boots, set the menus down on the table and left. "It's about my job." "Is it wrong for you?" The professor spread his hands. "You miss teaching, I imagine. All right, we'll put you back in the classroom." "It's not that," Bourne said. "I'm afraid it's more serious than that." When he didn't continue, Professor Spector cleared his throat. "I've noticed a certain restlessness in you over the past few weeks. Could it have anything to do with that?" Bourne nodded. "I think I've been trying to recapture something that can't be caught." "Are you worried about disappointing me, my boy?" Spector rubbed his chin. "You know, years ago, when you told me about the Bourne identity, I counseled you to seek professional help. Such a serious mental schism inevitably builds up pressure in the individual. I've had help before, so I know how to handle the pressure. I'm not questioning that, David." Spector paused. "Or should I be calling you Jason?" Bourne continued to sip his coffee, said nothing. "I'd love for you to stay, Jason, but only if it's the right thing for you." Spector's cell phone buzzed, but he ignored it. "Understand, I only want what's best for you. But your life's been in upheaval. First Marie's death, then the demise of your best friends." His phone buzzed again. "I thought you needed sanctuary, which you always have here. But if you've made up your mind to leave—" He looked at the number lit up on his phone. "Excuse me a moment." He took the call, listening. "The deal can't be closed without it?" He nodded, held the phone away from his ear, said to Bourne, "I need to get something from my car. Please order for me. Scrambled eggs and dark toast." He rose, went out of the restaurant. His Honda was parked directly across 36th Street. He was in the middle of the street when two men came out of nowhere. One grabbed him, while the other struck him several times about the head. As a black Cadillac screeched to a halt beside the three men, Bourne was up and running. The man struck Spectre again, yanked open the rear door of the car. Bourne grabbed a pulp hook off the wall, sprinted out of the restaurant. The man bundled Spectre into the back seat of the Cadillac and jumped in beside him, while the first man ducked into the front passenger's seat. The Cadillac took off just as Bourne reached it. He barely had time to swing the pulp hook into the car before he was jerked off his feet. He'd been aiming for the roof, but the Cadillac's sudden acceleration had caused it to pierce the rear window instead. The pointed end managed to embed itself in the top of the back seat. Bourne swung his trailing legs onto the trunk. The rear pane of safety glass was completely crazed, but the thin film of plastic sandwiched between the glass layers kept it basically intact. As the car began to swerve insanely back and forth, the driver trying to dislodge him, chips of the safety glass came away, giving Bourne an increasingly tenuous hold on the Cadillac. The car accelerated ever more dangerously through the building traffic. Then, so abruptly it took his breath away, it whipped around a corner and he slid off the trunk, his body now banging against the driver's side fender. His shoes struck the tarmac with such force, one of them was ripped off. Sock and skin were flayed off his heel before he could regain a semblance of balance. Using the fulcrum of the pulp hook's turned wooden handle, he levered his legs back up onto the trunk, only to have the driver slew the Cadillac so that he was almost thrown completely clear of the car. His feet struck a trash can, sending it barreling down the sidewalk as shocked pedestrians scattered helter-skelter. Pain shot through him, and he might have been finished, but the driver could not keep the Cadillac in its spin any longer. Traffic forced him to straighten out the car's trajectory. Bourne took advantage to swing himself back up onto the trunk. His right fist plunged through the shattered rear window, seeking a second, more secure hold. The car was accelerating again as it bypassed the last of the bunched-up local traffic, gained the ramp onto Whitehurst Freeway. Bourne tucked his legs up under him, braced on his knees. As they passed into shadow beneath the Francis Scott Key Bridge, the man who had shoved Spectre into the back seat thrust a Taurus PT-140 through the gap in the broken glass. The handgun's muzzle turned toward Bourne as the man prepared to fire. Bourne let go with his right hand, gripped the man's wrist, and jerked hard, bringing the entire forearm into the open air. The motion pushed back the sleeve of the man's coat and shirt. He saw a peculiar tattoo on the inside of the forearm. 3 horses' heads joined by a central skull. He slammed his right knee into the inside of the man's elbow, at the same time pushed it back against the frame of the car. With a satisfying crack, it broke. The hand opened. The Taurus fell away. Bourne made a grab for it, but missed. The Cadillac swerved into the left lane, and the pulp hook, ripping through the fabric of the back seat, was forced out of Bourne's hand. He gripped the gunman's broken arm with both hands, used it to lever himself through the ruined rear window feet first. He landed between the man with the broken arm and Spectre, who was huddled against the left-hand door. The man in the front passenger seat was kneeling on the seat, turned toward him. He also had a Taurus, which he aimed at Bourne. Bourne grabbed the body of the man beside him, shifted him so that the shot plowed into the man's chest, killing him instantly. At once, Bourne heaved the corpse against the gunman in the front bench seat. The gunman swiped the corpse in the shoulder in an attempt to move him away, but this only brought the corpse in contact with the driver, who had put on a burst of speed and who seemed to be focused solely on weaving in and out of the traffic. Bourne punched the gunman in the nose. Blood spattered as the gunman was thrown off his knees, jolted back against the dashboard. As Bourne moved to follow up his advantage, the gunman aimed the Taurus at Spectre. "Get back!" he shouted, "or I'll kill him!" Bourne judged the moment. If the men wanted to kill Spectre, they'd have gunned him down in the street. Since they grabbed him, they must need him alive. "All right." Unseen by the gunman, his right hand scraped along the cushions of the back seat.
As he raised his hands, he flicked a palmful of glass chips into the gunman's face. As the man's hands instinctively went up, Bourne chopped him twice with the edge of his hand. The gunman drew out a push dagger, the wicked-looking blade protruding from between his second and third knuckles. He jabbed it directly at Bourne's face. Bourne ducked. The blade followed him, moving closer until Bourne slammed his fist into the side of the gunman's head, which snapped back against the rear doorpost. Bourne heard the crack as his neck broke. The gunman's eyes rolled up, and he slumped against the door. Bourne locked his crooked arm around the driver's neck, pulled back hard. The driver began to choke. He whipped his head back and forth, trying to free himself. As he did so, the car swerved from one lane to another. The car began to swerve dangerously as he lost consciousness. Bourne climbed over the seat, pushing the driver off, down into the passenger's side footwell, so that he could slide behind the wheel. The trouble was, though Bourne could steer, the driver's body was blocking the pedals. The Cadillac was now out of control. It hit a car in the left lane, bounced off to the right. Instead of fighting against the resulting spin, Bourne turned into it. At the same time, he shifted the car into neutral. Instantly, the transmission disengaged. The engine was no longer being fed gas. Now, its immediate momentum was the issue. Bourne, struggling to gain control, found his foot blocked from the brake by part of a leg. He steered right, jouncing over the divider and into an enormous parking lot that lay between the freeway and the Potomac. The Cadillac sideswiped a parked SUV, careened farther to the right toward the water. Bourne kicked the unconscious driver's inert body with his bare left foot, at last finding the brake pedal. The car finally slowed, but not enough. They were still heading toward the Potomac. Whipping the wheel hard to the right caused the Cadillac's tires to shriek as Bourne tried to turn the car away from the low barrier that separated the lot from the water. As the front end of the Cadillac went up over the barrier, Bourne jammed the brake pedal to the floor, and the car came to a halt partway over the side. It teetered precariously back and forth. Spectre, still huddled in the back seat behind Bourne, moaned a little, the right sleeve of his Harris tweed jacket spattered with blood from his captor's broken nose. Bourne, trying to keep the Cadillac out of the Potomac, sensed that the front wheels were still on the top of the barrier. He threw the car into reverse. The Cadillac shot backward, slamming into another parked car before Bourne had a chance to shift back into neutral. From far away, he could hear the seesaw wail of sirens. "Professor, are you all right?" Spectre groaned, but at least his voice was more distinct. "We have to get out of here." Bourne was freeing the pedals from the strangled man's legs. "That tattoo I saw on the gunman's arm." "No, police," Spectre managed to croak. "There's a place we can go. I'll tell you." Bourne got out of the caddy, then helped Spectre out. Limping over to another car, Bourne smashed the window with his elbow. The police sirens were coming closer. Bourne got in, hot-wired the ignition, and the car's engine coughed to life. He unlocked the doors. The instant the professor slid into the passenger's seat, Bourne took off, heading east on the freeway. As quickly as he could, he moved into the left-hand lane. Then he turned abruptly to his left. The car jumped the central divider, and he accelerated, heading west now, in the opposite direction the sirens were coming from. Chapter 6. Arkadin took his evening meal at Traktir on Bolshaya Marsky, halfway up the steep hill, a typically unlovely place with roughly varnished wooden tables and chairs. Almost one entire wall was taken up by a painting of 3-masted ships in Sevastopol harbor, circa 1900. The food was unremarkable, but that wasn't why Arkadin was here. Traktir was the restaurant whose name he'd found in Oleg Ivanovich Shumenka's wallet. No one here knew anyone named Yevra, so after the borscht and the blini, he moved on. Along the coast was a section called Omega, filled with cafes and restaurants. As the hub of the city's nightlife culture, it featured every variety of club one could want. Kala was a club a short stroll from the open-air car park. The night was clear and brisk. Pinpoints dotted the Black Sea, as well as the sky, making for a dizzying vista. Sea and sky seemed to be virtually interchangeable. Calla was several steps down from the sidewalk, a place filled with the sweet scent of marijuana and an unearthly din. A roughly square room was divided between a jam-packed dance floor and a raised section filled with minuscule round tables and metal cafe chairs. A pack of colored lights pulsed in time with the house music the straw-thin female DJ was spinning. She stood behind a small stand on which was set an iPod hooked up to a number of digital mixing machines. The dance floor was packed with men and women. Bumping hips and elbows was part of the scene. Arkadin picked his way over to the bar, which ran along the front of the right wall. Twice he was intercepted by young, busty blondes who wanted his attention and, he assumed, his money. He brushed past them, made a beeline for the harried bartender. 3 tiers of glass shelves filled with liquor bottles were attached to a mirror on the wall behind the bar, so patrons could check out the action or admire themselves while getting polluted. Arkadin was obliged to wade through the phalanx of revelers before he could order a Stoli on the rocks. When, some time later, the bartender returned with his drink, Arkadin asked him if he knew a Dievra. "Yeah, sure, over there," he said, nodding in the direction of the straw-thin DJ. It was 1 a.m. before Dievra took a break. There were other people waiting for her to finish, fans, Arkadin presumed. He intended to get to her first. He used the force of his personality rather than his false credentials. Not that the rabble here would challenge them, but after the incident at the winery, he didn't want to leave any trail for the real SBU to follow. The state police alias he'd used there was now dangerous to him. Dievra was blonde, almost as tall as he was. He couldn't believe how thin her arms were. They had no definition at all. Her hips were no wider than a young boy's, and he could see the bones of her scapulae when she moved. She had large eyes and dead white skin, as if she rarely saw the light of day. Her black jumpsuit, with its white skull and crossbones across the stomach, was drenched in sweat. Perhaps because of her DJing, her hands were in constant motion, even if the rest of her stayed relatively still. She eyed him up and down while he introduced himself. "You don't look like a friend of Oleg's," she said. But when he dangled the IOU in front of her face, her skepticism evaporated. Thus is it ever, Arkadin thought as she led him backstage. The venality of the human race cannot be overestimated. The green room where she relaxed between sets was better off left to the wharf rats that were no doubt shuttered behind the walls, but right now that couldn't be helped. He tried not to think of the rats. He wouldn't be here long anyway. There were no windows. The walls and ceiling were painted black, no doubt to cover up a multitude of sins. Dievra turned on a lamp with a mean 40-watt bulb and sat down on a wooden chair damaged by knife scars and cigarette burns. The difference between the green room and an interrogation cell was negligible. There were no other chairs or furniture, save for a narrow wooden table against one wall on which was a jumble of makeup, CDs, cigarettes, matches, gloves, and other piles of debris Arkadin didn't bother to identify. Dievra leaned back, lit a cigarette she nimbly swiped from the table without offering him one. "So, you're here to pay off Oleg's debt?" "In a sense." Her eyes narrowed, making her look a lot like a stoat Arkadin had once shot outside St. Petersburg. "Meaning what, exactly?" Arkadin produced the bills. "I have the money he owes you right here." As she reached out for it, he pulled it away. "In return, I'd like some information." Dievra laughed. "What do I look like, the phone operator?" Arkadin hit her hard with the back of his hand so that she crashed into the table. Tubes of lipstick and mascara went rolling and tumbling. Dievra put a hand out to steady herself, fingers clutching through the morass. When she pulled out a small handgun, Arkadin was ready. His fist hammered her delicate wrist, and he plucked the handgun from her numb fingers. "No," he said, setting her back on the chair. "Are you ready to continue?" Dievra looked at him sullenly. I knew this was too good to be true. She spat. Shit! No good deed goes unpunished. Arkadin took a moment to process what she was really saying. Then he said, Why did Shumenka need the 10,000 hryvnia? So, I was right. You're not a friend of his. Does it matter? Arkadin emptied the handgun, broke it down without taking his eyes off her, tossed the pieces onto the table. This is between you and me now. I think not, a deep male voice said from behind him. Filia, Dievra breathed. What took you so long? Arkadin did not turn around. He'd heard the click of the switchblade, knew what he was up against. He eyeballed the mess on the table, and when he saw the double half-moon grips of scissors peeping out from under a small pyramid of CD cases, he fixed their location in his mind, then turned around. As if startled by the big man with heavily pocked cheeks and new hair plugs, he retreated up against the edge of the table. Who the hell are you? This is a private discussion. Arkadin spoke more to distract Filia from his left hand moving behind him along the tabletop. Dievra is mine. Filia brandished the long, cruel blade of the handmade switchblade. No one talks to her without my permission. Arkadin smiled thinly. I wasn't talking to her so much as threatening her. The idea was to antagonize Filia to the point that he'd do something precipitous and, therefore, stupid, and Arkadin succeeded admirably. With a growl, Filia rushed him, knife blade extended, tilted slightly upward. With only one shot at a surprise maneuver, Arkadin had to make the most of it. The fingers of his left hand had gripped the scissors. They were small, which was just as well. He had no intention of again killing someone who might provide useful information. He lifted them, calculating their weight. Then, as he brought the scissors around the side of his body, he flicked his wrist, a deceptively small gesture that was nevertheless all power. Released from his grip, the scissors flew through the air, embedding in the soft spot just below Filia's sternum. Filia's eyes opened wide as his headlong rush faltered 2 paces from Arkadin. Then he resumed his advance, brandishing the knife. Arkadin ducked away from the sweeping arc of the blade. He grappled with Filia, wanting only to wear him out, let the wound in his chest sap his strength. But Filia wasn't having any. Being stabbed had only enraged him. With superhuman strength, he broke Arkadin's grip on the wrist that held the switchblade, swung it from a low point upward, breaking through Arkadin's defense. The point of the blade blurred toward Arkadin's face. Too late to stop the attack, Arkadin reacted instinctively, managing to deflect the stab at the last instant, so that the point drove through Filia's own throat. An arcing veil of blood caused Dievra to scream. As she stumbled backward, Arkadin reached for her. Clamping one hand over her mouth, he shook his head. Her ashen cheeks and forehead were spattered with blood. Arkadin supported Filia in the crook of one arm. The man was dying. Arkadin had never meant this to happen. First Shumenka, now Filia. If he had believed in such things, he would have said that the assignment was cursed. Filia! He slapped the man, whose eyes had turned glassy. Blood leaked out of the side of Filia's slack mouth. The package, where is it? For a moment, Filia's eyes focused on him. When Arkadin repeated his question, a curious smile took Filia down into death. Arkadin held him for a moment more before propping him up against a wall. As he returned his attention to Dievra, he saw a rat glowering from a corner, and his gorge rose. It took all his willpower not to abandon the girl to go after it, rip it limb from limb. Now, he said, it's just you and me. Making certain he wasn't being followed, Rob Batt pulled into the parking lot adjacent to the Tyson's Corner Baptist Church. He sat waiting in his car. From time to time, he checked his watch. Under the old DCI, he had been chief of operations, the most influential of CI's 7 directorate heads. He was of the Beltway old school, with connections that ran directly back to Yale's legendary Skull and Bones Club, of which he'd been an officer during his college days.
Just how many Skull and Bones men had been recruited into America's clandestine services was one of those secrets its keepers would kill to protect. Suffice it to say, it was many, and Bat was one of them. It was particularly galling for him to play second fiddle to an outsider, and a female at that. The old man would never have tolerated such an outrage. But the old man was gone, murdered in his own home reportedly by his traitorous assistant, Anne Held. Though Bat and others of his brethren had his doubts about that. What a difference 3 months made. Had the old man still been alive, he'd never have considered even consenting to this meet. Bat was a loyal man, but his loyalty, he realized, extended to the man who had reached out to him in grad school, recruited him to CI. Those were the old days, he thought. The new order was in place, and it wasn't fair. He hadn't been part of the problem caused by Martin Lindros and Jason Bourne. He'd been part of the solution. He'd even been suspicious of the man who turned out to be an imposter. He would have exposed him had Bourne not interfered. That coup, Bat knew, would have scored him the inside track with the old man. But with the old man gone, his lobbying for the directorship had been to no avail. Instead, the president had opted for Veronica Hart. God alone knew why. It was such a colossal mistake. She'd just run CI into the ground. A woman wasn't constructed to make the kinds of decisions necessary to captain the CI ship. The priorities and ways of approaching problems were different with women. The hounds of the NSA were circling CI, and he couldn't bear watching this woman turn them all, the entire company, into carrion for the feast. At least Bat could join the people who would inevitably take over when Hart fucked up. Even so, it pained him to be here, to embark upon this unknown sea. At 10:30 a.m., the doors to the church swung open. The parishioners came down the stairs, stood in the wan sunshine, turned their heads up like sunflowers at dawn. The ministers appeared, walking side by side with Luther Laval. Laval was accompanied by his wife and teenage son. The two men stood chatting while the family grouped loosely around. Laval's wife seemed interested in the conversation, but the son was busy ogling a girl more or less his age who was prancing down the stairs. She was a beauty, Bat had to admit. Then, with a start, he realized that she was one of General Kendall's 3 daughters, because here Kendall was with his arm around his stubby wife. How the two of them could have produced a trio of such handsome girls was anyone's guess. Even Darwin couldn't have figured it out, Bat guessed. The two families, the Lavals and the Kendalls, gathered in a loose huddle as if they were a football team. Then the kids went their own ways, some in cars, others on bicycles, because the church wasn't far from their homes. The two wives chastely kissed their husbands, piled into a Cadillac Escalade, and took off. That left the two men, who stood for a moment in front of the church before coming around to the parking lot. Not a word had been exchanged between them. Bat heard a heavyweight engine cough to life. A long black armored limousine came cruising down the aisle like a sleek shark. It stopped briefly while Laval and Kendall climbed inside. Its engine, idling, sent small puffs of exhaust into the cool, crisp air. Bat counted to 30, and as he'd been instructed, got out of his car. As he did so, the rear door of the limo popped open. Ducking his head, he climbed into the dim, plush interior. The door closed behind him. "Gentlemen," he said, folding himself onto the bench seat opposite them. The two men sat side by side in the limo's back seat. Luther Laval, the Pentagon's intel czar, and his second, General Richard P. Kendall. "So kind of you to join us," Laval said. Kindness has nothing to do with it, Bat thought. A convergence of objectives did. "The pleasure's all mine, gentlemen. I'm flattered, and if I may be frank, grateful that you reached out to me." "We're here," General Kendall said, "to speak frankly." "We've opposed the appointment of Veronica Hart from the start," Laval said. "The Secretary of Defense made his opinion quite clear to the President. However, others, including the National Security Advisor and the Secretary of State, who, as you know, is a personal friend of the President, both lobbied for an outsider from the private security sector." "Bad enough," Bat said. "And a woman." "Precisely."
General Kendall nodded. It's madness. Laval stirred. It's the clearest sign yet of the deterioration of our defense grid that Secretary Halliday has been warning against for several years now. When we start listening to Congress and the people of the country, all hope is lost, Kendall said. A mulligan stew of amateurs, all with petty axes to grind and absolutely no idea of how to maintain security or run the intelligence services. Laval gave off an icy smile. That's why the Secretary of Defense has labored mightily to keep the workings clandestine. The more they know, the less they understand, General Kendall said, and the more inclined they are to interfere by means of their congressional hearings and threats of budget cuts. Oversight is a bitch, Laval agreed, which is why areas of the Pentagon under my control are working without it. He paused for a moment, studying Bat. How does that sound to you, Deputy Director? Like manna from heaven. Oleg had screwed up big time, the Everest said. Arkadin took a stab. He got in over his head with loan sharks. She shook her head. That was last year. It had to do with Pyotr Zilber. Arkadin's ears pricked up. What about him? I don't know. Her eyes opened wide as Arkadin raised his fist. I swear it. But you're part of Zilber's network. She turned her head away from him, as if she couldn't stand herself. A minor part. I shuffled things from here to there. Within the past week, Shumenka gave you a document. He gave me a package. I don't know what was in it, the Everest said. It was sealed. Compartmentalization. What? She looked up at him. Blood beads on her face looked like freckles. Tears had caused her mascara to run, giving her dark half circles under her eyes. The first principle of putting together a cadre. Arkady nodded. Go on. She shrugged. That's all I know. What about the package? I passed it on as I was instructed to do. Arkadin bent over her. Who did you give it to? She glanced at the crumpled form on the floor. I gave it to Philia. Laval had paused a moment to reflect. We never knew each other at Yale. You were 2 years ahead of me, Bat said. But in Skull and Bones, you were notorious. Laval laughed. Now you flatter me. Hardly. Bat unbuttoned his coat. The stories I heard? Laval frowned. Are never to be repeated. General Kendall let loose with a guffaw that filled the compartment. Should I leave you two girls alone? Better not. One of you could wind up pregnant. The comment was meant as a joke, of course, but there was a nasty undercurrent to it. Did the military man resent his exclusion from the elite club, or the connection the other two had through Skull and Bones? Possibly it was a bit of both. In any event, Bat noted the second's tone of voice, tucked the possible implications into a place where he could examine them later. What do you have in mind, Mr. Laval? I'm looking for a way to convince the president that his more immoderate advisors made a mistake in recommending Veronica Hart for DCI. Laval pursed his lips. Any ideas? Off the top of my head, plenty, Bat said. What's in it for me? As if on cue, Laval produced another smile. We're going to require a new DCI when we can Hart's ass out of the district. Who would be your first choice? The current deputy director seems the logical one, Bat said. That would be me. Laval nodded. Our thought precisely. Bat tapped his fingertips against his knee. If you two are serious. We are, I assure you. Bat's mind worked furiously. It seems to me unwise at this early juncture to have attacked Hart directly. How about you don't tell us our business, Kendall said. Laval held up a hand. Let's hear what the man has to say, Richard. To Bat, he added, however, let me make something crystal clear. We want Hart out as soon as possible. We all do, but you don't want suspicion thrown back at you or at the defense secretary. Laval and General Kendall exchanged a quick and knowing look. They were like twins, able to communicate with each other without uttering a word. Indeed not, Laval said. She told me how you ambushed her at that meeting with the president and the threats you made to her outside the White House. Women are more easily intimidated than men, Kendall pointed out. It's a well-known fact. Bat ignored the military man. You put her on notice. She took your threats very personally. She had a killer's rep in Black River. I checked through my sources. Laval seemed thoughtful. How would you have handled her? I would have made nice, welcomed her to the fold, let her know you're there for her whenever she needs your help. She'd never have bought it, Laval said. She knows my agenda. It doesn't matter. The idea is not to antagonize her. You don't want her knives out when you come for her. Laval nodded, as if he saw the wisdom in this approach. So how do you suggest we proceed from here? Give me some time, Bat said. Hart's just getting started at CI, and because I'm her deputy, I know everything she does, every decision she makes. But when she's out of her office, shadow her, see where she goes, who she meets. Using parabolic mic, you can listen in to her conversations. Between us, we'll have her covered 24/7. Sounds pretty vanilla to me, Kendall said skeptically. Keep it simple, especially when there's so much at stake. That's my advice, Bat said. What if she cottons on to the surveillance? Kendall said. Bat smiled. So much the better. It'll only bolster the CI mantra that the NSA is run by incompetence. Laval laughed. Bat, I like the way you think. Bat nodded, acknowledging the compliment. Coming from the private sector, Hart's not used to government procedure. She doesn't have the leeway she enjoyed at Black River. I can already see that, to her, rules and regs are meant to be bent, sidestepped, even on occasion broken. Mark my words, sooner rather than later, Director Hart is going to give us the ammunition we need to kick her butt out of CI. Chapter 7. How is your foot, Jason? Bourne looked up at Professor Spectre, whose face was swollen and discolored. His left eye was half closed, dark as a storm cloud. Yes, Spectre said. After what just happened, I'm compelled to call you by what seems like your rightful name. My heel is fine, Bourne said. It's me who should be asking about you. Spectre put fingertips gingerly against his cheek. In my life, I've endured worse beatings. The two men were seated in a high-ceilinged library filled with a large, magnificent Isfahan carpet, oxblood leather furniture. 3 walls were fitted floor to ceiling with books, neatly arrayed on mahogany shelves. The 4th wall was pierced by a large leaded glass window overlooking stands of stately firs on a knoll, which sloped down to a pond guarded by a weeping willow, shivering in the wind. Spectre's personal physician had been summoned, but the professor had insisted the doctor tend to Bourne's flayed heel first. I'm sure we can find you a pair of shoes somewhere, Spectre said, sending one of the 6 men in residence scurrying off with Bourne's remaining shoe. This rather large stone and slate house deep in the Virginia countryside, to which Spectre had directed Bourne, was a far cry from the modest apartment the professor maintained near the university. Bourne had been to the apartment numerous times over the years, but never here. Then there was the matter of the staff, which Bourne noted with interest as well as surprise. I imagine you're wondering about all this, Spectre said, as if reading Bourne's mind. All in good time, my friend. He smiled. First, I must thank you for rescuing me. Who were those men? Bourne said. Why did they try to kidnap you? The doctor applied an antibiotic ointment, placed a gauze pad over the heel, taped it in place. Then he wrapped the heel in cohesive bandage. It's a long story, Spectre said. The doctor, finished with Bourne, now rose to examine the professor. One I propose to tell you over the breakfast we were unable to enjoy earlier. He winced as the doctor palpated areas of his body. Contusions, bruises? The doctor intoned colorlessly, but no broken bones or fractures? He was a small, swarthy man with a mustache and dark, slicked-back hair. Bourne made him as Turkish. In fact, all the staff seemed of Turkish origin. He gave Spectre a small packet. You may need these painkillers, but only for the next 48 hours. He'd already left a tube of the antibiotic cream, along with instructions for Bourne. While Spectre was being examined, Bourne used his cell phone to call Duran, the art forger whom he used for all his travel documents. Bourne recited the license tag of the black Cadillac he commandeered from the professor's would-be kidnappers. I need a registration report ASAP. You okay, Jason?
Duran said in his sonorous London-accented voice. Duran had been Bourne's backup through many hair-raising missions. He always asked the same question. "I'm fine," Bourne said, "but that's more than I can say for the car's original occupants." "Brilliant." Bourne pictured him in his lab in the northeast section of D.C., a tall, vibrant black man with the mind of a conjurer. When the doctor departed, Bourne and Spectre were left alone. "I already know who came after me," Spectre said. "I don't like loose ends," Bourne replied. "The Cadillac's registration will tell us something, perhaps something even you don't know." The professor nodded, clearly impressed. Bourne sat on the leather sofa with his leg up on the coffee table. Spectre eased himself into a facing chair. Clouds chased each other across the wind-blown sky, setting patterns shifting across the Persian carpet. Bourne saw a different kind of shadow pass across Spectre's face. "Professor, what is it?" Spectre shook his head. "I owe you a most sincere and abject apology, Jason. I'm afraid I had an ulterior motive in asking you to return to university life." His eyes were filled with regret. "I thought it would be good for you. Yes, that's true enough, absolutely. But I also wanted you near me because—" He waved a hand as if to clear the air of deceit. "Because I was fearful that what happened this morning would happen. Now, because of my selfishness, I'm very much afraid that I've put your life in jeopardy." Turkish tea, strong and intensely aromatic, was served along with eggs, smoked fish, coarse bread, and butter, deep yellow and fragrant. Bourne and Spectre sat at a long table covered with a white hand-finished linen cloth. The china and silverware were of the highest quality. Again, an oddity in an academic's household. They remained mute while a young man, slim and sleek, served their perfectly cooked, elegantly presented breakfast. When Bourne began to ask a question, Spectre cut him off. "First, we must feel our stomachs, regain our strength, ensure our minds are working at full capacity." The two men did not speak again until they were finished. The plates and cutlery were cleared, and a fresh pot of tea had been poured. A small plate of gigantic medjool dates and halved fresh pomegranates lay between them. When they were again alone in the dining room, Spectre said without preamble, "The night before last I received word that a former student of mine, whose father was a close friend, was dead, murdered in a most despicable fashion. This young man, Piotr Zielber, was special. Besides being a former student, he ran an information network that spanned several countries. After a number of difficult and perilous months of subterfuge and negotiation, he had managed to obtain for me a vital document. He was found out with the inevitable consequences. This is the incident I've been dreading. It may sound melodramatic, but I assure you it's the truth. The war I've been engaged in for close to 20 years has reached its final stage." "What sort of war, Professor?" Bourne said. "Against whom?" "I'll get to that in a moment." Spectre leaned forward. "I imagine you're curious, shocked even, that a university professor should be involved in matters that are more the province of Jason Bourne." He lifted both arms briefly to encompass the house. "But, as you've no doubt noted, there is more to me than meets the eye." He smiled rather sadly. "This makes two of us, yes? As someone who also leads a double life, I understand you better than most others. I need one personality when I step onto campus, but here I am someone else entirely." He tapped a stubby forefinger against the side of his nose. "I pay attention. I saw something familiar in you the moment I met you, how your eyes took in every detail of the people and the things around you." Bourne's cell buzzed. He flipped it open, listened to what Duran had to say, then put the phone away. The Cadillac was reported stolen an hour before it appeared in front of the restaurant. "That is entirely unsurprising." "Who tried to kidnap you, Professor?" "I know you're impatient for the facts, Jason. I would be too in your place. But I promise, they won't have meaning without some background first. When I said there's more to me than meets this eye, this is what I meant. I am a terrorist hunter.
For many years, from the camouflage and sanctuary my position at the university affords me, I have built up a network of people who gather intelligence just like your own CI. However, the intelligence that interests me is highly specific. There are people who took my wife from me. In the dead of night, while I was away, they snatched her from our house, tortured her, killed her, then dumped her on my doorstep. As a warning, you see. Bourne felt a prickling at the back of his neck. He knew what it felt like to be driven by revenge. When Martin died, all Bourne could think about was destroying the men who tortured him. He felt a new, more intimate connection with Spectre, even as the Bourne identity rose inside him, riding a cresting wave of pure adrenaline. All at once, the idea of him working at the university struck him as absurd. Moira was right. He was already chafing at the confinement. How would he feel after months of the academic life, bereft of adventure, stripped of the adrenaline rush for which Bourne lived? My father was taken because he was plotting to overthrow the head of an organization. They called themselves the Eastern Brotherhood. Doesn't the EB espouse a peaceful integration of Muslims into Western society? That's their public stance, certainly, and their literature would have you believe it so. Spectre put down his cup. In fact, nothing could be farther from the truth. I know them as the Black Legion. Then the Black Legion has finally decided to come after you. If only it were as simple as that. He halted at a discreet knock on the door. Enter. The young man he'd sent on the errand strode in carrying a shoebox, which he set down in front of Bourne. Spectre gestured. Please. Taking his foot off the table, Bourne opened the box. Inside were a pair of very fine Italian loafers, along with a pair of socks. The left one is half a size larger to accommodate the pad that will protect your heel, the young man said in German. Bourne pulled on the socks, slipped on the loafers. They fit perfectly. Seeing this, Spectre nodded to the young man, who turned and, without another word, left the room. Does he speak English? Bourne asked. Oh, yes, whenever the need arises. Spectre's face was wreathed in a mischievous smile. And now, my dear Jason, you're asking yourself why he's speaking German if he's a Turk. I assume it's because your network spans many countries, including Germany, which is, like England, a hotbed of Muslim terrorist activity. Spectre's smile deepened. You're like a rock. I can always count on you. He raised a forefinger. But there is yet another reason. It has to do with the Black Legion. Come, I've something to show you. Filia Petrovich, Pyotr's Sevastopol courier, lived in an anonymous block of crumbling housing left over from the days the Soviets had reshaped the city into a vast barracks, housing its largest naval contingent. The apartment, frozen in time since the 1970s, had all the charm of a meat locker. Arkadin opened the door with the key he'd found on Filia. He pushed Dievra over the threshold, stepping in. Turning on the lights, he closed the door behind him. She hadn't wanted to come, but she had no say in the matter, just as she'd had no say in helping him drag Filia's corpse out the nightclub's back door. They set him down at the end of the filthy alley, propped up against a wall damp with unknown fluids. Arkadin poured the contents of a half-empty bottle of cheap vodka over him, then pressed the man's fingers around the bottle's neck. Filia became one drunk among many other drunks in the city. His death would be swept away on an inefficient and overworked bureaucratic tide. What are you looking for? Dievra stood in the middle of the living room, watching Arkadin's methodical search. What do you think you'll find? The document? Her laugh was a kind of shrill catcall. It's gone. Arkadin glanced up from the mess his switchblade had made of the sofa cushions. Where? Far out of your reach, that's for sure. Closing his knife, Arkadin crossed the space between the two of them in one long stride. Do you think this is a joke? Or a game we're playing here? Dievra's upper lip curled. Are you going to hurt me now? Believe me, nothing you could do would be worse than what's already been done to me. Arkadin, the blood pounding in his veins, held himself in check to consider her words. What she said was probably the truth. Under the Soviet boot, God had forsaken many Ukrainians, especially the young, attractive females. He needed to take another tack entirely. I'm not going to hurt you, even though you're with the wrong people. He turned on his heel, sat down on a wood-framed chair. Leaning back, he ran his fingers through his hair. I've seen a lot of shit. I've done 2 stints in prison. I can imagine the systematic brutalization you've been through. Me and my mother, God rest her soul. The headlights of passing cars shone briefly through the windows, then dwindled away. A dog barked in an alleyway, its melancholy voice echoing. A couple passing by outside argued vehemently. Inside the shabby apartment, the patchy light cast by the lamps, their shades either torn or askew, caused Dievra to look terribly vulnerable, like a wisp of a child. Arkadin rose, stretched mightily, strolled over to the window, looked out onto the street. His eyes picked out every bit of shadow, every flare of light, no matter how brief or tiny. Sooner or later, Pyotr's people were going to come after him. It was an inevitability that he and Yukopov had discussed before he left the villa. Yukopov had offered to send a couple of hard men to lie low in Sevastopol in the event they were needed, but Arkadin refused, saying he preferred to work alone. Having assured himself that the street was for the moment clear, he turned away from the window, back to the room. My mother died badly, he said. She was murdered, brutally beaten, left in a closet for the rats to gnaw on. At least that's what the coroner told me. Where was your father? Arkadin shrugged. Who knows? By that time, the son of a bitch could have been in Shanghai, or he could have been dead. My mother told me he was a merchant marine, but I seriously doubt it. She was ashamed of having been knocked up by a perfect stranger. Dievra, who had sat down on the ripped-apart arm of the sofa during this recitation, said, It sucks not knowing where you come from, doesn't it? Like always being adrift at sea. You'll never recognize home, even if you come upon it. Home, Arkadin said heavily. I never think of it. Dievra caught something in his tone. But you'd like to, wouldn't you? His expression went sour. He checked the street again with his usual thoroughness. What would be the point? Because knowing where we come from allows us to know who we are. She beat softly at her chest with a fist. Our past is part of us. Arkadin felt as if she'd pricked him with a needle. Venom squirted through his veins. My past is an island I've sailed away from long ago. Nevertheless, it's still with you, even if you're not aware of it, she said with the force of having mulled the question over and over in her own mind. We can't outrun our past, no matter how hard we try. Unlike him, she seemed eager to talk about her past. He found this curious. Did she think this subject was common ground? If so, he needed to stay with it, to keep the connection with her going. What about your father? I was born here, grew up here. She stared down at her hands. My father was a naval engineer. He was thrown out of the shipyards when the Russians took it over. Then, one night, they came for him, said he was spying on them, delivering technical information on their ships to the Americans. I never saw him again. But the Russian security officer in charge took a liking to my mother. When he'd used her up, he started on me. Arkadin could just imagine. How did it end? An American killed him. She looked up at him. Fucking ironic, because this American was a spy sent to photograph the Russian fleet. When the American had completed his assignment, he should have gone back home. Instead, he stayed. He took care of me, nursed me back to health. Naturally, you fell in love with him. She laughed. If I was a character in a novel, sure, but he was so kind to me. I was like a daughter to him. I cried when he left. Arkadin found that he was embarrassed by her confession. To distract himself, he looked around the ruined apartment one more time. Dievra watched him warily. "Hey, I'm dying for something to eat." Arkadin laughed. "Aren't we all?" His hawk-like gaze took in the street once more. This time the hairs on the back of his neck stirred as he stepped to the side of the window. A car he'd heard approaching had pulled up in front of the building. Dievra, alerted by the sudden tension in his body, moved to the window behind him. What caught his attention was that though its engine was still running, all its lights had been extinguished. 3 men exited the car, headed for the building entrance. It was past time to leave. He turned away from the window. "We're going. Now." "Pyotr's people, it was inevitable they'd find us." Much to Arkadin's surprise, she made no protest when he hustled her out of the apartment. The hallway was already reverberating with the rushing tread of heavy shoes on the concrete floor. Bourne found walking unpleasant, but hardly intolerable. He'd put up with a lot worse than a flayed heel in his time. As he followed the professor down a metal staircase into the basement, he reflected that this was proof again that there were no absolutes when it came to people. He had assumed that Spector's life was neat, tidy, dull, and quiet, restricted by the dimensions of the university campus. Nothing could be farther from the truth. Halfway down, the staircase changed to stone treads, worn by decades of use. Their way was guided by plenty of light from below. They entered a finished basement made up of movable walls that separated what looked like office cubicles outfitted with laptop computers attached to high-speed modems. All of them were staffed. Spector stopped at the last cubicle, where a young man appeared to be decoding text that scrolled across his computer screen. The young man, becoming aware of Spector, pulled a sheet of paper out of the printer hopper, handed it to him. As soon as the professor read it, a change came over his demeanor. Though he kept his expression neutral, a certain tension stiffened his frame. "Good work." He gave the young man a nod before he led Bourne into a room that appeared to be a small library. Spector crossed to one section of the shelves, touched the spine of a compilation of haiku by the master poet Matsuo Basho. A square section of the books opened to reveal a set of drawers. From one of these, Spector pulled out what looked like a photo album. All the pages were old, each one wrapped in archival plastic to preserve them. He showed one of them to Bourne. At the top was the familiar war eagle, gripping a swastika in its beak, the symbol of Germany's Third Reich. The text was in German. Just below was the word Osterlegionen, accompanied by a color photo of a woven oval, obviously a uniform insignia, of a swastika encircled by laurel leaves. Around the central symbol were the words Tro, Tapir, Gehorsam, which Bourne translated as loyal, brave, steadfast. Below that was another color photo of a woven rampant wolf's head, under which was the designation Ostmanische SS Division. Bourne noted the date on the page, 14th December, 1941. "I never heard of the Eastern Legions," Bourne said. "Who were they?" Spector turned the page, and there, pinned to it, was a square of olive fabric. On it had been sewn a blue shield with a black border. Across the top was the word Bergkaukaisen, Caucasus Mountains. Directly beneath it, in bright yellow, was the emblem of 3 horses' heads joined to what Bourne now knew was a death's head, the symbol of the Nazi Schutzstaffel, the protective squadron, known colloquially as the SS. It was exactly the same as the tattoo on the gunman's arm. "Not where, are." Spector's eyes glittered. "They're the people who tried to kidnap me, Jason. They want to interrogate me and kill me. Now that they've become aware of you, they'll want to do the same to you." Chapter 8. "The roof or the basement," Arkadin said. "The roof," she said at once. "There's only one way in and out of the basement itself." They ran as fast as they could to the stairway, then took the steps 2 at a time.
Arkadin's heart pounded, his blood raced, the adrenaline pumped into him with every leap upward. He could hear his pursuers laboring up below him. The noose was tightening around him. Racing to the far end of the narrow hallway, he reached up with his right hand, pulled down the metal ladder that led to the roof. Soviet structures of this era were notorious for their flimsy doors. He knew he'd have no trouble breaking out onto the roof. From there, it was a short jump to the next building, and the next, then down to the streets, where it would be easy to elude the enemy. Boosting Dievra's body through the square hole in the ceiling, he clambered up. Behind him, the shouted calls of the three men. Filia's apartment had been searched. All of them were coming after him. Gaining the tiny landing, he now faced the door to the roof, but when he tried to push against the horizontal metal bar, nothing happened. He pushed harder, with the same result. Fishing a ring of slender metal picks out of his pocket, he inserted one after another into the lock, fiddling it up and down, getting nowhere. Looking more closely, he could see why. The interior of the cheap lock was rusted shut. It wouldn't open. He turned back, staring down the ladder. Here came his pursuers. He had nowhere to go. On June 22, 1941, Germany invaded Soviet Russia, Professor Spector said. As they did, so they came upon thousands of enemy soldiers who either surrendered without a fight or were flat out deserting. By August of that year, the invading army had interned 500,000 Soviet prisoners of war. Many of them were Muslims, Tatars from the Caucasus, Turks, Azerbaijani, Uzbek, Kazakhs, others from the tribes in the Ural Mountains, Turkestan, Crimea. The one thing all these Muslims had in common was their hatred of the Soviets, Stalin in particular. To make a very long story short, these Muslims, taken as prisoners of war, offered their services to the Nazis to fight alongside them on the Eastern Front, where they could do the most damage both by infiltration and by decoding Soviet intelligence transmissions. The Führer was elated. The Osterlegionen became the particular interest of the Reichsführer SS Heinrich Himmler, who saw Islam as a masculine, warlike religion that featured certain key qualities in common with his SS philosophy, mainly blind obedience, the willingness for self-sacrifice, a total lack of compassion for the enemy. Bourne was absorbing every word, every detail of the photos. Didn't his embrace of Islam fly in the face of the Nazi racial order? You know humans better than most, Jason. They have an infinite capacity for rationalizing reality to fit their personal ideas. So it was with Himmler, who had convinced himself that the Slavs and the Jews were subhuman. The Asian element in the Russian nation made those people who were descended from the great warriors Attila, Genghis Khan, Tamerlane fit his criteria of superiority. Himmler embraced the Muslims from that area, descendants of the Mongols. These men became the core of the Nazi Osterlegionen, but the cream of the crop Himmler reserved for himself, training them in secret with his best SS leaders, honing their skills not simply as soldiers, but as the elite warriors, spies, and assassins it was widely known he'd yearned to command. He called this unit the Black Legion. You see, I've made an exhaustive study of the Nazis and their Osterlegionen. Spector pointed to the shield of 3 horses' heads joined by the death's head. This is their emblem. From 1943 on, it became more feared than even the SS's own twin lightning bolts, or the symbol of its adjunct, the Gestapo. It's a little late in the day for Nazis to be a serious threat, Bourne said, don't you think? The Black Legion's Nazi affiliation has long since vanished. It's now the most powerful and influential Islamic terrorist network no one has heard of. Its anonymity is deliberate. It is funded through the legitimate front, the Eastern Brotherhood. Spector took out another album. This one was filled with newspaper clippings of terrorist attacks all over the world. London, Madrid, Karachi, Fallujah, Afghanistan, Russia. As Bourne paged through the album,
The list grew. As you can see, other known terrorist networks claimed responsibility for some of these attacks. For others, no claim was made. No terrorists were ever linked to them. But I know through my sources that all were perpetrated by the Black Legion, Spectre said. And now they're planning their biggest, most spectacular attack. Jason, we think that they're targeting New York. I told you, Piotr Zilber, the young man the Black Legion murdered, was special. He was a magician. He'd somehow managed to steal the plans for the target of the Legion's attack. Normally, of course, the planning would all be oral, but apparently the target of this attack is so complex, the Black Legion had to obtain the actual plans of the structure. That's why I believe it to be a large building in a major metropolitan area. It's absolutely imperative that we find that document. It's the only way we'll know where the Black Legion intends to strike. Arkadin sat on the floor of the small landing, his legs on either side of the opening down to the top residential floor. "Shout to them," he whispered. Now that he was situated on the high ground, so to speak, he wanted to draw them to him. "Go on, let them know where you are." Dievra screamed. Now Arkadin heard the hollow ring of someone climbing the metal ladder. When a head popped up, along with a hand holding a gun, Arkadin slammed his ankles into the man's ears. As his eyes began to roll up, Arkadin snatched the gun from his hand, braced himself, and broke the man's neck. The moment he let go, the man vanished, clattering back down the ladder. Predictably, a hail of gunfire shot through the square opening, the bullets embedding themselves in the ceiling. The moment that abated, Arkadin shoved Dievra through the opening, followed her, sliding down with the insides of his shoes against the outside of the ladder. As Arkadin had hoped, the remaining two men were stunned by the fall of their compatriot and held their fire. Arkadin shot one through the right eye. The other retreated around a corner as Arkadin fired at him. Arkadin gathered the girl, bruised but otherwise fine, ran to the first door and pounded on it. Hearing a querulous man's voice raised in protest, he pounded on the opposite door. No answer. Firing his gun at the lock, he crashed open the door. The apartment was unoccupied, and from the looks of the piles of dust and filth, no one had been in residence in quite some time. Arkadin ran to the window. As he did so, he heard familiar squeals. He stepped on a pile of rubbish, and out leapt a rat, then another and another. They were all over the place. Arkadin shot the first one, then got hold of himself and slid the window up as far as it would go. Icy rain struck him, sluiced down the side of the building. Holding Dievra in front of him, he straddled the sash. At that moment, he heard the third man calling for reinforcements and fired 3 shots through the ruined door. He manhandled her out onto the narrow fire escape and edged them to his left, toward the vertical ladder bolted to the concrete that led to the roof. Save for 1 or 2 security lights, the Sevastopol night was darker than Hades itself. The rain slanted in needle sheets, beating against his face and arms. He was close enough to reach out for the ladder when the wrought iron slats on which he was walking gave way. Dievra shrieked as the two of them plummeted, landing against the railing of the fire escape below. Almost immediately, this rickety affair gave way beneath their weight, and they toppled over the end. Arkadin reached out, grabbed a rung of the ladder with his left hand. He held on to Dievra with his right. They dangled in the air, the ground too far for him to risk letting go. Plus, there was no convenient fully loaded dumpster to break their fall. He began to lose his grip on her hand. "Draw yourself up," he said. "Put your legs around me." "What?" He bellowed the command at her, and flinching, she did as he ordered. "Now, lock your ankles tight around my waist." This time, she didn't hesitate. "All right, Arkadin said. "Now reach up. You can just make the lowest rung. No, hold on to it with both hands." The rain made the metal slippery, and on the first attempt, Dievra lost her grip. "Again!" Arkadin shouted. "And this time don't let go!" Clearly terrified, Dievra closed her fingers around the rung, held on so tightly her knuckles turned white. As for Arkadin, his left arm was being slowly dislocated from its socket. If he didn't change his position soon, he'd be done for. "Now what?" Dievra said. "Once your grip on the rung is secure, uncross your ankles and pull yourself up the ladder until you can stand on a rung." "I don't know if I have the strength." He lifted himself up until he'd wedged the rung in his right armpit. His left arm was numb. He worked his fingers, and bolts of pain shot up into his throbbing shoulder. "Go ahead," he said, pushing her up. He couldn't let her see how much pain he was in. His left arm was in agony, but he kept pushing her. Finally, she stood on the ladder above him. She looked down. "Now you." His entire left side was numb. The rest of him was on fire. Dievra reached down toward him. "Come on. I've got nothing much to live for. I died a long time ago." "Screw you." She crouched down, so when she reached down again, she grabbed onto his arm. As she did so, her foot slipped off the rung, slid downward and against him with such force she almost dislodged them both. "Christ, I'm going to fall!" she screamed. "Wrap your legs back around my waist," he shouted. "That's right. Now, let go of the ladder one hand at a time. Hold on to me instead." When she'd done as he said, he commenced to climb up the ladder. Once he was high enough to get his shoes onto the rungs, the going was easier. He ignored the fire burning up his left shoulder. He needed both hands to ascend. They made the roof at last, rolling over the stone parapet, lying breathless on tar streaming with water. That was when Arkadin realized the rain was no longer hitting his face. He looked up, saw a man, the third of the trio, standing over him, a gun aimed at his face. The man grinned. "Time to die, bastard." Professor Spector put the albums away. Before he closed the drawer, however, he took out a pair of photos. Bourne studied the faces of two men. The one in the first photo was approximately the same age as the professor. Glasses almost comically magnified large, watery eyes, above which lay remarkably thick eyebrows. Otherwise, his head was bald. "Semyon Yukopov," Spector said, "leader of the Black Legion." He took Bourne out of the basement library, up the steps, out the back of the house into the fresh air. A formal English garden lay before them, defined by low boxwood hedges. The sky was an airy blue, high and rich, full of the promise of an early spring. A bird fluttered between the bare branches of the willow, unsure where to alight. "Jason, we need to stop the Black Legion. The only way to do that is to kill Semyon Yukopov. I've already lost 3 good men to that end. I need someone better. I need you." "I'm not a contract killer." "Jason, please don't take offense. I need your help to stop this attack. Yukopov knows where the plans are." "All right. I'll find him and the plans." Bourne shook his head. "But he doesn't have to be killed." The professor shook his head sadly. "A noble sentiment, but you don't know Semyon Yukopov like I do. If you don't kill him, he'll surely kill you. Believe me when I tell you I've tried to take him alive. None of my men has returned from that assignment." He stared out across the pond. "There's no one else I can turn to, no one else who has the expertise to find Yukopov and end this madness once and for all. Pyotr's murder signals the beginning of the endgame between me and the Black Legion. Either we stop them here, or they will be successful in their attack on this target. If what you say is true, it is Jason. I swear to you." "Where is Yukopov?" "We don't know. For the last 48 hours, we've been trying to track him, but everything's turned up blank. He was in his villa in Campione d'Italia, Switzerland. That's where we believe Pyotr was killed. but he's not there now." Bourne stared down at the two photos he held in his hand. "Who's the younger man?" "Leonid Danilovich Arkadin. Up until a few days ago, we believed he was an independent assassin for hire among the families of the Russian Guparovka." Spectre tapped a forefinger between Arkadin's eyes. "He's the man who brought Pyotr to Yukopov. Somehow, we're still trying to establish how. Yukopov discovered that it was Pyotr who had stolen his plans. In any event, it was Arkadin who, along with Yukopov, interrogated Pyotr and killed him." "Sounds as if you've got a traitor in your organization, Professor." Spectre nodded. "I've reluctantly come to the same conclusion." Something that had been bothering Bourne now rose to the surface of his mind. "Professor, who called you when we were having breakfast?" "One of my people. He needed verification of information. I had it in my car." "Why?" "Because it was that call that drew you out into the street just as the black Cadillac came by. That wasn't a coincidence." A frown creased Spectre's brow. "No, I don't suppose it could have been." "Give me his name and address," Bourne said, "and we'll find out for certain." The man on the rooftop had a mole on his cheek, black as sin. Arkadin concentrated on it as the man pulled Dievra off the tar away from Arkadin. "Did you tell him anything?" he said, without taking his eyes off Arkadin. "Of course not," Dievra shot back. "What do you take me for?" "A weak link," Mole Man said. "I told Pyotr not to use you. Now, because of you, Filia is dead." "Filia was an idiot." Mole Man took his eyes off Arkadin to sneer at Dievra. "He was your fucking responsibility, bitch." Arkadin scissored his legs between Mole Man's, throwing him off balance. Arkadin, quick as a cat, leapt on him, pummeling him. Mole Man fought back as best he could. Arkadin tried not to show the pain in his left shoulder, but it was already dislocated, and it wouldn't work correctly. Seeing this, Mole Man struck a blow as hard as he could, flush into the shoulder. All the breath went out of Arkadin. He sat back, dazed, almost blacked out with pain. Mole Man scrabbled for his gun, found Arkadin's instead, and swung it up. He was about to pull the trigger when Dievra shot him in the back of the head with his own gun. Without a word, he pitched over onto his face. She stood, wide-legged, in the classic shooter stance, one hand supporting the other around the grips. Arkadin, on his knees, for the moment paralyzed with agony, watched her swing the gun around, point it at him. There was something in her eyes he couldn't identify, let alone understand. Then, all at once, she let out the long breath she'd been holding inside. Her arms relaxed, and the gun came down. "Why?" Arkadin said. "Why did you shoot him?" "He was a fool. Fuck me, I hate them all." The rain beat down on them, drummed against the rooftop. The sky, utterly dark, muffled the world around them. They could have been standing on a mountaintop on the roof of the world. Arkadin watched her approach him. She put one foot in front of the other, walked stiff-legged. She seemed like a wild animal, angry, bitter, out of her element in the civilized world. Like him. He was tied to her, but he didn't understand her. He couldn't trust her. When she held out her hand to him, he took it. Chapter 9. "I have this recurring nightmare," Defense Secretary Irvin Reynolds' Bud Halliday said. "I'm sitting right here at Owl Shack in Bethesda when in comes Jason Bourne and in the style of The Godfather Part 2, shoots me in the throat and then between my eyes." Halliday was seated at a table in the rear of the restaurant, along with Luther Laval and Rob Batt. Owl Shack, more or less midway between the National Naval Medical Center and the Chevy Chase Country Club, was a favorite meeting place of his. Because it was in Bethesda, and, especially, because it was Afghani, no one he knew or wanted to keep secrets from came here. The defense secretary felt most comfortable in off-the-beaten-path places.
He was a man who despised Congress, despised even more its oversight committees, which were always mucking about in matters that didn't concern them and for which they had no understanding, let alone expertise. The three men had ordered the dish after which the restaurant was named: sheets of pasta filled with scallions, drenched in a savory meat-infused tomato sauce, the whole crowned by rich Middle Eastern yogurt in which flowered tiny bits of mint. The Aushak, they all agreed, was a perfect winter meal. "We'll soon have that particular nightmare laid to rest, sir," Laval said with a kind of obsequiousness that set Bat's teeth on edge. "Isn't that so, Rob?" Bat nodded emphatically. "Quite right. I have a plan that's virtually foolproof." Perhaps that wasn't the correct thing to say. Halliday frowned. "No plan is foolproof, Mr. Bat, especially when it involves Jason Bourne. I assure you no one knows that better than I do, Mr. Secretary." Bat, as the senior-most of the 7 directorate heads, did not care for being contradicted. He was a linebacker of a man with plenty of experience beating back pretenders to his crown. Still, he was aware that he was treading terra incognita, where a power struggle was raging, the outcome unknown. He pushed his plate away. In dealing with these people, he knew he was making a calculated gamble. On the other hand, he felt the spark that emanated from Secretary Halliday. Bat had entered the nation's true power grid, a place he'd secretly longed to be, and a powerful sense of elation shot through him. "Because the plan revolves around DCI Hart," Bat said now, "my hope is that we'll be able to bring down 2 clay pigeons with 1 shot. Not another word." Halliday held up his hand. "To either of us. Luther and I must maintain plausible deniability. We can't afford this operation coming back to bite us on the ass. Is that clear, Mr. Bat?" "Perfectly clear, sir. This is my operation, pure and simple." Halliday grinned. "Son, those words are music to these big old Texan ears." He tugged at the lobe of his ear. "Now, I assume Luther here told you about Typhon?" Bat looked from the secretary to Laval and back again. A frown formed on his face. "No, sir, he didn't." "An oversight," Laval said smoothly. "Well, no time like the present." A smile continued to light Halliday's expression. "We believe that one of CI's problems is Typhon," Laval said. "It's become too much for the director to properly rehabilitate and manage CI and keep tabs on Typhon. As such, responsibility for Typhon will be taken off your shoulders. That section will be controlled directly by me." The entire topic had been handled smoothly, but Bat knew he'd been deliberately sandbagged. These people had wanted control of Typhon from the beginning. "Typhon is homegrown CI," he said. "It's Martin Lindros's brainchild." "Martin Lindros is dead," Laval pointed out needlessly. "Another female is the director of Typhon now. That needs to be addressed, along with many other decisions that will affect Typhon's future. You will also need to be making crucial decisions, Rob, about all of CI. You don't want more on your plate than you can handle, do you?" It wasn't a question. Bat felt himself losing traction on a slippery slope. "Typhon is part of CI," he said as a last feeble attempt to win back control. "Mr. Bat," Halliday interjected, "we have made our determination. Are you with us, or shall we recruit someone else for DCI?" The man whose call had drawn Professor Spector out into the street was Mikhail Tarkanian. Bourne suggested the National Zoo as a place to meet, and the professor had called Tarkanian. The professor then contacted his secretary at the university to tell her that he and Professor Webb were each taking a personal day. They got into Spector's car, which had been driven to the estate by one of his men, and headed toward the zoo. "Your problem, Jason, is that you need an ideology," Spector said. "An ideology grounds you. It's the backbone of commitment." Bourne, who was driving, shook his head. "As far back as I can remember, I've been manipulated by ideologues. So far as I can tell, all ideology does is give you tunnel vision. Everything that doesn't fit within your self-imposed limits is either ignored or destroyed." "Now I know I'm truly speaking to Jason Bourne,"
Spectre said, because I tried my best to instill in David Webb a sense of purpose he lost somewhere in his past. When you came to me, you weren't just cast adrift, you were severely maimed. I sought to help heal you by helping you turn away from whatever it was that hurt you so deeply. But now I see I was wrong. You weren't wrong, Professor. No, let me finish. You're always quick to defend me, to believe I'm always right. Don't think I don't appreciate how you feel about me. I wouldn't want anything to change that. But occasionally I do make mistakes, and this was one of them. I don't know what went into the making of the Bourne identity, and believe me when I tell you that I don't want to know. What seems clear to me, however, is that however much you don't want to believe it, something inside you, something innate and connected with the Bourne identity, sets you apart from everyone else. Bourne felt troubled by the direction of the conversation. Do you mean that I'm Jason Bourne through and through? That David Webb would have become him no matter what? No, not at all. But I do think from what you've shared with me that if there had been no intervention, if there had been no Bourne identity, then David Webb would have been a very unhappy man. This idea was not a new one to Bourne, but he'd always assumed the thought occurred to him because he knew so damnably little about who he'd been. David Webb was more of an enigma to him than Jason Bourne. That realization itself haunted Bourne, as if Webb were a ghost, a shadowing armature into which the Bourne identity had been hung, fleshed out, given life by Alex Conklin. Bourne, driving up Connecticut Avenue Northwest, crossed Cathedral Avenue. The entrance to the zoo appeared up ahead. The truth is, I don't think David Webb would have lasted to the end of the school year. Then I'm pleased I've decided to involve you in my real passion. Something seemed to have been settled inside Spectre. It's not often a man gets a chance to rectify his mistakes. The day was mild enough that the gorilla family had been let out. School children clustered noisily at the end of the area where the patriarch sat, surrounded by his brood. The silverback did his level best to ignore them, but when their incessant chatter became too much for him, he walked to the other end of the compound, trailed by his family. There he sat, while the same annoyances spiraled out of control. Then he plodded back to the spot where Bourne had first seen him. Mikhail Tarkanian was waiting for them beside the silverback gorilla area. He looked Spectre up and down, clucking over his black eye. Then he took him in his arms, kissed him on both cheeks. Allah is good, my friend. You are alive and well. Thanks to Jason here, he rescued me. I owe him my life. Spectre introduced the two men. Tarkanian kissed Bourne on both cheeks, thanking him effusively. There came a shuffling of the gorilla family as some grooming got underway. Damn sad life. Tarkanian hooked his thumb at the silverback. Bourne noted that his English was heavily accented in the manner of the tough Sokolniki slum of northeast Moscow. Look at the poor bastard, Tarkanian said. The gorilla's expression was glum, resigned rather than defiant. Spectre said, Jason's here on a bit of a fact-finding mission. Is he now? Tarkanian was fleshy, in the way of ex-athletes, neck like a bull, wary eyes sunk in yellow flesh. He kept his shoulders up around his ears, as if to ward off an expected blow. Enough hard knocks in Sokolniki to last a lifetime. I want you to answer his questions, Spectre said. Of course, anything I can do. I need your help, Bourne said. Tell me about Pyotr Zilber. Tarkanian, appearing somewhat taken aback, glanced at Spectre, who had retreated a pace in order to center his man's full attention on Bourne. Then he shrugged. Sure. What do you want to know? How did you find out he'd been killed? The usual way, through one of our contacts. Tarkanian shook his head. I was devastated. Pyotr was a key man for us. He was also a friend. How do you figure he was found out? A gaggle of schoolgirls pranced by. When they had passed out of earshot, Tarkanian said, I wish I knew. He wasn't easy to get to, I'll tell you that. Bourne said casually, Did Pyotr have friends? Of course he had friends, but none of them would betray him, if that's what you're asking. Tarkanian pushed his lips out. On the other hand... His words trailed off. Bourne found his eyes, held them. Pyotr was seeing this woman, Galia Nemetova. He was head over heels about her. I assume she was properly vetted? Bourne said. Of course, but, well, Pyotr was a bit, headstrong when it came to women. Was that widely known? I seriously doubt it, Tarkanian said. That was a mistake, Bourne thought. The habits and proclivities of the enemy were always for sale if you were clever and persistent enough. Tarkanian should have said, I don't know, possibly, as neutral an answer as possible and closer to the truth. Women can be a weak link. Bourne thought briefly of Moira and the cloud of uncertainty that hovered over her from the CI investigation. The idea that Martin could have been seduced into revealing CI secrets was a bitter pill to swallow. He hoped when he read the communication between her and Martin that Soraya had unearthed, he could lay the question to rest. We are all sick about Pyotr's death, Tarkanian offered. Again, the glance at Spectre. No question. Bourne smiled rather vaguely. Murder is a serious matter, especially in this case. I'm talking to everyone, that's all. Of course, I understand. You've been extremely helpful. Bourne smiled, shook Tarkanian's hand. As he did so, he said in a sharp tone of voice, By the way, how much did Yukapov's people pay you to call the professor's cell this morning? Instead of freezing, Tarkanian seemed to relax. What the hell kind of question is that? I'm loyal. I always have been. After a moment, he tried to extricate his hand, but Bourne's grip tightened. Tarkanian's eyes met Bourne's, held them. Behind them, the silverback made a noise, growing restive. The sound was low, like the sudden ripple of wind disturbing a field of wheat. The message from the gorilla was so subtle, Bourne was the only one who picked up on it. He registered movement at the extreme edge of his peripheral vision, tracked for several seconds. He leaned back to Spectre, said in a low, urgent voice, Leave now. Go straight through the small mammal house, then turn left. 100 yards on will be a small food kiosk. Ask for help getting to your car. Go back to your house and stay there until you hear from me. As the professor walked swiftly away, Bourne grabbed Tarkanian, pushed him in the opposite direction. They joined a home sweet habitat scavenger hunt comprising a score of rowdy kids and their parents. The two men Bourne was tracking hurried toward them. It was this pair and their rushed anxiety that had aroused the suspicion of the silverback, alerting Bourne. Where are we going? Tarkanian said. Why did you leave the professor unprotected? A good question. Bourne's decision had been instantaneous, instinct-driven. The men headed toward Tarkanian, not the professor. Now, as the group moved down Olmsted Walk, Bourne dragged Tarkanian into the Reptile Discovery Center. The lights were low here. They hurried past glass cases that held dozing alligators, slit-eyed crocodiles, lumbering tortoises, evil-looking vipers, and pebble-skinned lizards of all sizes, shapes, and dispositions. Up ahead, Bourne could see the snake cases. At one of them, a handler opened a door, prepared to set out a feast of rodents for the green tree pythons, which, in their hunger, had emerged from their stupor, slithering along the case's fake tree branches. These snakes used infrared heat sensors to target their prey. Behind them, the two men wove their way through the crowd of children. They were swarthy but otherwise unremarkable in feature. They had their hands plunged into the pockets of their wool overcoats, surely gripping some form of weapon. They weren't hurrying now. There was no point in alarming the visitors. Passing the European glass lizard, Bourne hauled Tarkanian into the snake section. It was at that moment that Tarkanian chose to make a move. Twisting away as he lunged back toward the approaching men, he dragged Bourne for a step until Bourne struck him a dizzying blow to the side of the head. A workman knelt with his toolbox in front of an empty case. He was fiddling with a ventilation grill at the base. Bourne swiped a short length of stiff wire from the box. "The cavalry's not going to save you today," Bourne said, as he dragged Tarkanian toward a door set flush in the wall, between cases that led to the work area, hidden from the public. One of the pursuers was closing in when Bourne jimmied the lock with a bit of wire. He opened the door, stepped through. He slammed it shut behind him, set the lock. The door began to shudder on its hinges as the men pounded on it. Bourne found himself in a narrow utility corridor, lit by long fluorescent tubes that ran behind the cases. Doors, and, in the cases of the venomous snakes, feeding windows appeared at regular intervals along the right-hand wall. Bourne heard a soft "ft," and the lock popped out of the door. The men were armed with handguns fitted with suppressors. He pushed the stumbling Tarkanian ahead of him as one of the men stepped through. Where was the other one? Bourne thought he knew, and he turned his attention to the far end of the corridor, where any moment now he expected the second man to appear. Tarkanian, sensing Bourne's momentary shift of attention, spun, slamming the side of his body into Bourne's. Thrown off balance, Bourne skidded through the open doorway into the tree python case. With a harsh bark of laughter, Tarkanian rushed on. A herpetologist in the case to check on the python was already protesting Bourne's appearance. Bourne ignored him, reached up, unwound one of the hungry pythons from the branch nearest him. As the snake, sensing his heat, wrapped itself around his outstretched arm, Bourne turned and burst out into the corridor, just in time to drive a fist into the gunman's solar plexus. When the man doubled over, Bourne slid his arm out of the python's coils, wrapped its body around the gunman's chest. Seeing the python, the man screamed. It began to tighten its coils around him. Bourne snatched the handgun with its suppressor from his hand, took off after Tarkanian. The gun was a Glock, not a Taurus. As Bourne suspected, these two weren't part of the same team that had abducted the professor. Who were they, then? Members of the Black Legion, sent to extract Tarkanian? But if that was the case, how had they known he'd been blown? No time for answers. The second man had appeared at the far end of the corridor. He was in a crouch, motioning to Tarkanian, who squeezed himself against the side of the corridor. As the gunman took aim at him, Bourne covered his face with his folded forearms, dived headfirst through one of the feeding windows. Glass shattered. Bourne looked up to see that he was face to face with a Gaboon viper, the species with the longest fangs and highest venom yield of any snake. It was black and ochre. Its ugly triangular head rose. Its tongue flicked out, sensing, trying to determine if the creature sprawled in front of it was a threat. Bourne lay still as stone. The viper began to hiss, a steady rhythm that flattened its head with each fierce exhalation. The small horns beside its nostrils quivered. Bourne had definitely disturbed it. Having traveled extensively in Africa, he knew something of this creature's habits. It was not prone to bite unless severely provoked. On the other hand, he couldn't risk moving his body at all at this point. Aware that he was vulnerable from behind as well as in front, he slowly raised his left hand. The hissing's steady rhythm didn't change. Keeping his eyes on the snake's head, he moved his hand until it was over the snake. He'd read about a technique meant to calm this kind of snake, but had no idea whether it would work. He touched the snake on the top of its head with a fingertip. The hissing stopped. It did work. He grasped it at its neck. Letting go of the gun, he supported the viper's body with his other hand. The creature didn't struggle. Walking gingerly across the case to the far end, he set it carefully down in a corner. A group of kids were staring, open-mouthed, from the other side of the glass. Bourne backed away from the viper, never taking his eyes from it. Near the shattered feeding window, he knelt down, grasped the Glock. A voice behind him said, "Leave the gun where it is and turn around slowly."
"The damn thing's dislocated," Arkadin said. Dievra stared at his deformed shoulder. You'll have to reset it for me. Drenched to the bone, they were sitting in a late-night cafe on the other side of Sevastopol, warming themselves as best they could. The gas heater in the cafe hissed and hiccuped alarmingly, as if it were coming down with pneumonia. Glasses of steaming tea sat before them, half empty. It was barely an hour after their hair's breadth escape, and both of them were exhausted. "You're kidding," she said. "Absolutely, you will," he said. "I can't go to a proper doctor." Arkadin ordered food. Dievra ate like an animal, shoving dripping pieces of stew into her mouth with her fingertips. She looked as if she hadn't eaten in days. Perhaps she hadn't. Seeing how she laid waste to the food, Arkadin ordered more. He ate slowly and deliberately, conscious of everything he put into his mouth. Killing did that to him. All his senses were working overtime. Colors were brighter, smells stronger. Everything tasted rich and complex. He could hear the acrid political argument going on in the opposite corner between two old men. His own fingertips on his cheek felt like sandpaper. He was acutely aware of his own heartbeat, the blood rushing behind his ears. He was, in short, a walking, talking, exposed nerve. He both loved and hated being in this state. The feeling was a form of ecstasy. He remembered coming across a dog-eared paperback copy of The Teachings of Don Juan by Carlos Castaneda, had learned to read English from it, a long, torturous path. The concept of ecstasy had never occurred to him before reading this book. Later, in emulation of Castaneda, he thought of trying peyote, if he could find it, but the idea of a drug, any drug, set his teeth on edge. He was already lost quite enough. He held no desire to find a place from which he could never return. Meanwhile, the ecstasy he was in was a burden as well as a revelation, but he knew he couldn't long stand being that exposed nerve. Everything from a car backfiring to the chirrup of a cricket crashed against him, as painful as if he'd been turned inside out. He studied Dievra with an almost obsessive concentration. He noticed something he hadn't seen before. Likely, with her gesticulating, she distracted him from noticing. But now she'd let down her guard. Perhaps she was just exhausted or had relaxed with him. She had a tremor in her hands, a nerve that had gone awry. Clandestinely, he watched the tremor, thinking it made her seem even more vulnerable. "I don't get you," he told her now. "Why have you turned against your own people? You think Pyotr Zilber, Oleg Shumenko, and Filia were my own people? You're a cog in Zilber's pipeline. What else would I think? You heard how that pig talked to me up on the roof. Shit, they were all like that." She wiped grease off her lips and chin. "I never liked Shumenko. First, it was gambling debts I had to bail him out of. Then, it was drugs." Arkadin's voice was offhand when he said, "You told me you didn't know what the last loan was for." "I lied." "Did you tell Pyotr?" "You're joking. Pyotr was the worst of the lot." "Talented little bugger, though." Dievra nodded. "So I thought when I was in his bed. He got away with an awful lot of shit because he was the boss, drinking, partying, and Jesus, the girls. Sometimes 2 and 3 a night. I got thoroughly sick of him and asked to be reassigned back home." So she'd been Pyotr's squeeze for a short time, Arkadin thought. "The partying was part of his job, though. Forging contacts, ensuring they came back for more." "Sure. Trouble was, he liked it all too much. And inevitably, that attitude infected those who were close to him. Where do you think Shumenko learned to live like that? From Pyotr, that's who." "And Filia?" "Filia thought he owned me, like chattel. When we'd go out together, he'd act as if he was my pimp. I hated his guts." "Why didn't you get rid of him?" "He was the one supplying Shumenko with coke." Quick as a cat, Arkadin leaned across the table, looming. "Listen, Lapushka, I don't give a fuck who you like or don't like, but lying to me, that's another story." "What did you expect?" she said. "You blew in like a fucking whirlwind." Arkadin laughed then, breaking a tension that was stretched to the breaking point. This girl had a sense of humor, which meant she was clever as well as smart. His mind had made a connection between her and a woman who'd once been important to him.
I still don't understand you. He shook his head. We are on different sides of this conflict. That's where you're wrong. I was never a part of this conflict. I didn't like it. I only pretended I did. At first, it was a goal I set for myself, whether I could fool Pyotr and then the others. When I did, it just seemed easier to keep going. I got paid well. I learned quicker than most. I got perks I never would have gotten from being a DJ. You could have left any time. Could I? She cocked her head. They would have come after me like they're coming after you. But now you've made up your mind to leave them. He cocked his head. Don't tell me it's because of me. Why not? I like sitting next to a whirlwind. It's comforting. Arkadin grunted, embarrassed again. Besides, the last straw came when I found out what they're planning. You thought of your American savior. Maybe you can't understand that one person can make a difference in your life. Oh, but I can, Arkadin said, thinking of Semyon Yukopov. In that, you and I are the same. She gestured. You look so uncomfortable. Come on, he said, standing. He led her back past the kitchen, poked his head in for a moment, then took her into the men's room. Get out, he ordered a man at the sink. He checked the stall to make sure they were alone. I'll tell you how to fix this damnable shoulder. When he gave her the instructions, she said, Is it going to hurt? In answer, he put the handle of the wooden spoon he'd swiped from the kitchen between his teeth. With great reluctance, Bourne turned his back on the Gaboon Viper. Many things flitted through his mind, not the least of which was Mikhail Tarkanian. He was the mole inside the professor's organization. Who knew how much intel he had about Spectre's network? Bourne couldn't afford to let him get away. The man before him now was flat-faced, his skin slightly greasy. He had a 2-day growth of beard and bad teeth. His breath stank from cigarettes and rotting food. He pointed his suppressed Glock directly at Bourne's chest. Come out of there, he said softly. It won't matter whether or not I comply, Bourne answered. The herpetologist down the corridor has surely phoned security. We're all about to be put into custody. Out. Now. The man made a fatal error of gesturing with a Glock. Bourne used his left forearm to knock the elongated barrel aside. Slamming the gunman back against the opposite wall of the corridor, Bourne drove a knee into his groin. As the gunman gagged, Bourne chopped the gun out of his hand, grabbed him by his overcoat, flung him headlong into the Gaboon Viper's case with such force that he skidded along the floor toward the corner where the Viper lay coiled. Bourne, imitating the Viper, made a rhythmic hissing sound, and the snake raised its head. At the same moment it heard the hissing of a rival snake, it sensed something living thrust into its territory. It struck out at the terrified gunman. Bourne was already pounding down the corridor. The door at the far end gaped open. He burst out into daylight. Tarkanian was waiting for him, in case he escaped the 2 gunmen. He had no stomach to prolong the pursuit. He drove a fist into Bourne's cheek, followed that up with a vicious kick. But Bourne caught his shoe in his hands, twisted his foot violently, spinning him off his feet. Bourne could hear shouts, the slap and squeak of cheap soles against concrete. Security was on its way, though he couldn't see them yet. Tarkanian, he said, and cold-cocked him. Tarkanian went down heavily. Bourne knelt beside him and was giving him mouth-to-mouth when 3 security guards rounded the corner, came pounding up to him. My friend collapsed just as we saw the men with the guns. Bourne gave an accurate description of the 2 gunmen, pointed toward the open door to the Reptile Discovery Center. Can you get help? My friend is allergic to mustard. I think there must have been some in the potato salad we had for lunch. One of the security guards called 911, while the other 2, guns drawn, vanished into the doorway. The guards stayed with Bourne until the paramedics arrived. They took Tarkanian's vitals, loaded him onto the gurney. Bourne walked at Tarkanian's side as they made their way through the gawking crowds to the ambulance waiting on Connecticut Avenue. He told them about Tarkanian's allergic reaction, also that in this state he was hypersensitive to light. He climbed into the back of the ambulance. One of the paramedics closed the doors behind him, while the other prepared the IV drip of phenothiazine. The vehicle took off, siren wailing.
Tears streamed down Arkadian's face, but he made no noise. The pain was excruciating, but at least the arm was back in its socket. He could move the fingers of his left hand, just barely. The good news was that the numbness was giving way to a peculiar tingling, as if his blood had turned to champagne. Dievra held the wooden spoon in her hand. "Shit, you almost bit this in two. It must have hurt like a bitch." Arkadian, dizzy and nauseous, grimaced in pain. "I could never get food down now." Dievra tossed aside the spoon as they left the men's room. Arkadian paid their check, and they went out of the cafe. The rain had stopped, leaving the streets with that slick, just-washed look so familiar to him from old American films from the 1940s and 1950s. "We can go to my place," Dievra offered. "It's not far from here." Arkadian shook his head. "I think not." They walked, seemingly aimlessly, until they came to a small hotel. Arkadian booked a room. The fly-blown night clerk barely looked at them. He was only interested in taking their money. The room was mean, barely furnished with a bed, a hard-back chair, and a dresser with 3 legs and a pile of books propping up the fourth corner. A circular threadbare carpet covered the center of the room. It was stained, pocked with cigarette burns. What appeared to be a closet was the toilet. The shower and sink were down the hall. Arkadian went to the window. He'd asked for a room in front, knowing it would be noisier, but would afford him a bird's-eye view of anyone coming. The street was deserted, not a car in sight. Sevastopol glowed in a slow, cold pulse. "Time," he said, turning back into the room, "to get some things straight." "Now? Can't this wait?" Dievra was lying crosswise on the bed, her feet still on the floor. "I'm dead on my feet." Arkadian considered a moment. It was deep into the night. He was exhausted, but not yet ready for sleep. He kicked off his shoes, lay down on the bed. Dievra had to sit up to make room for him, but instead of lying down parallel to him, she resumed her position, head on his belly. She closed her eyes. "I want to come with you," she said softly, almost as if in sleep. He was instantly alert. "Why?" he said. "Why would you want to come with me?" She said nothing in reply. She was asleep. For a time, he lay listening to her steady breathing. He didn't know what to do with her, but she was all he had left of this end of Pyotr's pipeline. He spent some time digesting what she had told him about Shumenka, Filia, and Pyotr, looking for holes. It seemed improbable to him that Pyotr could be so undisciplined, but then again, he'd been betrayed by his girlfriend of the moment, who worked for Yukopov. That spoke of a man out of control, whose habits could indeed filter down to his subordinates. He had no idea if Pyotr had daddy issues, but given who his daddy was, it certainly wasn't out of the question. This girl was strange. On the surface, she was so much like other young girls he'd come across. Hard-edged, cynical, desperate, and despairing. But this one was different. He could see beneath her armor plating to the little lost girl she once had been, and perhaps still was. He put his hand on the side of her neck, felt the slow pulse of her life. He could be wrong, of course. It could all be a performance put on for his benefit. But for the life of him, he couldn't figure out what her angle might be. And there was something else about her, connected to her fragility, her deliberate vulnerability. She needed something, he thought, as, in the end, we all did, even those who fooled themselves into thinking they didn't. He knew what he needed. It was simply that he chose not to think about it. She needed a father, that was clear enough. He couldn't help suspecting there was something else about her he was missing, something she hadn't told him but wanted him to find. The answer was already inside him, dancing like a firefly. But every time he reached out to capture it, it just danced farther away. The feeling was maddening, as if he'd had sex with a woman without reaching an orgasm. And then she stirred, and in stirring said his name. It was like a bolt of lightning illuminating the room. He was back on the rainy rooftop, the mole man standing over him, listening to the conversation between him and Dievra. "He was your responsibility," Mole Man said, referring to Filia. Arkadian's heart beat faster. Your responsibility. Why would Moleman say that if Filia was the courier in Sevastopol? As if of their own accord, his fingertips stroked the velvet flesh of Dievra's neck. The crafty little bitch. Filia was a soldier, a guard. She was the courier in Sevastopol. She'd handed the document off to the next link. She knew where he had to go next. Holding her tightly, Arkadin at last let go of the night, the room, the present. On a tide of elation, he drifted into sleep, into the blood-soaked clutches of his past. Arkadin would have killed himself, this was certain, had it not been for the intervention of Semyon Yukopov. Arkadin's best and only friend, Misha Tarkanian, concerned for his life, had appealed to the man he worked for. Arkadin remembered with an eerie clarity the day Yukopov had come to see him. He had walked in, and Arkadin, half-crazed with a will to die, had put a Makarov PM to his head, the same gun he was going to use to blow his own brains out. Yukopov, to his credit, didn't make a move. He stood in the ruins of Arkadin's Moscow apartment, not looking at Arkadin at all. Arkadin, in the grip of his sulphurous past, was unable to make sense of anything. Much later, he understood. In the same way you didn't look a bear in the eye, lest he charge you, Yukopov had kept his gaze focused on other things. The broken picture frames, the smashed crystal, the overturned chairs, the ashes of the fetishistic fire Arkadin had lit to burn his clothes. Misha tells me you're having a difficult time. Misha should keep his mouth shut. Yukopov spread his hands. Someone has to save your life. What do you know about it? Arkadin said harshly. Actually, I know nothing about what's happened to you, Yukopov said. Arkadin, digging the muzzle of the Makarov into Yukopov's temple, stepped closer. Then shut the fuck up. What I am concerned about is the here and now. Yukopov didn't blink an eye. He didn't move a muscle either. For fuck's sake, son, look at you. If you won't pull back from the brink for yourself, do it for Misha, who loves you better than a brother would. Arkadin let out a ragged breath, as if he were expelling a dollop of poison. He took the Makarov from Yukopov's head. Yukopov held out his hand. When Arkadin hesitated, he said with great gentleness, "This isn't Nizhny Tagil, the town where you were born. There is no one here worth hurting, Leonid Danilovich." Arkadin gave a curt nod, let go of the gun. Yukopov called out, handed it to one of two very large men who came down the hallway from the far end, where they had been stationed, not making a sound. Arkadin tensed, angry at himself for not sensing them. Clearly, they were bodyguards. In his current condition, they could have taken Arkadin any time. He looked at Yukopov, who nodded, and an unspoken connection sprang up between them. "There is only one path for you now," Yukopov said. Yukopov moved to sit on the sofa in Arkadin's trashed apartment, then gestured, and the bodyguard who had taken possession of Arkadin's Makarov held it out to him. "Here, now, you will have witnesses to your last spasm of nihilism, if you wish it." Arkadin, for once in his life, ignored the gun, stared implacably at Yukopov. "No?" Yukopov shrugged. "Do you know what I think, Leonid Danilovich? I think it gives you a measure of comfort to believe that your life has no meaning. Most times you revel in this belief. It's what fuels you. But there are times, like now, when it takes you by the throat and shakes you till your teeth rattle in your skull." He was dressed in dark slacks, an oyster-gray shirt, a long black leather coat that made him look somewhat sinister, like a German SS Sturmbannführer. "But I believe to the contrary, that you are searching for the meaning of your life." His dark skin shone like polished bronze. He gave the appearance of a man who knew what he was doing, someone, above all, not to be trifled with. "What path?" Arkadin said dully, taking a seat on the sofa. Yukopov gestured with both hands, encompassing the self-inflicted whirlwind that had torn apart the rooms. "The past for you is dead, Leonid Danilovich. Do you not agree? God has punished me. God has abandoned me," Arkadin said, regurgitating by rote a lament of his mother's. Yukopov smiled a perfectly innocent smile, one that could not possibly be misinterpreted. He had an uncanny ability to engage others one-on-one. "And what god is that?" Arkadin had no answer, because this god he spoke of was his mother's god, the god of his childhood, the god that had remained an enigma to him, a shadow, a god of bile, of rage, of split bone and spilt blood. "But no," he said. "God, like heaven, is a word on a page. Hell is the here and now." Yukopov shook his head. "You have never known God, Leonid Danilovich. Put yourself in my hands. With me, you will find God and learn the future he has planned for you." "I cannot be alone." Arkadin realized that this was the truest thing he'd ever said. "Nor shall you be." Yukopov turned to accept a tray from one of the bodyguards. While they had been talking, he'd made tea. Yukopov poured 2 glasses full, added sugar, handed one to Arkadin. "Drink with me now, Leonid Danilovich," he said as he lifted his steaming glass. "To your recovery, to your health, to the future, which will be as bright for you as you wish to make it." The 2 men sipped their tea, which the bodyguard had astutely fortified with a considerable amount of vodka. "To never being alone again," said Leonid Danilovich Arkadin. That was a long time ago, at a way station on a river that had turned to blood. Was he much changed from the near-insane man who had put the muzzle of a gun to Semyon Yukopov's head? Who could say? But on days of heavy rain, ominous thunder, and twilight at noon, when the world looked as bleak as he knew it to be, thoughts of his past surfaced like corpses in a river, regurgitated by his memory. And he would be alone again. Tarkanian was coming around, but the phenothiazine that had been administered to him was doing its job, sedating him mildly and impairing his mental functioning enough so that when Bourne bent over him and said, "Bourne's dead. We're in the process of extracting you," Tarkanian dazedly thought he was one of the men at the reptile house. "Yukopov sent you." Tarkanian lifted a hand, felt the bandage the paramedics had used to keep light out of his eyes. "Why can't I see?" "Lie still," Bourne said softly. "There are civilians around, paramedics. That's how we're extracting you. You'll be safe in the hospital for a few hours while we arrange the rest of your travel." Tarkanian nodded. "Yukopov is on the move," Bourne whispered. "Do you know where?" "No." "He wants you to be most comfortable during your debriefing. Where should we take you?" "Moscow, of course." Tarkanian licked his lips. "It's been years since I've been home. I have an apartment on Frunzenskaya embankment." More and more, he seemed to be speaking to himself. "From my living room window, you can see the pedestrian bridge to Gorky Park. Such a peaceful setting. I haven't seen it in so long." They arrived at the hospital before Bourne had a chance to continue the interrogation. Then everything happened very quickly. The doors banged open, and the paramedic leapt into action, getting the gurney down, rushing it through the automatic glass doors into a corridor leading to the ER. The place was packed with patients. One of the paramedics was talking to a harried, overworked intern, who directed him to a small room, one of many off the corridor. Bourne saw that the other rooms were filled. The 2 paramedics rolled Tarkanian into the room, checked the IV, took his vitals again, unhooked him. "He'll come around in a minute," one of them said. "Someone will be in shortly to see to him." He produced a practiced smile that was not unlikable. "Don't worry, your friend's going to be fine." After they'd left, Bourne went back to Tarkanian, said, "Mikhail, I know the Frunzenskaya embankment well. Where exactly is your apartment?" "He's not going to tell you." Bourne whirled just as the first gunman, the one he'd wrapped the python around, threw himself on top of him. Bourne staggered back, bounced hard against the wall. He struck at the gunman's face. The gunman blocked it, punched Bourne hard on the point of his sternum. Bourne grunted, and the gunman followed up with a short chop to Bourne's side. Down on one knee, Bourne saw him pull out a knife, swipe the blade at him. Bourne shrank back. The gunman attacked with a knife point first. Bourne landed a hard right flush on his face, heard the satisfying crack of the cheekbone fracturing. Enraged, the gunman closed, the blade swinging through Bourne's shirt, bringing out an arc of blood like beads on a string. Bourne hit him so hard he staggered back, struck the gurney on which Tarkanian was stirring out of his drugged stupor. The man took out his Glock with the suppressor. Bourne closed with him, grabbed him tightly, depriving him of space to aim the gun. Tarkanian ripped off the bandage the paramedics had used to keep light out of his eyes, blinked heavily, looking around. "What the hell is going on?" he said drowsily to the gunman. "You told me Bourne was dead." The man was too busy fending off Bourne's attack to answer. Seeing his firearm was of no use to him, he dropped it, kicked it along the floor. He tried to get the knife blade inside Bourne's defense, but Bourne broke the attacks, not fooled by the feints the gunman used to distract him. Tarkanian sat up, slid off the gurney. He found it difficult to talk, so he slipped to his knees, crawled across the cool linoleum to where the Glock lay. The gunman, one hand gripping Bourne's neck, was working the knife free, prepared to stab downward into Bourne's stomach. "Move it away from him!" Tarkanian was aiming the gun at the two men. "I'll have a clear shot." The gunman heard him, shoved the heel of his hand into Bourne's Adam's apple, choking him. Then he moved his upper body to one side. Just as Tarkanian was about to squeeze the trigger, Bourne rabbit-punched the gunman in the kidney. He groaned, and Bourne hauled him between himself and Tarkanian. A coughing sound announced the bullet plowing into the gunman's chest. Tarkanian cursed, moved to get Bourne back in his sights. As he did so, Bourne wrested the knife away from the gunman's limp hand, threw it with deadly accuracy. The force of it lifted Tarkanian backward off his feet. Bourne pushed the gunman away from him, crossed the room to where Tarkanian lay in a pool of his own blood. The knife was buried to the hilt in his chest. By its position, Bourne knew it had pierced a lung. Within moments, Tarkanian would drown in his own blood. Tarkanian stared up at Bourne. He laughed even as he said, "Now you are a dead man." Chapter 10. Rob Batt made his arrangements through General Kendall, Laval's second-in-command. Through him, Batt was able to access certain Black Ops assets in the NSA. No congressional oversight, no fuss, no muss. As far as the federal government was concerned, these people didn't exist, except as auxiliary staff seconded to the Pentagon. They were thought to be pushing papers in a windowless office somewhere in the bowels of the building. "Now this is the way the clandestine services should run," Batt said to himself as he laid out the operation for the 8 young men ranged in a semicircle in a Pentagon briefing room Kendall had provided for him. No supervision, no snooping congressional committees to report to. The plan was simple, as all his plans tended to be. Other people might like bells and whistles, but not Batt. Vanilla, Kendall had called it. But the more that was involved, the more that could go wrong was how he looked at it. Also, no one fucked up simple plans. They could be put together and executed in a matter of hours, if need be, even with new personnel. But the fact was, he liked these NSA agents, perhaps because they were military men. They were quick to catch on, quicker even to learn. He never had to repeat himself. To a man, they seemed to memorize everything as it was presented to them. Better still, because of their military background, they obeyed orders unquestioningly, unlike agents in CI. Soraya Moore, a case in point, who always thought they knew a better way to get things done. Plus, these bad boys weren't afraid of rendition. They weren't afraid to pull the trigger. If given the appropriate order, they'd kill a target without either question or regret. Batt felt a certain exhilaration at the knowledge that no one was looking over his shoulder. that he wouldn't have to explain himself to anyone, not even the new DCI. He'd entered an altogether different arena, one all his own, where he could make decisions of great moment, devise field operations, and carry them out with the confidence that he would be back to the hilt, that no operation would ever boomerang on him, bring him face to face with a congressional committee and disgrace. As he wrapped up the pre-mission briefing, his cheeks were flushed, his pulse accelerated. There was a heat building inside him that could almost be called arousal. He tried not to think of his conversation with the defense secretary, tried not to think of Luther Laval heading up Typhon while he looked helplessly on. He desperately didn't want to give up control of such a powerful weapon against terrorism, but Halliday hadn't given him a choice. One step at a time. If there was a way to foil Halliday and Laval, he was confident he'd find it. But for the moment, he returned his attention to the job at hand. No one was going to fuck up his plan to capture Jason Bourne. He knew this absolutely. Within hours, Bourne would be in custody, down so deep even a Houdini like him would never get out. Soraya Moore made her way to Veronica Hart's office. Two men were emerging, Dick Symes, the chief of intelligence, and Rodney Fear, chief of field support. Symes was a short, round man whose red face appeared to have been applied directly to his shoulders. Fear, several years Symes's junior, was fair-haired, with an athletic body, an expression as closed as a bank vault. Both men greeted her cordially, but there was a repellent condescension to Symes' smile. "Bearding the lioness in her den?" Fear said. "Is she in a bad mood?" Soraya asked. Fear shrugged. "Too soon to tell. We're waiting to see if she can carry the weight of the world on those delicate shoulders," Symes said. "Just like with you, Director." Soraya forced a smile through her clenched jaws. "You gentlemen are too kind." Fear laughed. "Ready, willing, and able to oblige, ma'am." Soraya watched them leave, two peas in a pod. Then she poked her head into the DCI's inner sanctum. Unlike her predecessor, Veronica Hart maintained an open-door policy when it came to her upper echelon staff. It engendered a sense of trust and camaraderie that, as she told Soraya, had been sorely lacking at CI in the past. In fact, from the vast amount of electronic data she'd poured over the last couple of days, it was becoming increasingly clear to her that the previous DCI's bunker mentality had led to an atmosphere of cynicism and alienation among the directorate heads. The old man came from the school of letting the seven vie with one another, complete with duplicity, backstabbing, and, so far as she was concerned, outright objectionable behavior. Hart was a product of a new era, where the primary watchword was cooperation. The events of 2001 had proved that, when it came to the intelligence services, competition was deadly. So far as Soraya was concerned, that was all to the good. "How long have you been at this?" Soraya asked. Hart glanced out the window. "It's morning already? I ordered Rob home hours ago." "Way past morning." Soraya smiled. "How about lunch? You definitely need to get out of this office." She spread her hands to indicate the queue of dossiers loaded onto her computer. "Too much work. It won't get done if you pass out from hunger and dehydration." "Okay, the canteen." "It's such a fine day. I was thinking of walking to a favorite restaurant of mine." Hearing a warning note in Soraya's otherwise light voice, Hart looked up. Yes, there was definitely something her director of Typhon wanted to talk to her about outside the confines of the CI building. Hart nodded. "All right, I'll get my coat." Soraya took out her new cell, which she'd picked up at CI this morning. She'd found her old one in the gutter by her car at the Moira Trevor surveillance site, had disposed of it at the office. Now she texted a message. A moment later, Hart's cell buzzed. The text from Soraya read, "Van XST," meaning van across the street. Hart folded her cell away and launched into a long story, at the end of which both women laughed. Then they talked about shoes versus boots, leather versus suede, and which Jimmy Choos they'd buy if they were ever paid enough. Both women kept an eye on the van without seeming to look at it. Soraya directed them down a side street where the van couldn't go for fear of becoming conspicuous. They were moving out of the range of its electronics. "You came from the private sector," Soraya said. "What I don't understand is why you'd give up that payday to become DCI. It's such a thankless job." "Why did you agree to be director of Typhon?" Hart asked. "It was a huge step up for me, both in prestige and in pay." "But that's not really why you accepted it, was it?" Soraya shook her head. "No, I felt a strong sense of obligation to Martin Lindros. I was in at the beginning. Because I'm half Arab, Martin sought out my input both in the creation of Typhon and in its recruitment. He meant Typhon to be a very different intelligence-gathering organization, staffed with people who understood both the Arab and the Muslim mindset. He felt, and I wholeheartedly agree, that the only way to successfully combat the wide array of extremist terrorist cells was to understand what motivates them. Once you were in sync with their motivation, you could begin to anticipate their actions." Hart nodded, her long face in a neutral set as she sank deeper in thought. "My own motivations were similar to yours. I grew sick of the cynical attitude of the private security firms. All of them, not just Black River where I worked, were focused on how much money they could milk out of the mess in the Middle East. In times of war, the government is a mighty cash cow, throwing newly minted money at every situation, as if that alone will make a difference. But the fact is, everyone involved has a license to plunder and steal to their heart's content. What happens in Iraq stays in Iraq. No one's going to prosecute them. They're indemnified against retribution for profiting from other people's misery." Soraya took them into a clothes store, where they made a pretense of checking out camisoles to cover the seriousness of the conversation. "I came to CI because I couldn't change Black River, but I felt I could make a difference here. The president gave me a mandate to change an organization that was in disarray, that long ago had lost its way." They went out the back, across the street, hurrying now, down the block, turning left for a block, then right for 2 blocks, left again. They went into a large restaurant boiling with people. Perfect. The high level of ambient noise, the multiple cross-currents of conversations, would make their own conversation undetectable. At Hart's request, they were seated at a table near the rear, where they had excellent sight lines of the interior as well as the front door. Everyone who came in would be visually vetted by them. "Well executed," Hart said when they were seated. "I see you've done this before." "There were times, especially when I was working with Jason Bourne, when I was obliged to lose a CI tail or two." Hart scanned the large menu. "Do you think that was a CI van?" "No." Hart looked at Soraya over the menu. "Neither do I." They ordered brook trout, Caesar salads to start, mineral water to drink. They took turns checking out the people who came into the restaurant. Halfway through the salads, Soraya said, "We've intercepted some unconventional chatter in the last couple of days. I don't think alarming would be too strong a word." Hart put down her fork. "How so?" "It seems possible that a new attack on American soil is in its final stages." Hart's demeanor changed instantly. She was clearly shaken. "What the hell are we doing here?" she said angrily. "Why aren't we in the office where I can mobilize the forces?" "Wait until you hear the whole story," Soraya said. "Remember that the lines and frequencies Typhon monitors are almost all overseas, so unlike the chatter other intelligence agencies scan, ours is more concentrated, but from what I've seen, it's also far more accurate. As you know, there's always an enormous amount of disinformation in the regular chatter. Not so with the terrorists we keep an ear on. Of course, we're checking and rechecking the accuracy of this intel, but until proven otherwise, we're going on the assumption that it's real. We have 2 problems, however, which is why mobilizing CI now isn't the wisest course." 3 women came in, chatting animatedly. The manager greeted them like old friends, showed them to a round table near the window where they settled in. "First, we have an immediate time frame, that is to say, within a week, 10 days at the outside. However, we have almost nothing on the target, except from the intercepts we know it's large and complex, so we're thinking a building. Again, because of our Muslim expertise, we believe it will be a structure of both economic and symbolic importance." "But no specific location?" East Coast, most probably New York. Nothing's crossed my desk, which means none of our sister agencies has a clue about this intel. That's what I'm telling you, Soraya said. This is ours alone, Typhon's. This is why we were created. You haven't yet told me why I shouldn't inform Homeland Security and mobilize CI. Because the source of this intel is entirely new. Do you seriously think HS or NSA would take our intel at its face value? They'd need corroboration, and A, they wouldn't get it from their own sources, and B, their mucking about in the bush would jeopardize the inroads we've made. You're right about that, Hart said. They're about as subtle as an elephant in Manhattan. Soraya hunched forward. The point is, the group planning the attack is unknown to us. That means we don't know their motivation, their mindset, their methodology. Two men came in, one, then the other. They were dressed as civilians, but their military bearing gave them away. They were seated at separate tables on opposite sides of the restaurant. NSA, Hart said. Soraya frowned. Why would NSA be shadowing us? I'll tell you in a minute. Let's continue with what's most immediately pressing. You mean we're dealing with a complete unknown, an unaffiliated terrorist organization that is capable of planning a large-scale attack? That sounds far-fetched. Imagine how it'll sound to your directorate heads. Plus, our operatives have determined that keeping our information secret is the only way to get more intel. The moment this group catches wind of our mobilizing, they'll postpone the operation for another time. Assuming the current time frame is correct, could they abort or postpone at this late stage? We couldn't, that's for sure. Soraya gave her a sardonic smile. But terrorist networks have no infrastructure or bureaucracy to slow them down, so who knows? Part of the difficulty in locating them and taking them down is their infinite flexibility. This superior methodology is what Martin wanted for Typhon. That's my mandate. The waiter took their half-eaten salads away. A moment later, their main courses arrived. Hart asked for another bottle of mineral water. Her mouth was dry. Now she had NSA on one side, an off-the-grid terrorist organization about to carry out an attack on a large East Coast building on the other. Scylla and Charybdis. Either one could wreck her career at CI before it even began. She couldn't allow that to happen. She wouldn't. Excuse me a moment, she said, getting up. Soraya scanned the restaurant, but kept at least one of the agents in her peripheral vision. She saw him tense when the DCI went off to the ladies' room. He had risen and was making his way toward the rear when Hart returned. He reversed course, sat back down. When the DCI had settled herself in her chair, she looked Soraya in the eye. Since you decided to deliver this intel here instead of the office, I assume you have a specific idea as to how to proceed. Listen, Soraya said. We have a red-hot situation, and we don't have enough intel to mobilize, let alone act. We have less than a week to find out everything on this terrorist organization based God only knows where, with who knows how many members. This isn't the time or place for the usual protocols. They're not going to avail us anything. She glanced down at her fish as if it were the last thing she wanted to put in her mouth. When her gaze rose again, she said, We need Jason Bourne to find this terrorist group. We'll take care of the rest. Hart looked at her as if she were out of her mind, out of the question. Given the urgency of the mission, Soraya said, he's the only one who has a chance of finding them and stopping them. I wouldn't last a day in the job once it got out that I was using Jason Bourne. On the other hand, Soraya said, if you don't follow through on this intel, if this group executes their attack, you'll be out of CI before you can catch your breath. Hart sat back, produced a short laugh. You really are a piece of work. You want me to authorize the use of a rogue agent, a man who's unstable at best, who many powerful people in this organization feel is dangerous to CI in particular, for a mission that could have dire consequences for this country, for the continuation of CI as you and I know it? A jolt of anxiety ran down Soraya's spine. Wait a minute, back that up. What do you mean the continuation of CI as we know it? Hart glanced from one of the NSA agents to the other. Then she expelled a deep breath and told Soraya everything that had happened from the moment she'd been summoned into the Oval Office to meet with the president and had found herself confronting Luther Laval and General Kendall. After I managed to prevail with the president, Laval accosted me outside for a chat, Hart concluded. He told me that if I didn't play nice with him, he'd come after me with everything he has. He wants to take over CI, Soraya. Wants it as part of his ever-enlarging intelligence services domain. But it isn't just Laval we're fighting. It's his boss, the Secretary of Defense. The plan is Bud Halliday's through and through. Black River had some dealings with him when I was there, none of them pleasant. If he succeeds in bringing CI into the Pentagon fold, you can be sure the military will come in, ruin everything with their usual warlike mentality. Then there's even more reason to let me bring Jason in for this. Soraya's voice had taken on an added urgency. He'll get the job done where a company of agents can't. Believe me, I've worked with him in the field twice. Whatever's said about him within CI is totally false. Sure, lifers like Rob Batt hate his guts. Why wouldn't they? Bourne's got a freedom they wish they had. Plus, he's got abilities they never dreamed of. Soraya, it's been implied in several evaluations that you once had an affair with Bourne. Please tell me the truth. I need to know if you're being swayed by anything other than what you think will be best for the country and for CI. Soraya knew this was coming and was prepared. I thought Martin had laid that off as scuttlebutt to rest. There's absolutely no truth to it. We became friends when I was chief of station in Odessa. That was a long time ago. He doesn't remember. When he came back last year to rescue Martin, he had no idea who I was. Last year, you were in the field with him again. We work well together, that's all, Soraya said firmly. Hart was still clandestinely watching the NSA agents. Even if I thought what you were proposing would work, he'd never consent. From everything I've read and heard since coming to CI, he hates the organization. True enough, Soraya said, but once he understands the nature of the threat, I think I can convince him to sign on one more time. Hart shook her head. I don't know. Even talking to him is a damn huge gamble, one I'm not sure I'm willing to take. Director, if you don't seize this opportunity, you'll never be able to. It'll be too late. Still, Hart was unsure which direction to take, the tried and true or the unorthodox. No, she thought, not unorthodox. Insane. I think this place has outlived its usefulness, she said abruptly. She signaled the waiter. Soraya, I believe you have to powder your nose. And while you're there, please call the Metro DC police. Use the payphone. It's in working order. I checked. Tell Metro that there are 2 armed men at this restaurant, then come right back to the table and be ready to move quickly. Soraya gave her a small conspiratorial smile, then rose, threading her way back to the ladies' room. The waiter approached the table, frowning. Is there something wrong with the brook trout, ma'am? It's fine, Hart said. As the waiter gathered up the plates, Hart took out 5 $20 bills, slipped them in his pocket. You see that man over there? The one with the wide face and the football player's shoulders? Yes, ma'am. How about you trip when you get to his table? If I do that, the waiter said, I'm liable to dump these brook trouts in his lap. Precisely, Hart said with a winning smile. But it could mean my job. Don't worry. Hart took out her ID, showed it to him. I'll square things with your boss. The waiter nodded, turned away. Soraya reappeared, made her way to the table. Hart threw some bills onto the table but didn't stand up until the waiter bumped into a busboy. He staggered, the plates tipped. As the NSA shadow leapt up, Hart rose. Together, she and Soraya walked to the door. The NSA shadow was berating the waiter, who was brushing him down with several napkins. Everyone was looking, gesticulating. A couple of people closest to the accident were shouting their versions of what happened. Amid the escalating chaos, the second NSA shadow had gotten up to come to his compatriot's aid, but when he saw his target heading toward him, he changed his mind. Hart and Soraya had reached the door, were stepping out into the street. The second NSA shadow began to follow them, but a pair of burly Metro cops burst into the restaurant, detaining him. Hey, what about them? He shouted at the 2 women. 2 more patrol cars screeched to a halt. Cops raced out. Hart and Soraya already had their IDs out. The cops checked them. We're late for a meeting, Hart said briskly and authoritatively. National security. The phrase was like open sesame. The cops waved them on. Sweet, Soraya said, impressed. Hart nodded her head in acknowledgement, but her expression was grim. Winning such a small skirmish meant nothing to her, save a bit of immediate gratification. It was the war she had her gaze set on. When they were several blocks away and had determined that they were clean of Laval's tags, Soraya said, "At least let me set up a meet with Bourne so we can pick his brain." "I very much doubt this will work." "Jason trusts me. He'll do the right thing," Soraya said with absolute conviction. "He always does." Hart considered for some time. Scylla and Charybdis still loomed large in her thought process. Death by water or fire, which was it to be? But even now, she didn't regret taking the director's position. If there was anything she was up for at this stage in her life, it was a challenge. She couldn't imagine a bigger one than this. "As you no doubt know," she said, "Bourne wants to see the files on the conversations between Lindros and Moira Trevor." She paused in order to judge Soraya's reaction to the woman Bourne was now linked with. I agreed. There wasn't even a tremor in Soraya's face. "I'm meeting him this evening at 5, she said slowly, as if still chewing the idea over. Then, all at once, she nodded decisively. "Join me. We'll hear his take on your intel then." Chapter 11. "Splendidly done," Spectre said to Bourne. "I can't tell you how impressed I am with how you handled the situations at the zoo and at the hospital." "Mikhail Tarkanian is dead," Bourne said. "I never meant that to happen." "Nevertheless, it did." Spectre's black eye wasn't quite as swollen, but it was beginning to turn lurid colors. "Once again, I'm deeply in your debt, my dear Jason. Tarkanian was quite clearly the traitor. If not for you, he would have been the instigator of my torture and eventual death. You'll pardon me if I don't grieve for him." The professor clapped Bourne on the back as the two men walked down to the Weeping Willow on Spectre's property. Out of the corner of his eye, Bourne could see several young men, armed with assault rifles, flanking them. Following the events of today, Bourne didn't begrudge the professor his armed guards. In fact, they made him feel better about leaving Spectre's side. Under the nebula of delicate yellow branches, the two men gazed out at the pond, its surface as perfectly flat as if it were a sheet of steel. A brace of skittish grackles lifted up from the willow, cawing angrily. Their feathers gleamed in brief rainbow hues as they banked away from the swiftly lowering sun. "How well do you know Moscow?" Spectre asked. Bourne had told him what Tarkanian had said, and they'd agreed that Bourne should start there in his search for Pyotr's killer. "Well enough, I've been there several times." "Steel and all, I'll have a friend, Liev Baranov, meet you at Sheremetyevo. Whatever you require, he'll provide, including weapons." "I work alone," Bourne said. "I don't want or need a partner." Spectre nodded understandingly. "Liev will be there for support only. I promise he won't be a hindrance." The professor paused a moment. "What worries me, Jason, is your relationship with Miss Trevor." Turning so that he faced away from the house, he spoke more softly. "I have no intention of prying into your personal life, but if you're going overseas—" "We both are. She's off to Munich this evening," Bourne said. "I appreciate your concern, but she's as tough a woman as I've come across. She can take care of herself." Spectre nodded, clearly relieved. "All right, then. There's just the matter of the packet of information on Yukopov." He drew out a packet. "In here are your plane tickets to Moscow, along with the documentation you'll need. There's money waiting for you. Liev has the details as to which bank, the account number attached to the safe deposit box, and a false identity. The account has been established in that name, not in yours." "This took some planning." "I had it done last night, in the hope that you'd agree to go," Spectre said. "All that remains is for us to take a picture of you for the passport." "And if I'd said no?" "Someone else had already volunteered." Spectre smiled. "But I had faith, Jason, and my faith was rewarded." They turned back and were heading for the house when the professor paused. "One more thing," he said.
The situation in Moscow vis-à-vis the Gruporovka, the criminal families, is at one of its periodic boiling points. The Kazanskaya and the Azeri are vying for sole control of the drug trade. The stakes are extraordinarily high, in the billions of dollars, so don't get in their way. If there is any contact with you, I beg you not to engage them. Instead, turn the other cheek. It's the only way to survive there. I'll remember that, Bourne said, just as one of Spector's men came hurrying out of the back of the house. Informant, Moira Trevor is here to see Mr. Bourne, he said in German-inflected Turkish. Spector turned to Bourne, his eyebrows raised in either surprise or concern, if not both. I had no other choice, Bourne said. I need to see her before she leaves, and after what happened today, I wasn't about to leave you until the last moment. Spector's face cleared. I appreciate that, Jason. Indeed, I do. His hand swept up and away. Go see your lady friend, and then we'll make our last preparations. I'm on my way to the airport, Moira said when Bourne met her in the hallway. The plane takes off in 2 hours. She gave him all the pertinent information. I'm on another flight, he said. I have some work to do for the professor. A flicker of disappointment crossed her face before vanishing in a smile. You have to do what you think is best for you. Bourne heard the slight distance in her voice, as if a glass partition had come down between them. I'm out of the university. You were right about that. Another bit of good news. Moira, I don't want my decision to cause any problems between us. That could never happen, Jason. I promise you. She kissed him on the cheek. I have some interviews lined up when I get to Munich, security people I've been able to contact through back channels. 2 Germans, an Israeli, and a German Muslim who may be the most promising of the lot. As 2 of Spector's young men came through the door, Bourne took Moira into one of the 2 sitting rooms. A ship's brass clock on the marble mantel chimed the change and watch. Quite a grand palace for the head of a university. The professor comes for money, Bourne lied. But he's private about it. My lips are sealed, Moira said. By the way, where's he sending you? Moscow. Some friends of his have gotten into a bit of trouble. The Russian mob? Something like that. Best that she believe the simplest explanation, Bourne thought. He watched the play of lamplight reveal her expression. He was certainly no stranger to duplicity, but his heart constricted at the thought that Moira might be playing him as she was suspected of playing Martin. Several times today, he had considered bypassing the meet with the new DCI, but he had to admit to himself that seeing the question communication between her and Martin had become important to him. Once he saw the evidence, he'd know how to proceed with Moira. He owed it to Martin to discover the truth about his relationship with her. Besides, it was no use fooling himself. He now had a personal stake in the situation. His newly revealed feelings for her complicated matters for everyone, not the least himself. Why was there a price to pay for every pleasure? He wondered bitterly. But now he stood committed. There was no turning back, either from Moscow or from discovering who Moira really was. Moira, moving closer to him, put a hand on his arm. Jason, what is it? You look so troubled. Bourne tried not to look alarmed. Like Marie, she had the uncanny ability to sense what he was feeling, though with everyone else, he was adept at keeping his expression neutral. The important thing now was not to lie to her. She'd pick that up in a heartbeat. The mission is extremely delicate. Professor Spector has already warned me that I'm jumping into the middle of a blood feud between 2 Moscow Gruporovka families. Her grip on him tightened briefly. Your loyalty to the professor is admirable, and after all, your loyalty is what Martin admired most about you. She checked her watch. I've got to go. She lifted her face to his, her lips soft as melting butter, and they kissed for what seemed a long time. She laughed softly. Dear Jason, don't worry. I'm not one of those people who ask about when I'll see you again. Then she turned, and walking into the foyer, saw herself out. A moment later, Bourne heard the cough of a car starting up, the crunch of its tires as it performed a quarter circle back down the gravel drive to the road.
Arkadin awoke grimy and stiff. His shirt was still damp with sweat from his nightmare. Gray light sifted in through the skewed blinds on the window. Stretching his neck by rolling his head in a circle, he thought what he needed most was a good long soak, but the hotel had only a shower in the hallway bathroom. He rolled over to find that he was alone in the room. Dievra had gone. Sitting up, he slid out of the damp, rumpled bed, scrubbed his rough face with the heels of his hands. His shoulder throbbed. It was swollen and hot. He was reaching for the doorknob when the door opened. Dievra stood on the threshold, a paper bag in one hand. "Did you miss me?" she said with a sardonic smile. "I can see it in your face. You thought I'd skipped out." She came inside, kicked the door shut. Her eyes, unblinking, met his. She put her free arm up. Her hand squeezed his left shoulder, gently but firmly enough to cause him pain. "I brought us coffee and fresh rolls," she said evenly. "Don't manhandle me." Arkadin glared at her for a moment. The pain meant nothing to him, but her defiance did. He was right. There was much more to her than what she presented on the surface. He let go, and so did she. "I know who you are," he said. "Filia wasn't Pyotr's courier. You are." That sardonic smile returned. "I was wondering how long it would take you to figure it out." She crossed to the dresser, lined up the paper cups of coffee, set the rolls on the flattened bag. She took out a small bag of ice and tossed it to him. "They're still warm." She bit into one, chewed thoughtfully. Arkadin placed the ice on his left shoulder, sighed inwardly at the relief. He wolfed down his roll in 3 bites. Then he poured the scalding coffee down his throat. "Next, I suppose you're going to hold your palm over an open flame." Dievra shook her head. "Men." "Why are you still here?" Arkadin said. "You could have just run off." "And go where? I shot one of Pyotr's own men." "You must have friends." "None I can trust." Which implied she trusted him. He had an instinct she wasn't lying about this. She'd washed off the heavy mascara that had run and smudged last night. Oddly, this made her eyes seem even larger, and her cheeks held a blush now that she'd scrubbed off what had to be white theatrical makeup. "I'll take you to Turkey," she said. "A small town called Eşkis I hear. That's where I sent the document." Given what he knew, Turkey, the ancient gateway between East and West, made perfect sense. The bag of ice slipped off as Arkadin grabbed the front of her shirt, crossed to the window, threw it wide open. Though the action cost him pain to his shoulder, he hardly cared. The early morning sounds of the street rose up to him like the smell of baking bread. He bent her backward so her head and torso were out the window. "What did I tell you about lying to me?" "You might as well kill me now," she said in her little girl voice. "I won't tolerate your abuse anymore." Arkadin pulled her back inside the room, let go of her. "What are you going to do?" he said with a smirk. "Jump out the window?" No sooner had the words come out of his mouth than she walked calmly to the window and sat on the sash, staring at him all the time. Then she tipped herself backward through the open window. Arkadin grabbed her around the legs and hauled her up from the brink. They stood glaring at each other, breathing fast, hearts pumping with excess adrenaline. "Yesterday, while we were on the ladder, you told me you had nothing much to live for," Dievra said. "That pretty much goes for me too. So here we both are, brothers under the skin, with nothing but each other. How do I know the next link in the network is Turkey?" She drew her hair back from her face. "I am tired of lying to you," she said. "It's like lying to myself. What's the point?" "Talk is cheap," he said. "Then I'll prove it to you. When we get to Turkey, I'll take you to the document." Arkadin, trying not to think too much about what she said, nodded his acknowledgement of their uneasy truce. "I won't lay a hand on you again. Except to kill you," he thought. Chapter 12. The Freer Gallery of Art stood on the south side of the mall, bounded on the west by the Washington Monument and on the east by the reflecting pool, gateway to the immense Capitol building. It was situated on the corner of Jefferson Drive and 12th Street Southwest, near the western edge of the mall. The building, a Florentine Renaissance palazzo faced with Stony Creek granite imported from Connecticut, had been commissioned by Charles Freer to house his enormous collection of Near East and East Asian art. The main entrance on the north side of the building, where the meet was to take place, consisted of 3 arches accented by Doric pilasters surrounding a central loggia. Because its architecture looked inward, many critics felt it was a rather forbidding facade, especially when compared with the nearby exuberance of the National Gallery of Art. Nevertheless, the Freer was the preeminent museum of its kind in the country, and Soraya loved it not only for the depth of art it housed, but also for the elegant lines of the palazzo itself. She especially loved the contained open space at its entrance, and the fact that, even as now, when the mall was agitated with hordes of tourists heading to and from the Smithsonian Metro rail stop on 12th Street, the Freer itself was an oasis of calm and tranquility. When things boiled over in the office during the day, it was to the Freer she came to decompress. 10 minutes with Sung Dynasty jades and lacquers acted like a soothing balm to her soul. Approaching the north side of the mall, Soraya searched past the crowds outside the entrance to the Freer and thought she saw, among the sturdy men with their hard-clipped Midwestern accents, the scampering children and their laughing mothers, the vacant-eyed teenagers plugged into their iPods, Veronica Hart's long, elegant figure walking past the entrance, then doubling back. She stepped off the curb, but the blare of a horn from an oncoming car startled her back onto the sidewalk. It was at that moment that her cell phone buzzed. "What exactly do you think you're doing?" Bourne said in her ear. "Jason? Why are you coming to this meet?" Foolishly, she looked around. She'd never be able to spot him, and she knew it. "Hart invited me. I need to talk to you. The DCI and I both do." "About what?" Soraya took a deep breath. Typhon's listening posts have picked up a series of disturbing communications pointing to an imminent terrorist attack on an East Coast city. The trouble is, that's all we have. Worse, the communications are between 2 cadres of a group about which we have no intel whatsoever. It was my idea to recruit you, to find them and stop the attack. "Not much to go on," Bourne said. "Doesn't matter. The group's name is the Black Legion. In grad school, I studied the link between a branch of Muslim extremism and the Third Reich. But this can't be the same Black Legion. They were either killed or disbanded when Nazi Germany fell." "It can, and it is," Bourne said. "I don't know how it managed to survive, but it did. 3 of their members tried to kidnap Professor Spector this morning. I saw their device tattooed on the gunman's arm." "The 3 horses' heads joined by the death's head?" "Yes." Bourne described the incident in detail. "Check the body at the morgue." "I'll do that," Soraya said. "But how could the Black Legion remain so far underground all this time without being detected?" "They have a powerful international front," Bourne said. "The Eastern Brotherhood." "That sounds far-fetched," Soraya said. "The Eastern Brotherhood is in the forefront of Islamic-Western relations. Nevertheless, my source is unimpeachable." "God in heaven, what have you been doing while you've been away from CI?" "I was never in CI," Bourne said brusquely. "And here's just one reason why. You say you want to talk with me, but I doubt you need 6 agents to do that." Soraya froze. Agents? She was on the mall itself now, and she had to restrain herself from looking around again. "There are no CI agents here." "How do you know that?" "Hart would have told me. Why should she tell you anything? We go way back, you and I." "That's true enough." She kept walking. "But something happened earlier today that makes me believe the agents you've spotted are NSA." She described the way she and Hart had been shadowed from CIHQ to the restaurant. She told him about Secretary Halliday and Luther Laval, both of whom were gunning to make CI a part of the Pentagon clandestine service. "That might make sense," Bourne said, "if there were only 2 of them. But 6? No, there's another agenda, one neither of us knows about." "Such as?" "The agents are vectored perfectly, triangulated on the entrance to the Freer," Bourne said. This means that they must have had foreknowledge of the meet. It also means the 6 weren't sent to shadow Veronica Hart. If they aren't here for her, they must have been sent for me. This is Hart's doing. Soraya felt a chill crawl down her spine. What if the DCI was lying to her? What if she meant all along to lead Bourne into a trap? It would make sense for one of her first official acts as DCI to be the capture of Jason Bourne. It certainly would put her in solidly with Rob Batt and the others who despised and feared Bourne, and who resented her. Plus, capturing Jason would score her big points with the president and prevent Secretary Halliday from building on his already considerable influence. Still, why would Hart have allowed Soraya to possibly muck up her first field op by coming along? No, she had to believe this was an NSA initiative. I don't believe that, she said emphatically. Let's say you're right. The other possibility is just as dire. If Hart didn't set the trap, then there's someone highly placed in CI who did. I went to Hart directly with a request. Yes, she said, using my cell, thank you very much. Did you find it? You're on a new one now. It was in the gutter where you tossed it. Then stop complaining, Bourne said, not unkindly. I can't imagine Hart told too many people about this meet, but one of them is working against her, and if that's the case, chances are he's been recruited by Laval. If Bourne was right, but of course he was. You're the grand prize, Jason. If Laval can take you down when no one in CI could, he'll be a hero. Taking over CI will be a cakewalk for him after that. Soraya felt perspiration break out at her hairline. Under the circumstances, she continued, I think you ought to withdraw. I need to see the correspondence between Martin and Moira, and if Hart is instigating this trap, then she'll never give me access to the files at another time. I'll have to take my chances, but not until you're certain Hart has the material. Soraya, who was almost at the entrance, expelled a long breath. Jason, I found the conversations. I can tell you what's in them. Do you think you could quote them to me verbatim? He said. Anyway, it's not that simple. Karim Al-Jamil doctored hundreds of files before he left. I know the method he used to alter them. I have to see them myself. I see there's no way I can talk you out of this. Right, Bourne said. When you've made sure the material is genuine, beat my cell once. Then I need you to move Hart into the loggia, away from the entrance proper. Why? She said. That'll only make it more difficult for you to... Jason? But Bourne had already disconnected. From his vantage point on the roof of the Forrestal building on Independence Avenue, Bourne tracked his high-powered night vision glasses from Soraya as she moved toward the DCI, past clots of tourists hurrying about, to the agents in place around the west end of the mall. 2 lounged, chatting, at the northeast corner of the Department of Agriculture North Building. Another, hands in the pockets of his trench coat, was crossing diagonally southwest from Madison Drive toward the Smithsonian. A fourth was behind the wheel of an illegally parked car on Constitution Avenue. In fact, he was the one who'd given the game away. Bourne had spotted the car illegally parked just before a Metro Police cruiser stopped parallel to it. Windows were rolled down, a conversation ensued. ID was briefly flashed by the driver of the illegally parked car. The cruiser rolled on. The 5th and 6th agents were east of the Freer, one approximately midway between Madison and Jefferson Drives, the other in front of the Arts Industries building. He knew there had to be at least one more. It was almost 5 o'clock. A short winter twilight had descended, aided by the twinkling lights wound festively around lampposts. With the location of each agent memorized, Bourne returned to the ground, using the window ledges for hands and feet. The moment he showed himself, the agents would start moving. Estimating the distance they were from where the DCI and Soraya stood, he calculated he'd have no more than 2 minutes with Hart to get the files. Hidden in shadows, waiting for Soraya's signal, he strained to pick out the remaining agents. They couldn't afford to leave Independence Avenue unguarded. If Hart didn't in fact have the files, then he'd do as Soraya first suggested and get out of the area without being spotted. He imagined her at the entrance to the Freer, talking with the DCI. There would be the first nervous moment of acknowledgement, then Soraya would have to direct the conversation around to the files. She'd have to find a way for Hart to show them to her, to make sure they were authentic. His phone beeped once and was still. The files were authentic. He accessed the internet, navigating to the DC Metro site, checked the up-to-the-minute transit schedules, checking his options. The procedure took longer than he would have liked. The very real and immediate danger was that one of the 6 agents was in contact with home base, either CI or the Pentagon, whose sophisticated electronic telemetry could pinpoint his phone and, worse, spy on what he was pulling up from the net. Couldn't be helped, however. Access had to be made on-site and at the immediate moment in case of unforeseen transit delays. He put the worry out of his head, concentrated on what he'd have to do. The next 5 minutes were crucial. Time to go. Moments after Soraya secretly contacted Bourne, she said to Veronica Hart, "I'm afraid we may have a problem." The DCI's head whipped around. She'd been scanning the area for any sign of Bourne's presence. The crowds around the freer had thickened as many made their way to the Smithsonian Metro station around the corner, returning to their hotels to prepare for dinner. "What kind of problem?" "I think I saw one of the NSA shadows we picked up at lunch." "Hell, I don't want Laval knowing I'm meeting with Bourne. He'll have a fit, go running to the president." She turned. "I think we ought to leave before Bourne gets here." "What about my intel?" Soraya said. "What chance are we going to have without him?" "I say let's stay and talk to him. Showing him the material will go a long way toward winning his trust." The DCI was clearly on edge. "I don't like any of this." "Time is of the essence." Soraya took her by the elbow. "Let's move back here," she said, indicating the loggia. "We'll be out of the shadow's line of sight." Hart reluctantly walked into the open space. The loggia was especially crowded with people milling about, discussing the art they'd just seen, their plans for dinner and the next day. The gallery closed at 5:30, so the building was starting to clear out. "Where the hell is he anyway?" Hart said testily. "He'll be here," Soraya assured her. "He wants the material." "Of course he wants it. The material concerns his friend." "Clearing Martin's name is extremely important to him." "I was speaking of Moira Trevor," the DCI said. Before Soraya could form a reply, a group of people spewed out of the front doors. Bourne was in the middle of them. Soraya could see him, but he was shielded from anyone across the street. "Here he is," she muttered as Bourne came quickly and silently up behind them. He must have somehow gotten into the Independence Avenue entrance at the south side of the building, closed to the public, made his way through the galleries to the front. The DCI turned, impaling Bourne with a penetrating gaze. "So you came after all." "I said I would." He didn't blink, didn't move at all. Soraya thought that he was at his most terrifying then, the sheer force of his will at its peak. "You have something for me?" "I said you could read it." The DCI held out a small manila envelope. Bourne took it. "I regret I haven't the time to do that here." He whirled, snaking through the crowd, vanishing inside the freer. "Wait!" Hart cried. "Wait!" But it was too late, and in any event, 3 NSA agents came walking rapidly through the entrance. Their progress was slowed by the people exiting the gallery, but they pushed many of them aside. They trotted past the DCI and Soraya as if they didn't exist. A 3rd agent appeared, took up position just inside the loggia. He stared at them and smiled thinly. Bourne moved as quickly as he thought prudent through the interior. Having memorized it from the visitor's brochure and come through it once already, he did not waste a step. But one thing worried him. He hadn't seen any agents on his way in. That meant, more than likely, he'd have to deal with them on the way out. Near the rear entrance, a guard was checking galleries just before closing time. Bourne was obliged to detour around a corner with an outcropping of a fire call box and extinguisher. He could hear the guard's soft voice as he herded a family toward the exit in front. Bourne was about to slip out when he heard other voices, sharper, clipped. Moving into shadow, he saw a pair of slim, white-haired Chinese scholars in pinstriped suits and shiny brogues arguing the merits of a Tang porcelain vase. Their voices faded along with their footsteps as they headed toward Jefferson Drive. Without losing another instant, Bourne checked the bypass he'd made on the alarm system. So far, it showed everything as normal. He pushed out the door. Night wind struck his face as he saw 2 agents, sidearms drawn, hurrying up the granite stairs. He had just enough time to register the oddness of the guns before he ducked back inside, went directly to the fire call box. They came through the door. The leading one got a face full of fire-smothering foam. Bourne ducked a wild shot from the second agent. There was virtually no noise, but something pinged off the Tennessee white marble wall near his shoulder, then clattered to the floor. He hurled the fire extinguisher at the shooter. It struck him on the temple, and he went down. Bourne broke the call box's glass, pulled hard on the red metal handle. Instantly, the fire alarm sounded, piercing every corner of the gallery. Out the door, Bourne ran diagonally down the steps, heading west, directly for 12th Street Southwest. He expected to find more agents at the southwest corner of the building, but as he turned off Independence Avenue onto 12th Street, he encountered a flood of people drawn to the building by the alarm. Already the sirens of fire trucks could be heard floating through the rising chatter of the crowd. He hurried along the street toward the entrance down to the Smithsonian Metro stop. As he did so, he accessed the internet through his cell. It took longer than he would have liked, but at last he pressed the favorites icon, was returned to the Metro site. Navigating to the Smithsonian station, he scrolled down to the hyperlink to the next train arrival, which was refreshed every 30 seconds. 3 minutes to the Orange Line 6 train to Vienna Fairfax. Quickly, he composed a text mail, FB, sent it to a number he'd prearranged with Professor Spector. The metro entrance, clogged with people stopped on the stairs to watch the unfolding scenario, was a mere 50 yards away. Bourne heard police sirens now, saw a number of unmarked cars heading down 12th Street toward Jefferson. They turned east when they got to the junction, all except one, which headed due south. Bourne tried to run, but he was hampered by the press of people. He broke free into a small area blessedly empty of the gigantic jostle, when the driver's window of a cruising car slid down. A burly man with a grim face and a nearly bald head aimed another one of those strange-looking handguns at him. Bourne twisted, putting one of the metro entrance posts between himself and the gunman. He heard nothing, no sound at all, just as he hadn't back inside the freer. And something bit into his left calf. He looked down, saw the metal of a mini dart lying on the street. It had grazed him, but that was all. With a controlled swing, Bourne went around the post, down the stairs, pushing his way through the gawkers into the metro. He had just under 2 minutes to make the Orange 6 to Vienna. The next train didn't leave for 4 minutes after that. Too much time in the platform, waiting for the NSA agents to find him. He had to make the first train. He bought his ticket, went through. The crowds thinned and thickened like waves rushing to shore. He began to sweat. His left foot slipped. Rebalancing himself, he guessed that whatever was in that mini-dart must be having an effect despite only grazing him. Looking up at the electronic signs, he had to work to focus in order to find the correct platform. He kept pushing forward, not trusting himself to rest, though part of him seemed hell-bent on doing just that. Sit down, close your eyes, sink into sleep. Turning to a vending machine, he fished in his pockets for change, bought every chocolate bar he could. Then he entered the line for the escalator. Partway down, he stumbled, missed the riser, crashed into the couple ahead of him. He'd blacked out for an instant. Gaining the platform, he felt both shaky and sluggish. The concrete-paneled ceiling arched overhead, deadening the sounds of the hundreds crowding the platform. Less than a minute to go. He could feel the vibration of the oncoming train, the wind it pushed ahead of it. He'd gobbled down one chocolate bar and was starting on the second when the train pulled into the station. He stepped in, allowing the surge of the crowd to take him. Just as the doors were closing, a tall man with broad shoulders and a black trench coat sprinted into the other end of Bourne's car. The doors closed, and the train lurched forward. Chapter 13. As he saw the man in the black trench making his way toward him from the end of the train car, Bourne felt an unpleasant form of claustrophobia. Until they reached the next station, he was trapped in this finite space. Moreover, despite the initial chocolate hit, he was starting to feel a lassitude creeping up from his left leg as the serum entered his bloodstream. He tore off the wrapping on another chocolate bar, wolfed it down. The faster he could get the sugar and the caffeine into his system, the better able his body would be to fight off the effects of the drug. But that effect would only be temporary, and then his blood sugar would plummet, draining the adrenaline out of him. The train reached Federal Triangle, and the doors slid open. A mass of people got off. Another mass got on. Black Trench used the brief slackening of passengers to make headway toward where Bourne stood, hands clasped around a chromium pole. The doors closed. The train accelerated. Black Trench was blocked by a huge man with tattoos on the backs of his hands. He tried to push by, but the tattooed man glared at him, refusing to budge. Black Trench could have used his federal ID to move people out of the way, but he didn't, no doubt so as not to cause a panic. But whether he was NSA or CI was still a mystery. Bourne, struggling to stop his mind from going in and out of focus, stared into the face of his newest adversary, looking for clues to his affiliation. Black Trench's face was blocky, bland, but with a particularly dry cruelty the military demanded in its clandestine agents. He must be NSA, Bourne decided. Through the fog in his brain, he knew he had to deal with Black Trench before the rendezvous point at Foggy Bottom. Two children swung into Bourne as the train lurched around a bend. He held them upright, returning them to their place beside their mother, who smiled her thanks at him, put a protecting arm around their narrow shoulders. The train rolled into Metro Center. Bourne saw a brief glare of temporary spotlights where a work crew was busy fixing an escalator. On the other side of him, a young blonde with earbuds leading to an MP3 player pressed her shoulder against his, took out a cheap plastic compact, checked the state of her makeup. Pursing her lips, she slid the compact back in her bag, dug out flavored lip gloss. While she was applying it, Bourne lifted the compact, palming it immediately. He replaced it with a $20 bill. The doors opened, and Bourne stepped out with a small whirlwind of people. Black Trench, caught between doors, rushed down the car, made it onto the platform just in time. Weaving his way through the hurrying throngs, he followed Bourne toward the elevator. The majority of people headed for the stairs. Bourne checked the position of the temporary spotlights. He made for them, but not at too fast a pace. He wanted Black Trench to make up some of the distance between them. He had to assume that Black Trench was also armed with a dart gun. If a dart struck Bourne anywhere, even in an extremity, it would mean the end. Caffeine or no caffeine, he'd pass out, and NSA would have him. There was a wall of elderly and disabled people, some of them in wheelchairs, waiting for the elevator. The door opened. Bourne sprinted ahead as if making for the elevator, but the moment he reached the glare of the spotlights, he turned and aimed the mirror inside the compact at an angle that reflected the dazzle into Black Trench's face. Momentarily blinded, Black Trench halted, put up his hand, palm outward. Bourne was at him in a heartbeat. He drove his hand into the main nerve bundle beneath Black Trench's right ear, wrested the dart gun out of his hand, fired it into his side. As the man listed to one side, staggering, Bourne caught him, dragged him to a wall. Several people turned their heads to gape, but no one stopped. The pace of the crowd hurrying by barely flickered before returning to full force. Bourne left Black Trench there, eeled his way through the almost solid curtain of people back to the orange line. 4 minutes later, he'd eaten through 2 more chocolate bars. Another orange 6 to Vienna rolled in, and, with a last glance thrown over his shoulder, he got on. His head didn't feel any deeper in the mist, but he knew what he needed most now was water, as much as he could get down his throat to flush the chemical out of his system as quickly as possible. 2 stops later, he exited at Foggy Bottom. He waited at the rear of the platform until no more passengers got off. Then he followed them up, taking the stairs 2 at a time in an attempt to further clear his head. His first breath of cool evening air was a deep and exhilarating one. Except for a slight nausea, perhaps caused by a continuing vertigo, he felt better. As he emerged from the metro exit, a nearby engine coughed to life. The headlights of a dark blue Audi came on. He walked briskly to the car, opened the passenger's side door, slid in. "How did it go?" Professor Spector nosed the Audi out into the heavy traffic. "I got more than I bargained for," Bourne said, leaning his head against the seat rest. "And there's been a change of plan. People are sure to be looking for me at the airport. I'm going with Moira, at least as far as Munich." A look of deep concern crossed the professor's face. "Do you think that's wise?" Bourne turned his head, stared out the window at the passing city. "It doesn't matter." His thoughts were of Martin and of Moira. "I passed wise some time ago." Book 2, Chapter 14. "It's amazing," Moira said. Bourne looked up from the files he'd snatched from Veronica Hart. "What's amazing?" "You sitting here opposite me in this opulent corporate jet." Moira was wearing a sleek black suit of nubbly wool, shoes with sensible heels. A thin gold chain was around her neck. "Weren't you supposed to be on your way to Moscow tonight?" Bourne drank water from the bottle on his side tray table, closed the file. He needed more time to ascertain whether Karim al-Jamil had doctored these conversations, but he had his suspicions. He knew Martin was far too canny to tell her anything that was classified, which covered just about everything that happened at CI. "I couldn't stay away from you." He watched a small smile curl Moira's wide lips. Then he dropped the bomb. "Also, the NSA is after me." It was as if a light went out in her face. "Say again?" "The NSA. Luther Laval has decided to make me a target." He waved a hand to forestall her questions. "It's political. If he can bag me when the CI hierarchy can't, he'll prove to the powers that be that his thesis that CI should come under his jurisdiction makes sense, especially after the turmoil CI has been in since Martin's death." Moira pursed her lips. "So Martin was right. He was the only one left who believed in you." Bourne almost added Soraya's name, then thought better of it. "It doesn't matter now." "It matters to me," she said fiercely. "Because you loved him." "We both loved him." Her head tilted to one side. "Wait a minute, are you saying there's something wrong in that?" "We live on the outskirts of society, in a world of secrets." He deliberately included her. "For people like us, there's always a price to pay for loving someone." "Like what?" "We've spoken about it," Bourne said. "Love is a weakness your enemies can exploit. And I've said that's a horrid way to live one's life." Bourne turned to stare out the Perspex window at the darkness rushing by. "It's the only one I know." "I don't believe that." Moira leaned forward until their knees touched. "Surely you see you're more than that, Jason. You loved your wife. You love your children. What kind of father can I be to them? I'm a memory, and I'm a danger to them. Soon enough, I'll be a ghost. You can do something about that. And what kind of friend were you to Martin? The best kind. The only kind that matters." She tried to get him to turn back to her. "Sometimes I'm convinced you're looking for answers to questions that have none." "What does that mean?" "That no matter what you've done in the past, no matter what you'll do in the future, you'll never lose your humanity." She watched his eyes engage hers slowly, enigmatically. "That's the one thing that frightens you, isn't it?" "What's the matter with you?" Dievra asked. Arkadin, behind the wheel of a rental car they had picked up in Istanbul, grunted irritably. "What are you talking about?" "How long is it going to take you to fuck me?" There being no flights from Sevastopol to Turkey, they'd spent a long night in a cramped cabin of the heroes of Sevastopol, being transported southwest across the Black Sea from Ukraine to Turkey. "Why would I want to do that?" Arkadin said as he headed off a lumbering truck on the highway. "Every man I meet wants to fuck me."
Why should you be any different? Dievra ran her hands through her hair. Her raised arms lifted her small breasts invitingly. Like I said, what's the matter with you? A smirk played at the corners of her mouth. Maybe you're not a real man, is that it? Arkadin laughed. You're so transparent. He glanced at her briefly. What's your game? Why are you trying to provoke me? I like to extract reactions in my men. How else will I get to know them? I'm not your man, he growled. Now Dievra laughed. She wrapped her slender fingers around his arm, rubbing back and forth. If your shoulder's bothering you, I'll drive. He saw the familiar symbol on the inside of her wrist, all the more fearsome for being tattooed on the porcelain skin. When did you get that? Does it matter? Not really. What matters is why you got it. Faced with open highway, he put on speed. How else will I get to know you? She scratched the tattoo as if it had moved beneath her skin. Piotr made me get it. He said it was part of the initiation. He said he wouldn't go to bed with me until I got it. And you wanted to go to bed with him? Not as much as I want to go to bed with you. She turned away then, stared out the side window, as if she was suddenly embarrassed by her confession. Perhaps she actually was, Arkadin thought as he signaled, moving right through 2 lanes as a sign for a rest stop appeared. He turned off the highway, parked at the far end of the rest stop, away from the 2 vehicles that occupied parking slots. He got out, walked to the edge, and, with his back to her, took a long, satisfying pee. The day was bright and warmer than it had been in Sevastopol. The breeze coming off the water was laden with moisture that lay on his skin like sweat. On the way back to the car, he rolled up his sleeves. His coat was slung with hers across the car's back seat. We'd better enjoy this warmth while we can, Dievra said. Once we get onto the Anatolian plateau, the mountains will block this temperate weather. It will be colder than a witch's teeth. It was as if she'd never made the intimate statement, but she'd caught his attention all right. It seemed to him now that he understood something important about her, or, more accurately, about himself. It went through Galia as well, now that he thought of it. He seemed to have a certain power over women. He knew Galia loved him with every fiber of her being, and she wasn't the first one. Now, this slim, tomboyish Dievichka, hard-bitten, downright nasty when she needed to be, had fallen under his spell, which meant he had the handle on her he was searching for. How many times have you been to Eshkisa here? He asked. Enough to know what to expect. He sat back. Where did you learn to answer questions without revealing a thing? If I'm bad, I learned it at my mother's breast. Arkadin looked away. He seemed to have trouble breathing. Without a word, he opened the door, bolted outside, stalking in small circles like a lion in the zoo. I cannot be alone, Arkadin had said to Semyon Yukopov, and Yukopov had taken him at his word. At Yukopov's villa, where Arkadin was installed, his host provided a young man. But when, a week later, Arkadin had beaten his companion nearly into a coma, Yukopov switched tactics. He spent hours with Arkadin, trying to determine the root of his outbursts of fury. This failed utterly, as Arkadin seemed at a loss to remember, let alone explain these frightening episodes. I don't know what to do with you, Yukopov said. I don't want to incarcerate you, but I need to protect myself. I would never harm you, Arkadin said. Not knowingly, perhaps, the older man said ruminatively. The following week, a stoop-shouldered man with a formal goatee and colorless lips spent every afternoon with Arkadin. He sat in a plush, upholstered chair, one leg crossed over the other, writing in a neat, crabbed hand in a tablet notebook he protected as if it were his child. For his part, Arkadin lay on his host's favorite chaise lounge, a roll pillow behind his head. He answered questions. He spoke at length about many things, but the things that shadowed his mind he kept tucked away in a black corner of the deepest depths of his mind, never to be spoken of. That door was closed forever. At the end of 3 weeks, the psychiatrist handed in his report to Yukopov and vanished as quickly as he had appeared.
No matter. Arkadin's nightmares continued to haunt him in the dead of night when, upon awakening with a gasp and a start, he was convinced he heard rats scuttling, red eyes burning in the darkness. At those moments, the fact that Yukapov's villa was completely vermin-free was of no solace to him. The rats lived inside him, squirming, shrieking, feeding. The next person Yukopov employed to burrow into Arkadin's past, in an attempt to cure him of his fits of rage, was a woman whose sensuality and lush figure he felt would keep her safe from Arkadin's outbursts of fury. Marlena was adept at handling men of all kinds and kinks. She possessed an uncanny ability to sense the specific thing a man desired from her, and provide it. At first, Arkadin didn't trust Marlena. Why should he? He couldn't trust the psychiatrist. Wasn't she just another form of analyst sent to coax out the secrets of his past? Marlena, of course, noted this aversion in him and set about countering it. The way she saw it, Arkadin was living under a spell, self-induced or otherwise. It was up to her to concoct an antidote. "This won't be a short process," she told Yukopov at the end of her first week with Arkadin, and he believed her. Arkadin observed Marlena walking on little cat feet. He suspected she was smart enough to know that even the slightest misstep on her part might strike him as a seismic shift, and then all the progress she'd made in gaining his trust would evaporate like alcohol over a flame. She seemed to him wary, acutely aware that at any moment he could turn on her. She acted as if she were in a cage with a bear. Day by day you could track the training of it, but that didn't mean it wouldn't unexpectedly rip your face off. Arkadin had to laugh at that, the care with which she was treating every aspect of him. But gradually something else began to creep into his consciousness. He suspected that she was coming to feel something genuine for him. Dievra watched Arkadin through the windshield. Then she kicked open her door, went after him. She shaded her eyes against a white sun plastered to a high, pale sky. "What is it?" she said when she'd caught up to him. "What did I say?" Arkadin turned a murderous look her way. He appeared to be in a towering rage, just barely holding himself together. Dievra found herself wondering what would happen if he let himself go, but she also didn't want to be in his way when it happened. She felt an urge to touch him, to speak soothingly until he returned to a calmer state of mind, but she sensed that would only inflame him further. So she went back to the car to wait patiently for him to return. Eventually he did, sitting sideways on the seat, his shoes on the ground as if he might bolt again. "I'm not going to fuck you," he said, "but that doesn't mean I don't want to." She felt he wanted to say something else, but couldn't. That whatever it was too bound up in what had happened to him a long time ago. "It was a joke," she said softly. "I was making a stupid joke." "There was a time when I would have thought nothing of it," he said, as if talking to himself. "Sex is unimportant." She sensed that he was speaking about something else, something only he knew, and she glimpsed just how alone he was. She suspected that even in a crowd, even with friends, if he had any, he'd feel alone. It seemed to her that he'd walled himself off from sexual melding because it would underscore the depth of his apartness. He seemed to her to be a moonless planet with no sun to revolve around, just emptiness everywhere as far as he could see. In that moment, she realized that she loved him. "How long has he been in there?" Luther Laval asked. 6 days, General Kendall replied. He was in his shirt sleeves, which were turned up. That precaution hadn't been enough to protect them from spatters of blood. "But I guarantee that to him it feels like 6 months. He's as disoriented as it's possible for a human being to be." Laval grunted, peering at the bearded Arab through the one-way mirror. The man looked like a raw piece of meat. Laval didn't know or care whether he was Sunni or Shia. They were the same to him, terrorists bent on destroying his way of life. He took these matters very personally. "What's he given up?" "Enough that we know the copies of the Typhon intercepts Bat has given us are disinformation." "Still," Laval said, "it comes straight from Typhon."
This man's very highly placed. There's no question whatsoever of his identity, and he knows of no plans moving into their final stages to hit a major New York building. That in itself could be disinformation, Laval said. These bastards are masters of that kind of shit. Right. Kendall wiped his hands on a towel he'd thrown over his shoulder like a chef at the stove. They love nothing better than to see us running around in circles, chasing our tails, which is what we'll be doing if we put out an alert. Laval nodded, as if to himself. I want our best people to follow up on it, confirm the Typhon intercepts. We'll do our best, but I feel it my duty to report that the prisoner laughed in my face when I asked him about this terrorist group. Laval snapped his fingers several times. What are they called again? The Black Legion, something like that. Nothing in our database about this group? No, or at any of our sister agencies either. Kendall threw the soiled towel into a basket whose contents were incinerated every 12 hours. It doesn't exist. I tend to agree, Laval said, but I'd like to be certain. He turned from the window, and the two men went out of the viewing room. They walked down a rough concrete corridor, painted an institutional green, the buzzing fluorescent tubes that hurled purple shadows on the linoleum floor as they passed. He waited patiently outside the locker room for Kendall to change his clothes. Then they proceeded down the corridor. At the end of it, they climbed a flight of stairs to a reinforced metal door. Laval pressed his forefinger onto a fingerprint reader. He was rewarded by the clicking of bolts being shot, not unlike a bank vault opening. They found themselves in another corridor, the polar opposite of the one they were leaving. This one was paneled in polished mahogany. Wall sconces produced a soft, buttery glow between paintings of historical naval engagements, phalanxes of Roman legions, Prussian hussars, and English light cavalry. The first door on the left brought them into a room straight out of a high-toned men's club, replete with hunter green walls, cream moldings, leather furniture, antique break fronts, and a wooden bar from an old English pub. The sofas and chairs were well spaced, the better to allow occupants to speak of private matters. Flames cracked and sparked comfortingly in a large fireplace. A liveried butler met them before they'd taken 3 steps on the thick, sound-deadening carpet. He guided them to their accustomed spot, in a discreet corner where 2 high-backed leather chairs were arranged on either side of a mahogany pedestal card table. They were near a tall, mullioned window flanked by thick drapes, which overlooked the Virginia countryside. This club-like room, known as the library, was in an enormous stone house that the NSA had taken over decades ago. It was used as a retreat, as well as for formal dinners for the generals and directors of the organization. Its lower depths, however, were used for other purposes. When they had ordered drinks and light refreshments and were alone again, Laval said, "Do we have a line on Bourne yet?" Yes and no. Kendall crossed one leg over the other, arranging the crease in his trousers. As per our previous briefing, he came onto the grid at 6:37 last night, passing through immigration at Dulles. He was booked on a Lufthansa flight to Moscow. Had he shown, we could have put McNally onto the flight. Bourne's far too clever for that, Laval grumbled. He knows we're after him now. The element of surprise has been neutralized, damn it. We managed to discover that he boarded a Next-Gen Energy Solutions corporate jet. Like a hunting dog on alert, Laval's head came up. Really? Explain. An executive by the name of Moira Trevor was on it. What is she to Bourne? A question we're trying to answer, Kendall said unhappily. He hated disappointing his boss. In the meantime, we obtained a copy of the flight plan. The destination was Munich. Shall I activate a point man there? Don't waste your time. Laval waved a hand. My money's on Moscow. That's where he meant to go. That's where he's going. I'll get right on it. Kendall opened his cell phone. I want Anthony Prowess. He's in Afghanistan. Then pull him the fuck out, Laval said shortly. Get him on a military chopper. I want him on the ground in Moscow by the time Bourne gets there. Kendall nodded, punched in a special encrypted number, and typed the coded text message to Prowess. Laval smiled at the approaching waiter. Thank you, Willard.
he said as the man snapped out a starched white tablecloth, arranged the glasses of whiskey, small plates of nibbles, and the cutlery on the table, then departed as silently as he'd come. Laval stared at the food. It seems we've backed the wrong horse. General Kendall knew he meant Rob Batt. Soraya Moore witnessed the debacle. She's put two and two together in short order. Batt told us he knew about Hart's meet with Bourne because he was in her office when Bourne's call came in. Other than the Moore woman, who else is she likely to have told? No one. That'll lead Hart right back to the deputy director. Hang him out to dry. Picking up his glass, Kendall said, "Time for Plan B." Laval stared into the chestnut liquid. "I always thank God for Plan B, Richard. Always." Their glasses clinked together. They drank in studied silence while Laval ruminated. When, half an hour later, they drained their whiskeys and new ones were in their hands, Laval said, "On the subject of Soraya Moore, I do believe it's time to bring her in for a chat." "Private?" "Oh, yes." Laval added a dollop of water to his whiskey, releasing its complex scent. "Bring her here." Chapter 15. Tell me about Jason Bourne. Harun Iliev, in an American Nike jogging suit identical to the one worn by his commander, Semyon Yukopov, rounded the turn of the natural ice skating rink in the heart of Grindelwald village. Harun had spent more than a decade as Yukopov's second-in-command. As a boy, he'd been adopted by Yukopov's father, Farid, after his parents had drowned when a ferry taking them from Istanbul to Odessa had capsized. Harun, at the age of 4, was visiting his grandmother there. The news of the deaths of her daughter and son-in-law sent her into cardiac arrest. She died almost instantly, which everyone involved felt was a blessing, for she lacked both the strength and the stamina to care for a 4-year-old. Farid Yukopov stepped in, because Harun's father had worked for him. The two were close. "There is no easy answer," Harun said now, "principally because there is no one answer. Some swear he's an agent of the American CIA. Others claim he's an international assassin for hire. Clearly, it can't be both. What is indisputable is that he was responsible for foiling the plot to gas the attendees of the International Anti-Terrorist Conference in Reykjavik 3 years ago, and, last year, the very real nuclear threat to Washington, D.C., posed by Duja, the terrorist group that was run by the two Wahib brothers, Fadi and Karim al-Jamil. Rumor has it Bourne killed them both. Impressive, if true. But just the fact that no one can get a handle on him is of extreme interest." Yukopov's arms chugged up and down in perfect rhythm to his gliding back and forth. His cheeks were apple red, and he smiled warmly at the children skating on either side of them, laughing when they laughed, giving encouragement when one of them fell. "And how did such a man get involved with our friend?" "Through the university in Georgetown," Harun said. He was a slender man with the look of an accountant, which wasn't helped by his sallow skin and the way his olive-pit eyes were sunk deep in his skull. Ice skating did not come naturally to him as it did to Yukopov. "Besides killing people, it seems Bourne is something of a genius at linguistics." "Is he now?" Even though they'd skated for more than 40 minutes, Yukopov wasn't breathing hard. Harun knew he was just getting warmed up. They were in spectacular country. The resort of Grindelwald was just under 100 miles southeast of Bern. Above them towered 3 of Switzerland's most famous mountains, Jungfrau, Munich, and Eiger, glittering white with snow and ice. "It seems that Bourne's weak spot is for a mentor. The first was a man named Alexander Conklin, who—" "I knew Alex," Yukopov said curtly. "It was before your time. Another lifetime, it often seems." He nodded. "Please, continue." "It seems our friend has made a play to become his new mentor." "I must interject here. That seems improbable." "Then why did Bourne kill Mikhail Tarkanian?" "Misha." Yukopov's pace faltered for a moment.
Allah preserve us. Does Leonid Danilovich know? Arkadin is currently out of contact. What's his progress? He's come and gone from Sevastopol. That's something anyway. Yukopov shook his head. We're running out of time. Arkadin knows this. I want Arkanian's death kept from him, Harun. Misha was his best friend. They were closer than brothers. Under no circumstances can he be allowed to be distracted from his present assignment. A lovely young woman held out her hand as she skated abreast of them. Yukopov took it and for a time was swept away in an ice dance that made him feel as if he were 20 again. When he returned, he resumed their skate around the rink. Something about the easy gliding motion of skating, he'd once told Harun, helped him to think. Given what you've told me, Yukopov said at length, this Jason Bourne may very well cause an unforeseen complication. You can be sure our friend has recruited Bourne to his cause by telling him you caused the death of... Yukopov shot him a warning look. I agree, but the question we must answer is how much of the truth he's risked telling Bourne. Knowing our friend, Harun said, I would say very little, if at all. Yes. Yukopov tapped a gloved forefinger against his lips. And if this is the case, we can use the truth against him, don't you think? If we can get to Bourne, Harun said, and if we can get him to believe us. Oh, he'll believe us. I'll make sure of that. Yukopov executed a perfect spin. Your new assignment, Harun, is to ensure we'll get to him before he can do any more damage. We could ill afford to lose our eye in our friend's camp. Further deaths are unacceptable. Munich was full of cold rain. It was a gray city on the best of days, but in this windswept downpour it seemed to hunker down. Like a turtle, it pulled in its head into its concrete shell, turning its back on all visitors. Bourne and Moira sat inside the cavernous next-gen 747. Bourne was on his cell, making a reservation on the next flight to Moscow. I wish I could authorize the plane to take you, Moira said after he'd folded away the phone. No, you don't, Bourne said. You'd like me to stay here by your side. I already told you why I think that would be a bad idea. She looked out at the wet tarmac, rainbow-streaked with droplets of fuel and oil. Raindrops trickled down the Perspex window like racing cars in their lanes. And I find myself not wanting to be here at all. Bourne opened the file he'd taken from Veronica Hart, turned it around, held it out. I'd like you to take a look at this. Moira turned back, put the file on her lap, paged through it. All at once, she looked up. Was it CI that had me under surveillance? When Bourne nodded, she said, Well, that's a relief. How is it a relief? She lifted the file. This is all disinformation, a setup. 2 years ago, when bidding for the Long Beach LNG terminal was at its height, my bosses suspected that All N, our chief rival, was monitoring our communications in order to get a handle on the proprietary systems that make our terminal unique. As a favor to me, Martin went to the old man for permission to set up a sting. The old man agreed, but it was imperative that no one else know about it, so he never told anyone else at CI. It worked. By tracking our cell conversations, we discovered that All N was indeed monitoring the calls. I recall the settlement, Bourne said. Because of the evidence Martin and I provided, All N had no incentive to go to trial. NextGen got a mid-8-figure settlement, right? Moira nodded. And won the rights to build the LNG terminal in Long Beach. That's how I got my promotion to executive vice president. Bourne took back the file. He, too, was relieved. For him, trust was like an ill-made boat, springing leaks at every turn, threatening at any moment to sink him. He'd ceded part of himself to Moira, but the loss of control was like a knife in his heart. Moira looked at him rather sadly. Did you suspect me of being a Matahari? It was important to make sure, he said. Her face closed up. Sure, I understand.
She began to stuff papers into a slim leather briefcase more roughly than was needed. You thought I'd betrayed Martin and was going to betray you. I'm relieved it's not true. I'm so very happy to hear that. She shot him an acid stare. Moira. What? She pulled hair off her face. What is it you want to say to me, Jason? This is hard for me. She leaned forward, peering at him. Just tell me. I trusted Marie, Bourne said. I leaned on her. She helped me with my amnesia. She was always there. And then, suddenly, she wasn't. Moira's voice softened. I know. He looked at her at last. There is no good thing about being alone, but for me, it's all a matter of trust. I know you think I haven't told you the truth about Martin and me. She took his hands in hers. We were never lovers, Jason. We were more like brother and sister. We supported each other. Trust didn't come easily to either of us. I think it's important for both of us that I tell you that now. Bourne understood that she was also talking about the two of them, not her and Martin. He'd trusted so few people in his life. Marie, Alex Conklin, Mo Panov, Martin, Soraya. He saw all the things that had been keeping him from moving on with his life. With so little past, it was difficult letting go of the people he'd known and cared about. A pang of sorrow shot through him. Marie is dead. She's in the past now, and my children are far better off with their grandparents. Their life is stable and happy. That's best for them. He rose, needing to get moving. Moira, aware he was ill at ease, changed the subject. Do you know how long you'll be in Moscow? The same amount of time you'll be in Munich, I imagine. That got a smile out of her. She stood, leaned toward him. Be well, Jason. Stay safe. She gave him a lingering, loving kiss. Remember me. Chapter 16. Soraya Moore was ushered cordially into the hushed sanctuary of the library, where less than 24 hours before, Luther Laval and General Kendall had had their post-rendition fireside chat. It was Kendall himself who had picked her up, chauffeured her to the NSA safe house deep in the Virginia countryside. Soraya had, of course, never been here. Laval, in a midnight blue chalk-striped suit, blue shirt with white collar cuffs, a striped tie in the Yale colors, looked like a merchant banker. He rose as Kendall brought her over to the area by the window. There were 3 chairs grouped around the antique card table. Director Moore, having heard so much about you, it's a genuine pleasure to meet you. Smiling broadly, Laval indicated a chair. Please. Soraya saw no point in refusing the invitation. She didn't know whether she was more curious or alarmed by the abrupt summons. She did, however, glance around the room. Where is Secretary Halliday? General Kendall informed me that the invitation came from him. Oh, it did, Laval said. Unfortunately, the Secretary of Defense was called into a meeting in the Oval Office. He phoned me to convey to you his apologies and to insist that we carry on without him. All of which meant, Soraya knew, that Halliday had never had any intention of attending this little tete-a-tete. She doubted he even knew about it. Anyway, Laval said as Kendall sat in the 3rd chair, now that you're here, you might as well enjoy yourself. He raised his hand, and Willard appeared as if by prestidigitation. Something to drink, Director? I know as a Muslim you're forbidden alcohol, but we have a full range of potions for you to choose from. Tea, please, she said directly to Willard. Ceylon, if you have it. Of course, ma'am. Milk? Sugar? Neither, thank you. She never formed the British habit. Willard seemed to bow before he vanished without a sound. Soraya redirected her attention to the 2 men. Now, gentlemen, in what way can I help you? I rather think it's the other way around, General Kendall said. Soraya cocked her head. How do you figure that? Frankly, because of the turmoil at CI, Laval said. We think Typhon is working with one hand tied behind its back. Willard arrived with Soraya's tea, the men's whiskeys. He set the japanned tray down with a cup, glasses, and tea service, then left. Laval waited until Soraya had poured her tea before he continued. It seems to me that Typhon would benefit immensely from taking advantage of all the resources at NSA's disposal. We could even help you expand beyond the scope of CI's reach. Soraya lifted her cup to her lips, found the fragrant Ceylon tea exquisitely delicious. It seems that you know more about Typhon than any of us at CI were aware. Laval let go with a soft laugh. Okay, let's stop beating around the bush. We had a mole inside CI. You know who it is now. He made a fatal mistake in going after Jason Bourne and failing. Veronica Hart had relieved Rob Batt of his position that morning, a fact that must have come to Laval's attention, especially since his replacement, Peter Marks, had been one of Hart's most vocal supporters from day one. Soraya knew Peter well, had suggested to Hart that he deserved the promotion. Is Batt now working for NSA? Mr. Batt has outlived his usefulness, Kendall said rather stiffly. Soraya turned her attention to the military man. A glimpse of your own fate, don't you think, General? Kendall's face closed up like a fist, but following an almost imperceptible shake of Laval's head, he bit back a rejoinder. While it's certainly true that life in the intelligence services can be harsh, even brutal, Laval interjected, certain individuals within it are, shall we say, inoculated against such unfortunate eventualities. Soraya kept her gaze on Kendall. I suppose I could be one of those certain individuals. Yes, absolutely. Laval put one hand over the other on his knee. Your knowledge of Muslim thought and custom, your expertise as Martin Lindros's right hand as he put Typhon together are invaluable. You see how it is, General, Soraya said. One day an invaluable asset like me is bound to take over your position. Laval cleared his throat. Does that mean you're on board? Smiling sweetly, Soraya put her teacup down. I'll say this for you, Mr. Laval. You certainly know how to make lemonade from lemons. Laval returned her smile as if it were a tennis serve. My dear director, I do believe you've hit upon one of my specialties. What makes you think I'd abandon CI? Laval put a forefinger beside his nose. My reading of you is that you're a pragmatic woman. You know better than we do what kind of a mess CI is in. How long do you think it's going to take the new DCI to right the ship? What makes you think she even can? He raised his finger. I'm exceedingly interested in your opinion, but before you answer, think about how little time we might have before this unknown terrorist group is going to strike. Soraya felt as if she'd been rabbit-punched. How in the hell had NSA gotten wind of the Typhon terrorist intercepts? At the moment, however, that was a moot point. The important thing was how to respond to this breach of security. Before she could formulate a counter, Laval said, I'm curious about one thing, though. Why is it that Director Hart saw fit to keep this intel to herself, rather than bringing in Homeland Security, FBI, and NSA? That was my doing. I'm in it now, Soraya thought. I might as well go all the way. Until the incident at the Freer, the intel was sketchy enough that I felt the involvement of other intelligence agencies would only muddy the waters. Meaning, Kendall said, glad of the opportunity to get in a dig. You didn't want us rooting around in your carrot patch. This is a serious situation, Director, Laval said. In matters of national security, if this Muslim terrorist group, which we now know calls itself the Black Legion, gets wind that we've intercepted their communications, we'll be sunk before we even start trying to counter their attack. I could have you shit-canned. And lose my invaluable expertise? Soraya shook her head. I don't think so. So what do we have? Kendall snapped. Stalemate. Laval passed a hand across his brow. Do you think it would be possible for me to see the Typhon intercepts? His tone had changed completely. He was now in conciliatory mode. Believe it or not, we're not the evil empire. We actually might be able to be of some assistance. Soraya considered. I think that can be arranged. Excellent. It would have to be eyes only. Laval agreed at once. And in a controlled, highly restricted environment, Soraya added, following up her advantage. The Typhon offices at CI would be perfect. Laval spread his hands. Why not here? Soraya smiled. I think not. Under the current climate, I think you can understand why I'd be reluctant to meet you there. I take your point. Soraya thought for a moment. If I did bring the intercepts here, I'd have to have someone with me. Laval nodded vigorously. Of course, whatever makes you feel comfortable. He seemed far more pleased than Kendall, who looked at her as if he had caught sight of her from a battlefield trench. Frankly, Soraya said, none of this makes me feel comfortable. She glanced around the room again. The building is swept 3 times a day for electronic bugs, Laval pointed out. Plus, we have all the most sophisticated surveillance systems, basically a computerized monitoring system that keeps track of the 2,000 closed-circuit video cameras installed throughout the facility and grounds, compares them from second to second for any anomalies whatsoever. The DARPA software compares any anomalies against a database of more than 1 million images, makes real-time decisions in nanoseconds. For instance, a bird in flight would be ignored. A running figure wouldn't. Believe me, you have nothing to worry about. Right now, the only thing I worry about, Soraya said, is you, Mr. Laval. I understand completely. Laval finished off his whiskey. That's what this exercise is all about, Director, to engender trust between us. How else could we be expected to work together? General Kendall sent Soraya back to the district with one of his drivers. She had him drop her where she'd arranged to meet Kendall, outside what had once been the National Historical Wax Museum on E Street Southwest. She waited until the black Ford had been swallowed up in traffic, then she turned away, walked all the way around the block at a normal pace. By the end of her circuit, she was certain she was free of tags, NSA or otherwise. At that point, she sent a 3-letter text message via her cell. 2 minutes later, a young man on a motorcycle appeared. He wore jeans, a black leather jacket, a gleaming black helmet with a smoke faceplate lowered. He slowed, stopped just long enough for her to climb on behind him. Handing her a helmet, he waited for her to don it, then he zoomed off down the street. I have several contacts within DARPA, Duran said. DARPA was an acronym for the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, an arm of the Department of Defense. I have a working knowledge of the software architecture at the heart of the NSA surveillance system. He shrugged. This is one way I keep my edge. We gotta find a way around it or through it, Tyrone said. He was still wearing his black leather jacket. His black helmet was on a table alongside the one he'd given Soraya for the high-speed trip here to Duran's house lab. Soraya had met both Duran and Tyrone when Bourne had brought her to this nondescript, olive-colored house just off 7th Street Northeast. You must be joking, right? Duran, a tall, slim, handsome man with a skin the color of light cocoa, looked from one to the other. Tell me you're joking. If we were joking, we wouldn't be here. Soraya rubbed the heel of her hand against her temple as she sought to ignore the fierce headache that had began after her terrifying interview with Laval and Kendall. It's just not possible. Duran put his hands on his hips. That software is state-of-the-art, and 2,000 CCTV cameras? Fuck me. They sat on canvas chairs in his lab, a double-height room filled with all manner of monitors, keyboards, electronic systems whose functions were known only to Duran. Ranged around the wall were a number of paintings, all masterpieces by Titian, Seurat, Rembrandt, Van Gogh. Water lilies, green reflection. Left part was Soraya's favorite. That all of them were painted by Duran in the atelier in the next room had stunned her the first time she was here. Now, they simply filled her with wonder. How he had reproduced Monet's exact shade of cobalt blue was beyond her. It was hardly surprising that Bourne used Duran to forge all his ID documents, when in this day and age it was becoming increasingly difficult to do. Many forgers had quit, claiming governments had made their job impossible, but not Duran. It was his stock in trade. Little wonder that he and Bourne were so close. Birds of a feather, Soraya thought. What about mirrors? Tyrone said. That would be simplest, Duran said. But one of the reasons they've installed so many cameras is to give the system multiple views of the same area. That negates mirrors right there. Too bad Bourne killed that fucker Karim Al-Jamil. He could probably write a worm to screw with the DARPA software like he did with the CI database. Soraya turned to Duran. Can it be done? She said. Could you do it? Hacking's not my thing. I leave that to my old lady. Soraya didn't know Duran had a girlfriend. How good is she? Please, Duran snorted. Can we talk to her? Duran looked dubious. This is the NSA we're talking about. Those fuckers don't fool around. To be frank, I don't think you ought to be messing with them in the first place. Unfortunately, I have no choice, Soraya said. They fucking with us, Tyrone said. And unless we get all medieval on their ass, they're gonna walk all over us and own us forever. Duran shook his head. You sure put some interesting notions in this man's head, Soraya. Before you came along, he was the best street protection I ever had. Now look at him, messing with the big boys in the big bad world outside the ghetto. He didn't hide the pride he felt for Tyrone, but his voice held a warning, too. I hope to hell you know what you're getting yourself into, Tyrone. If this thing comes apart in any way, you're in the federal slammer till Gabriel comes calling. Tyrone crossed his arms over his chest, stood his ground. Duran sighed. All right, then. We're all adults here. He reached for his cell. Kiki's upstairs in her lair. She doesn't like to be interrupted, but in this case I think she'll be intrigued. He spoke briefly into the cell, then put it down. Moments later, a slim woman with a beautiful African face and deep chocolate skin appeared. She was as tall as Duran, with the upright carriage of proud and ancient royalty. Her face split into a ferocious grin when she saw Tyrone. Hey, they said to each other. That one word seemed all that was needed. Kiki, this is Soraya, Duran said. Kiki's smile was wide and dazzling. My name's actually Eshan, Kiki. I must say. But in America, I'm not so formal. Everyone calls me Kiki. The two women touched hands. Kiki's grip was cool and dry. She regarded Soraya out of large coffee-colored eyes. She had the smoothest skin Soraya had ever seen, which she instantly envied. Her hair was very short, marvelously cut like a cap to fit her elongated skull. She wore a brown, ankle-length dress that clung provocatively to her slim hips and small breasts. Duran briefly outlined the problem while he brought up the DARPA software architecture on one of his computer terminals. While Kiki checked it out, he filled her in on the basics. We need something that can bypass the firewall and is undetectable. The first isn't all that difficult. Kiki's long, delicate fingers were flying over the keyboard as she experimented with the computer code. The second, I don't know. Unfortunately, that's not the end of it. Duran positioned himself so he could peer over her shoulder at the terminal. This particular software controls 2,000 CCTV cameras. Our friends here need to get in and out of the facility without being detected. Kiki stood up, turned around to face them. In other words, all 2,000 cameras have to be covered. That's right, Soraya said. You don't need a hacker, dear. You need the invisible man. But you can make them invisible, Kiki. Duran slid his arm around her slender waist. Can't you? Kiki peered again at the code on the terminal. You know, there looks like there may be a recurring variance I might be able to exploit. She hunkered down on a stool. I'm going to transfer this upstairs. Duran winked at Soraya, as if to say, I told you so. Kiki routed a number of files to her computer, which was separate from Duran's. She spun around, slapped her hands on her thighs, and got up. Okay, then. I'll see you all later. How much later? Soraya said. But Kiki was already taking the stairs, 3 at a time. Moscow was wreathed in snow when Bourne stepped off the Aeroflot plane at Sheremetyevo. His flight had been delayed 40 minutes, the jet circling while the runways were de-iced. He cleared customs and immigration and was met by a small, cat-like individual wrapped in a white down coat. Liev Baronov, Professor Spector's contact. "No luggage, I see," Baronov said in heavily accented English. He was as wiry and hyperactive as a Jack Russell Terrier as he elbowed and barked at the small army of gypsy cab drivers vying for a fare. They were a sad-faced lot, plucked from the minorities in the Caucasus, Asians and the like, whose ethnicity prevented them from getting a decent job with decent pay in Moscow. "We'll take care of that on the way into town. You'll need proper clothes for Moscow's winter. It's a balmy -2 Celsius today." "That would be most helpful," Bourne replied in perfect Russian. Baranov's bushy eyebrows rose in surprise. "You speak like a native, Господин Bourne." "I had excellent instructors," Bourne said laconically. Amid the bustle of the flight terminal, he was studying the flow of passengers, noting those who lingered at a newsagent or outside the duty-free shop, those who didn't move at all. Ever since he emerged into the terminal, he'd had the unshakable feeling that he was being watched. Of course, there were CCTV cameras all over, but the particular prickling of his scalp that had developed over the years of fieldwork was unerring. Someone had him under surveillance. This fact was both alarming and reassuring. That he'd already picked up a tag meant someone knew he was scheduled to arrive in Moscow. NSA could have scanned the departing flight manifests back at New York and picked up his name from Lufthansa. There'd been no time to take himself off the list. He looked only in short, touristic glances because he had no desire to alert his shadow that he was on to him. "I'm being followed," Bourne said as he sat in Baranov's wheezing zeal. They were on the M10 motorway. "No problem," Baranov said, as if he was used to being tailed all the time. He didn't even ask who was following Bourne. Bourne thought of the professor's pledge that Baranov wouldn't get in his way. Bourne paged through the packet Baranov had given him, which included new ID, a key, and the box number to get money out of the safe deposit vault in the Moskva bank. "I need a plan of the bank building," Bourne said. "No problem." Baranov exited the M10. Bourne was now Fyodor Ilyanovich Popov, a mid-level functionary of Gazprom, the gargantuan state-run energy conglomerate. "How well will this ID hold up?" Bourne asked. "Not to worry," Baranov grinned. "The professor has friends in Gazprom who know how to protect you, Fyodor Ilyanovich Popov." Anthony Prowess had come a long way to keep the ancient zeal in sight, and he wasn't about to lose it, no matter what evasive maneuvers the driver took. He'd been waiting at Sheremetyevo for Bourne to come through immigration. General Kendall had sent a recent surveillance photo of Bourne to his cell. The photo was grainy and two-dimensional because of the long telephoto lens used, but it was a close-up. There was no mistaking Bourne when he arrived. For Prowess, the next few minutes were crucial. He had no illusions that he could remain unnoticed by Bourne for any length of time. Therefore, in the short moments while his subject was still unself-conscious, he needed to drink in every tick and habit, no matter how minuscule or seemingly irrelevant. He knew from bitter experience that these small insights would prove invaluable as the surveillance ground on, especially when it came time to engage the subject and terminate him. Prowess was no stranger to Moscow. He'd been born here to a British diplomat and his cultural attaché wife. Not until Prowess was 15 did he understand that his mother's job was a cover. She was, in fact, a spy for MI6, Her Majesty's Secret Service. 4 years later, Prowess's mother was compromised, and MI6 spirited them out of the country. Because his mother was now a wanted woman, the Prowesses were sent to America to begin a new life with a new family name. The danger had been ground so deeply into Prowess that he'd actually forgotten what they were once called. He was now simply Anthony Prowess. As soon as he'd built up qualified academic credits, he applied to the NSA. From the moment he'd discovered that his mother was a spy, that was all he'd wanted to do. No amount of pleading from his parents could dissuade him. Because of his ease with foreign languages and his knowledge of other cultures, the NSA sent him abroad, first to the Horn of Africa to train, then to Afghanistan, where he liaised with the local tribes fighting the Taliban in rough mountain terrain. He was a hard man, no stranger to hardship or to death. He knew more ways to kill a human being than there were days in the year. Compared with what he'd been through in the past 19 months, this assignment was going to be a piece of cake. Chapter 17. Bourne and Boranov sped down Valhamanskaya Highway. Crocus City was an enormous high-end mall. Built in 2002, it was a seemingly endless array of glittering boutiques, restaurants, car showrooms, and marble fountains. It was also an excellent place to lose a tail. While Bourne shopped for suitable clothes, Boranov was busy on his cell phone. There was no point in going to the trouble of losing the tail inside the maze of the mall, only to have him pick them up again when they returned to the Zeal. Boranov was calling a colleague to come to Crocus City. They'd take his car, and he'd drive the Zeal into Moscow. Bourne paid for his purchases and changed into them. Boranov took him to the Frank Mueller Cafe inside the mall, where they had coffee and sandwiches. "Tell me about Pyotr's last girlfriend," Bourne said. "Galia Nemetova?" Baranov shrugged. "Not much to tell, really. She's just another one of those pretty girls one sees around all the latest Moscow nightclubs. These women are a ruble a dozen." "Where would I find her?" Baranov shrugged. "She'll go where the oligarchs cluster. Really, your guess is as good as mine." He laughed good-naturedly. "For myself, I'm too old for places like that, but I'll be glad to take you on a round-robin tonight. All I need is for you to lend me a car." "Suit yourself, mia drog." A few moments later, Baranov went to the men's room, where he'd agreed to make the switch of car keys with his friend. When he returned, he handed Bourne a folded piece of paper on which was the plan for the Moskva Bank building. They went out a different direction from the way they'd come in, which led them to a parking lot on the other side of the mall. They got into a vintage black Volga four-door sedan that, to Bourne's relief, started up immediately. "You see? No problem." Baranov laughed jovially. "What would you do without me, Господин Bourne?" The Frunzenskaya embankment was located southwest of Moscow's inner garden ring. Mikhail Tarkanian had said that he could see the pedestrian bridge to Gorky Park from his living room window. He hadn't lied. His apartment was in a building not far from the Khvostyakov, a restaurant serving excellent Russian food, according to Baranov. With its two-story, square-columned portico and decorative concrete balconies, the building itself was a prime example of the Stalinist Empire style that raped and beat into submission a more pastoral and romantic architectural past. Bourne instructed Baranov to stay in the Volga until he returned. He went up the stone steps, under the colonnade, and through the glass door. He was in a small vestibule that ended in an inner door, which was locked. On the right wall was a brass panel with rows of bell pushes corresponding to the apartments. Bourne ran his finger down the rows until he found the push with Tarkanian's name. Noting the apartment number, he crossed to the inner door and used a small, flexible blade to fool the lock's tumblers into thinking he had a key. The door clicked open, and he went inside. There was a small arthritic elevator on the left wall. To the right, a rather grand staircase swept up to the first floor. The first 3 treads were in marble, but these gave way to simple concrete steps that released a kind of talcum-like powder as the porous treads wore away. Tarkanian's apartment was on the 3rd floor, down a dark corridor, dank with the odors of boiled cabbage and stewed meat. The floor was composed of tiny hexagonal tiles, chipped and worn as the steps leading up. Bourne found the door without trouble. He put his ear against it, listening for sounds within the apartment. When he heard none, he picked the lock. Turning the glass knob slowly, he pushed open the door a crack. Weak light filtered in past half-drawn curtains framing windows on the right. Behind the smell of disuse was a whiff of a masculine scent, cologne or hair cream. Tarkanian had made it clear he hadn't been back here in years, so who was using his apartment? Bourne moved silently, cautiously through the rooms. Where he'd expected to find dust, there was none. Where he expected the furniture to be covered in sheets, it wasn't. There was food in the refrigerator, though the bread on the counter was growing mold. Still, within the week, someone had been living here. The knobs to all the doors were glass, just like the one on the front door, and some looked wobbly on their brass shafts. There were photos on the wall, high-toned black and whites of Gorky Park in different seasons. Tarkanian's bed was unmade. The covers lay pulled back in unruly waves, as if someone had been startled out of sleep or had made a hasty exit. On the other side of the bed, the door to the bathroom was half closed. As Bourne stepped around the end of the bed, he noticed a 5x7 framed photo of a young woman, blonde, with a veneer of beauty cultivated by models the world over. He was wondering whether this was Galia Nyamatova when he caught a blurred movement out of the corner of his eye. A man hidden behind the bathroom door made a run at Bourne. He was armed with a thick-bladed fisherman's knife, which he jabbed at Bourne point first. Bourne rolled away. The man followed. He was blue-eyed, blonde, and big. There were tattoos on the sides of his neck and the palms of his hands, mementos of a Russian prison. The best way to neutralize a knife was to close with your opponent. As the man lunged after him, Bourne turned, grabbed the man by his shirt, slammed his forehead into the bridge of the man's nose. Blood spurted. The man grunted, cursed in guttural Russian. Blyad! He drove a fist into Bourne's side, tried to free his hand with the knife. Bourne applied a nerve block at the base of the thumb. The Russian butted Bourne in the sternum, drove him back off the bed, into the half-open bathroom door. The glass knob drilled into Bourne's spine, causing him to arch back. The door swung fully open, and he sprawled on the cold tiles. The Russian, regaining use of his hand, pulled out a Stechkin APS 9mm. Bourne kicked him in the shin, so he went down on one knee, then struck him on the side of the face, and the Stechkin went flying across the tiles. The Russian launched a flurry of punches and hand strikes that battered Bourne back against the door before grabbing the Stechkin. Bourne reached up, felt the cool octagon of the glass doorknob. Grinning, the Russian aimed the pistol at Bourne's heart. Wrenching off the knob, Bourne threw it at the center of the Russian's forehead, where it struck full on. His eyes rolled up, and he slumped to the floor. Bourne gathered up the Stechkin and took a moment to catch his breath. Then he crawled over to the Russian. Of course, he had no conventional ID on him, but that didn't mean Bourne couldn't find out where he'd come from. Stripping off the big man's jacket and shirt, Bourne took a long look at a constellation of tattoos. On his chest was a tiger, a sign of an enforcer. On his left shoulder was a dagger dripping blood, a sign that he was a killer. But it was the third symbol, a genie emerging from a Middle Eastern lamp, that interested Bourne the most. This was a sign that the Russian had been put in prison for drug-related crimes. The professor had told Bourne that two of the Russian mafia families, the Kazanskaya and the Azeri, were vying for sole control of the drug market. "Don't get in their way," Spectre had warned. "If they have any contact with you, I beg you not to engage them. Instead, turn the other cheek. It's the only way to survive there." Bourne was about to get up when he saw something on the inside of the Russian's left elbow, a small tattoo of a figure with a man's body and a jackal's head. Anubis, Egyptian god of the underworld. This symbol that was supposed to protect the wearer from death, but it had also latterly been appropriated by the Kazanskaya. What was a member of such a powerful Russian Gruparovka family doing in Tarkanian's apartment? He'd been sent to find him and kill him. Why? That was something Bourne needed to find out. He looked around the bathroom at the sink with its dripping faucet, pots of eye cream and powder, makeup pencils, the stained mirror. He pulled back the shower curtain, plucked several blonde hairs from the drain. They were long, from a woman's head. Galia Nyamatova's head? He made his way to the kitchen, opened drawers, pawed through them until he found a blue ballpoint pen. Back in the bathroom, he took one of the eyeliner pencils. Crouching down beside the Russian, he drew a facsimile of the Anubis tattoo on the inside of his left elbow. When he got a line wrong, he rubbed it off. When he was satisfied, he used the blue ballpoint pen to make the final tattoo. He knew it wouldn't withstand a close inspection, but for a flash of identification, he thought it would suffice. At the sink, he delicately rinsed off the makeup pencil, then shot some hairspray over the ink outline to further fix it on his skin. He checked behind the toilet tank and in it, favorite hiding places for money, documents, or important materials, but found nothing. He was about to leave when his eyes fell again on the mirror. Peering more closely, he could see a trace of red here and there. Lipstick, which had been carefully wiped off as if someone, possibly the Kazanskaya Russian, had sought to erase it. Why would he do that? It seemed to Bourne the smears formed a kind of pattern. Taking up a pot of face powder, he blew across the top of it. The petroleum-based powder sought its twin, clung to the ghost image of the petroleum-based lipstick. When he was done, he put the pot down, took a step backward. He was looking at a scrawled note. Off to the Kitaisky Lyotchik. Where are you? Galia. So, Galia Nemetova, Pyotr's last girlfriend, did live here. Had Pyotr used this apartment while Tarkanian was away? On his way out, he checked the Russian's pulse. It was slow but steady. The question of why the Kazanskaya sent this prison-hardened assassin to an apartment where Galia Nemetova had once lived with Pyotr loomed large in his mind. Was there a connection between Semyon Yukopov and the Gruporovka family? Taking another long look at Galia Nemetova's photo, Bourne slipped out of the apartment as silently as he'd entered it. Out in the hallway, he listened for human sounds, but apart from the muted wailing of a baby in an apartment on the second floor, all was still. He descended the stairs and went through the vestibule, where a little girl holding her mother's hand was trying to drag her upstairs. Bourne and the mother exchanged the meaningless smiles of strangers passing each other. Then Bourne was outside, emerging from under the colonnade. Save for an old woman gingerly picking her way through the treacherous snow, no one was about. He slipped into the passenger seat of the Volga and shut the door behind him. That was when he saw the blood leaking from Baranov's throat. At the same instant, a wire whipped around his neck, digging into his windpipe. Four times a week after work, Rodney Fear, chief of field support for CI, worked out at a health club a short walk from his house in Fairfax, Virginia. He spent an hour on the treadmill, another hour weight training, then took a cold shower and headed for the steam room. This evening, General Kendall was waiting for him. Kendall dimly saw the glass door open, cold air briefly sucked in as tendrils of steam escaped into the men's locker room. Then Fear's trim, athletic body appeared through the mist. "Good to see you, Rodney," General Kendall said. Fear nodded silently, sat down beside Kendall. Rodney Fear was Plan B, the backup the general had put in place in the event the plan involving Rob Bat blew up. In fact, Fear had been easier to land than Bat. Fear was someone who drifted into security work not for any patriotic reason, not because he liked the clandestine life. He was simply lazy. Not that he didn't do his job, not that he didn't do it damn well. It was just that government life suited him down to his black wingtip shoes. The key fact to remember about him was that whatever Fear did, he did it because it would benefit him. He was, in fact, an opportunist. He, more than any of the others at CI, could see the writing on the wall, which is why his conversion to the NSA cause had been so easy and seamless. With the death of the old man, the end of days had arrived. He had none of Bat's loyalty to contend with. Still, it didn't do to take anyone for granted, which is why Kendall met him here occasionally. They would take a steam, then shower, climb into their civvies, and go to dinner at one of several grungy barbecue joints Kendall knew in the southeast section of the district. These places were no more than shacks. They were mainly the pit out back, where the pitmaster lovingly smoked his cuts of meat: ribs, brisket, burnt ends, sweet and hot sausages, sometimes a whole hog, for hours on end. The old, scarred wooden picnic tables, topped with 4 or 5 sauces of varying ingredients and heat, were a kind of afterthought. Most folk had their meat wrapped up to take out, not Kendall and Fear. They sat at a table eating and drinking beer, while the bones piled up along the wadded-up napkins and the slices of white bread so soft they disintegrated under a few drops of sauce. Now and again, Fear stopped eating to impart to Kendall some bit of fact or scuttlebutt currently going around the CI offices. Kendall noted these with his steel-trap military mind, occasionally asking questions to help Fear clarify or amplify a point, especially when it came to the movements of Veronica Hart and Soraya Moore. Afterward, they drove to an old abandoned library for the main event. The Renaissance-style building had been bought at fire sale prices by Drew Davis, a local businessman familiar in SE, but otherwise unknown within the district, which was precisely how he liked it. He was one of those people savvy enough to fly under the Metro Police radar. Not so simple a matter in SE, because like almost everyone else who lived there, he was black. Unlike most of those around him, he had friends in high places. This was mainly due to the place he ran, the Glass Slipper. To all intents and purposes, it was a legit music club, and an extremely successful one to boot, attracting many big-name R&B acts. But in the back was the real business, a high-end cat house that specialized in women of color. To those in the know, any flavor of color, which in this case meant ethnicity, could be procured at the Glass Slipper. Rates were steep, but nobody seemed to mind, partly because Drew Davis paid his girls well. Kendall had frequented this cat house since his senior year in college. He'd come with a bunch of well-connected buddies one night as a hoot. Didn't want to, but they dared him, and he knew how much he'd be ridiculed if he failed to take them up on it. Ironically, he stayed, over the years having developed a taste for, as he put it, walking on the wild side. At first, he told himself that the attraction was purely physical. Then he realized he liked being there. No one bothered him, no one made fun of him. Later, his continued interest was a reaction to his role as outsider when it came to working with the power junkies like Luther Laval. Christ, even the fallen Ron Batt had been a member of Skull and Bones at Yale. Well, the Glass Slipper is my Skull and Bones, Kendall thought as he was ushered into the back room. This was as clandestine, as outre as things got inside the Beltway. It was Kendall's own little hideaway, a life that was his alone. Not even Luther knew about the Glass Slipper. It felt good to have a secret from Laval. Kendall and Fear sat in purple velvet chairs, the color of royalty, as Kendall pointed out, and were treated to a soft parade of women of all sizes and colors. Kendall chose Imani, one of his favorites. Fear, a dusky-skinned Eurasian woman who is part Indian. They retired to spacious rooms, furnished like bedrooms in European villas, with 4-poster beds, tons of chintz, velvet, swags, drapes. There, Kendall watched as, in one astonishing shimmy, Imani slid out of her chocolate silk spaghetti-strap dress. She wore nothing underneath. The lamplight burnished her dark skin. Then she opened her arms, and with a deep-felt groan, General Richard P. Kendall melted into the sinuous river of her flawless body. The moment Bourne felt his air supply cut off, he levered himself up off the front bench seat, arching his back so that he could put first one foot, then the other on the dashboard. Using his legs, he launched himself diagonally into the back seat so that he landed right behind the ill-fated Baronov. The strangler was forced to turn to his right in order to keep the wire around Bourne's throat.
This was an awkward position for him. He now lacked the leverage he had when Bourne was directly in front of him. Bourne planted the heel of his shoe in the Strangler's groin and ground down as hard as he could, but his strength was depleted from the lack of oxygen. "Die, fucker," the Strangler said in a hard-edged Midwestern accent. White lights danced in his vision, and a blackness was seeping up all around him. It was as if he were looking down a tunnel through the wrong end of a telescope. Nothing looked real. His sense of perspective was skewed. He could see the man, his dark hair, his cruel face, the unmistakable 100-mile stare of the American soldier in combat. In the back of his mind, he knew the NSA had found him. Bourne's lapse of concentration allowed the Strangler to free himself, jerk the ends of the wire so that it dug deeper into Bourne's throat. Bourne's windpipe was totally cut off. Blood was running down into his collar as the wire bit through his skin. Strange animal noises bubbled up from deep inside him. He blinked away tears and sweat, used his last ounce of strength to jam his thumb into the agent's eye. Keeping up the pressure despite blows to his midsection gained him a temporary respite. The wire slackened. He gasped in a railing breath and dug deeper with his thumb. The wire slackened further. He heard the car door open. The Strangler's face wrenched away from him, and the car door slammed shut. He heard running feet dying away. By the time he managed to unwind the wire, to cough and gasp air into his burning lungs, the street was empty. The NSA agent was gone. Bourne was alone in the Volga with the corpse of Liev Baranov, dizzy, weak, and sick at heart. Chapter 18. "I can't simply contact Haidar," Dievra said. "After what happened in Sevastopol, they'll know you'll be going after him." "That being the case," Arkadin said, "the document is long gone." "Not necessarily." Dievra stirred her Turkish coffee, thick as tar. "They chose this backwater because it's so inaccessible, but that works both ways. Chances are Haidar hasn't yet been able to pass the document along." They were sitting in a tiny dust-blown cafe in Eshkis Ahir. Even for Turkey, this was a backward place, filled with sheep, the smells of pine, dung, and urine, and not much else. A chill wind blew across the mountain pass. There was snow on the north side of the buildings that made up the village, and judging by the lowering clouds, more was on its way. "God-forsaken is too good a word for this hellhole," Arkadin said. "For shit's sake, there isn't even a cell phone signal." "That's funny coming from you." Dievra downed her coffee. "You were born in a shithole, weren't you?" Arkadin felt an almost uncontrollable urge to drag her around the back of the rickety structure and beat her. But he held his hand and his rage, husbanding them both for another day when he would gaze down at her as if from 100 miles away, whisper into her ear, "I have no regard for you. To me your life is without meaning. If you have any hope of staying alive even for a little longer, you'll never again ask where I was born, who my parents were, anything of a personal nature whatsoever." As it turned out, among her other talents, Marlena was an accomplished hypnotist. She told him she wanted to hypnotize him in order to get at the root of his rage. "I've heard there are people who can't be hypnotized," Arkadin said. "Is that right?" "Yes," Marlena said. It turned out he was one of them. "You simply will not take a suggestion," she said. "Your mind has put up a wall it's impossible to penetrate." They were sitting in the garden behind Semyon Yukapov's villa. Owing to the steep lay of the land, it was the size of a postage stamp. They sat on a stone bench beneath the shade afforded by a fig tree, whose dark, soon-to-be luscious fruit was just beginning to curl the branches downward to the stony earth. "Well," Arkadin said, "what are we to do?" "The question is, what are you going to do, Leonid?" She brushed a fragment of leaf off her thigh. She was wearing American designer jeans, an open-necked shirt, sandals on her feet. "The process of examining your past is designed to help you regain control over yourself." "You mean my homicidal tendencies," he said. "Why would you choose to say it that way, Leonid?"
He looked deeply into her eyes. Because it's the truth. Marlena's eyes grew dark. Then why are you so reluctant to talk to me about the things I feel will help you? You just want to worm your way inside my head. You think if you know everything about me, you can control me. You're wrong. This isn't about control, Leonid. Arkadin laughed. What is it about, then? What it's always been. It's about helping you control yourself. A light wind tugged at her hair, and she smoothed it back into place. He noticed such things and attached to them psychological meaning. Marlena liked everything just so. I was a sad little boy. Then I was an angry little boy. Then I ran away from home. There. Does that satisfy you? Marlena tilted her head to catch a bit of sunlight that appeared through the tossed leaves of the fig tree. How is it you went from being sad to being angry? I grew up, Arkadin said. You are still a child. Only in a manner of speaking. He studied her for a moment. Her hands were crossed on her lap. She lifted one of them, touched his cheek with her fingertips, traced the line of his jaw until she reached his chin. She turned his face a bit farther toward her. Then she leaned forward. Her lips, when they touched his, were soft. They opened like a flower. The touch of her tongue was like an explosion in his mouth. Arkadin, damping down the dark eddy of his emotion, smiled winningly. Doesn't matter. I'm never going back. I second that emotion. Dievra nodded, then rose. Let's see if we can get proper lodgings. I don't know about you, but I need a shower. Then we'll see about contacting Aidar without anyone knowing. As she began to turn away, he caught her by the elbow. Just a minute. Her expression was quizzical as she waited for him to continue. If you're not my enemy, if you haven't been lying to me, if you want to stay with me, then you'll demonstrate your fidelity. I said yes, I would do what you asked of me. That might entail killing the people who are surely guarding Haidar. She didn't even blink. Give me the fucking gun. Veronica Hart lived in an apartment complex in Langley, Virginia. Like so many other complexes in this part of the world, it served as temporary housing for the thousands of federal government workers, including spooks of all stripes, who were often on assignment overseas or in other parts of the country. Hart had lived in this particular apartment for just over 2 years. Not that it mattered. Since coming to the district 7 years ago, she'd had nothing but temporary lodgings. By this point, she doubted she'd be comfortable settling down and nesting. At least, those were her thoughts as she buzzed Soraya Moore into the lobby. A moment later, a discreet knock sounded, and she let the other woman in. I'm clean, Soraya said as she shrugged off her coat. I made sure of that. Hart hung her coat in the foyer closet, led her into the kitchen. For breakfast, I have cold cereal or... She opened the refrigerator. Cold Chinese food. Last night's leftovers. I'm not one for conventional breakfasts, Soraya said. Good, neither am I. Hart grabbed an array of cardboard cartons, told Soraya where to find plates, serving spoons, and chopsticks. They moved into the living room, set everything on a glass coffee table between facing sofas. Hart began opening the cartons. No pork, right? Soraya smiled, pleased that her boss remembered her Muslim strictures. Thank you. Hart returned to the kitchen, put up water for tea. I have Earl Grey or oolong? Oolong for me, please. Hart finished brewing the tea, brought the pot and 2 small handleless cups back to the living room. The 2 women settled themselves on opposite sides of the table, sitting cross-legged on the abstract pattern rug. Soraya looked around. There were some basic prints on the wall, the kind you'd expect to find at any mid-level hotel chain. The furniture looked rented, as anonymous as anything else. There were no photos, no sense of Hart's background or family. The only unusual feature was an upright piano. My only real possession, Hart said, following Soraya's gaze. It's a Steinway K52, better known as a Chippendale Hamburg. It's got a sounding board larger than many grand pianos, so it lets out with a hell of a sound. You play?
Hart went over, sat down on the stool, began to play Frédéric Chopin's Nocturne in B-flat minor. Without missing a beat, she segued into Isaac Albéniz's sensuous Malagueña, and finally into a raucous transposition of Jimi Hendrix's Purple Haze. Soraya laughed and applauded as Hart rose, came back to sit opposite her. My absolute only talent besides intelligence work. Hart opened one of the cartons, spooned out General Cho's chicken. Careful, she said as she handed it over. I order it extra hot. That's okay by me, Soraya said, digging deep into the carton. I always wanted to play the piano. Actually, I wanted to play electric guitar. Hart licked oyster sauce off her finger as she passed over another carton. My father wouldn't hear of it. According to him, electric guitar wasn't a lady's instrument. Strict, was he? Soraya said sympathetically. You bet. He was a full-bird colonel in the Air Force. He'd been a fighter pilot back in his salad days. He resented being too old to fly, missed the damn oily-smelling cockpit something fierce. Who could he complain to in the force? So he took his frustration out on me and my mother. Soraya nodded. My father is old-school Muslim, very strict, very rigid. Like many of his generation, he's bewildered by the modern world, and that makes him angry. I felt trapped at home. When I left, he said he'd never forgive me. Did he? Soraya had a faraway look in her eyes. I see my mom once a month. We go shopping together. I speak to my father once in a while. He's never invited me back home. I've never gone. Hart put down her chopsticks. I'm sorry. Don't be. It is what it is. Do you still see your father? I do, but he doesn't know who I am. My mother's gone now, which is a blessing. I don't think she could have tolerated seeing him like that. It must be hard for you, Soraya said. The indomitable fighter pilot reduced like that. There's a point in life where you have to let go of your parents. Hart resumed eating, though more slowly. Whoever's lying in that bed isn't my father. He died a long time ago. Soraya looked down at her food for a moment. Then she said, Tell me how you knew about the NSA safe house. Ah, that. Hart's face brightened. Clearly, she was happy to be on a work topic. During my time at Black River, we were often hired by NSA. This was before they trained and deployed their own homegrown Black Ops details. We were good for them because they never had to specify to anyone what we'd been hired to do. It was all field work, priming the battlefield for our troops. No one on Capitol Hill was going to look farther than that. She dabbed her mouth, sat back. Anyway, after one particular mission, I caught the short straw. I was the one from my squad who brought the findings back to the NSA. Because it was a Black Ops mission, the debriefing took place at the safe house in Virginia. Not in the fine library you were taken to, but in one of the basement-level cubicles, windowless, featureless, just gritty, reinforced concrete. It's like a war bunker down there. And what did you see? It wasn't what I saw, Hart said. It was what I heard. The cubicles are soundproof, except for the doors. I assume so the guards in the corridors know what's going on. What I heard was ghastly. The sounds were barely human. Did you tell your bosses at Black River? What was the point? They didn't care. And even if they did, what were they going to do? Start a congressional investigation on the basis of sounds I heard? The NSA would have cut them off at the knees, put them out of business in a heartbeat. She shook her head. No. These boys are businessmen, pure and simple. Their ideology revolves around milking as much money from the government as possible. So now we have a chance to do what you couldn't before, what Black River wouldn't do. That's right, Hart said. I want to get photos, videos, absolute proof of what NSA is doing down there so I can present the evidence myself to the president. That's where you and Tyrone come in. She shoved her plate away. I want Luther Laval's head on a platter, and by God, I'm going to get it. Chapter 19. Because of the corpse and all the blood on the seats, Bourne was forced to abandon the Volga. Before he did, though, he took Baranov's cell phone as well as his money. It was freezing. Within the preternatural afternoon winter darkness came the snow, swirling down in ever heavier curtains. Bourne knew he had to get out of the area as quickly as possible.
He took the SIM card out of his phone, put it in Baranov's, then threw his own cell phone down a storm drain. In his new identity as Fyodor Ilyanovich Popov, he couldn't afford to be in possession of a cell with an American carrier. He walked, leaning into the wind and snow. After 6 blocks, huddled in a doorway, he used Baranov's cell phone to call his friend Boris Karpov. The voice at the end of the line grew cold. "Colonel Karpov is no longer with FSB. Bourne felt a chill go through him. Russia had not changed so much that lightning-swift dismissals on trumped-up charges were a thing of the past. "I need to contact him," Bourne said. "He's now at the Federal Anti-Narcotics Agency." The voice recited a local number before abruptly hanging up. That explained the attitude, Bourne thought. The Federal Anti-Narcotics Agency was headed up by Viktor Cherkasov, but many believed he was much more than that. A Silovik, running an organization so powerful that some had taken to calling it FSB-2. Recently, an internal war between Cherkasov and Nikolai Patrushev, the head of the FSB, the modern-day successor to the notorious KGB, had sprung up within the government. The Silovik who won that war would probably be the next president of Russia. If Karpov had gone from the FSB to FSB-2, it must be because Cherkasov had gotten the upper hand. Bourne called the office of the Federal Anti-Narcotics Agency, but he was told that Karpov was away and could not be reached. For a moment, he contemplated calling the man who had picked up Baranov's Zeal in the Crocus City parking lot, but he almost immediately thought better of it. He'd already gotten Baranov killed. He didn't want any more deaths on his conscience. He walked on until he came to a tram stop. He took the first one that appeared out of the gloom. He'd used the scarf he'd bought at the boutique in Crocus City to cover up the mark the wire had made across his throat. The small seepage of blood had dried up as soon as he'd hit the frigid air. The tram jounced and rattled along its rails. Crammed inside with a stinking, noisy crowd, he felt thoroughly shaken. Not only had he discovered a Kazanskaya assassin waiting in Tarkanian's apartment, but his contact had been murdered by an NSA assassin sent to kill him. His sense of apartness had never been this extreme. Babies cried, men rustled newspapers, women chatted side by side. An old man, big-knuckled hands curled over the head of his walking stick, clandestinely ogled a young girl engrossed in a manga comic. Here was life, bustling all around him, a burbling stream that parted when it came to him, an immovable rock, only to come together when it passed him, flowing on while he remained behind, still and alone. He thought of Marie, as he always did at times like this. But Marie was gone, and her memory was of little solace to him. He missed his children, and wondered whether this was the David Webb personality bubbling up. An old familiar despair swept through him, as it hadn't since Alex Conklin had taken him out of the gutter, formed the Bourne identity for him to slip on like a suit of armor. He felt the crushing weight of life on him, a life lived alone, a sad and lonely life that could only end one way. And then his thoughts turned to Moira, of how impossibly difficult that last meeting with her had been. If she had been a spy, if she had betrayed Martin and meant to do the same with him, what would he have done? Would he have turned her over to Soraya or Veronica Hart? But she wasn't a spy. He would never have to face that conundrum. When it came to Moira, his personal feelings were now bound up in his professional duty, inextricably combined. He knew that she loved him, and now, in the face of his despair, he understood that he loved her as well. When he was with her, he felt whole, but in an entirely new way. She wasn't Marie, and he didn't want her to be Marie. She was Moira, and it was Moira he wanted. By the time he swung off the tram in Moscow center, the snow had abated to veils of drifting flakes, whirled about by stray gusts of wind across the huge open plazas. The city's lights were on against the long winter evening, but the clearing sky turned the temperature bitter. The streets were clogged with gypsy cabbies in their cheap cars manufactured during the Brezhnev years, trundling slowly in bumper-to-bumper lines so as to not miss a fare. They were known in local slang as bombili, those who bomb, because of the bow-loosening speed with which they bombed around the city's streets as soon as they had a passenger. He went into a cyber cafe, paid for 15 minutes at a computer terminal, typed in Kitaisky Lyotchik Jada, the full name, or the Chinese pilot in its English translation. Turned out to be a throbbing elitny club at Prayezd Lubyansky 25. The Kitai-Gorod metro stop let Bourne out at the end of the block. On one side was a canal, frozen solid. On the other, a row of mixed-use buildings. The Chinese pilot was easy enough to spot, what with the BMWs, Mercedeses, and Porsche SUVs, as well as the ubiquitous gaggle of Bombili rigs clustered on the street. The crowd behind a velvet rope were being held in check by fierce-looking face control bullies, so that waiting party-goers spilled drunkenly off the pavement. Bourne went up to the red Cayenne, rapped on the window. When the driver scrolled the window down, Bourne held out $300. "When I come out that door, this is my car, right?" The driver eyed the money hungrily. "Right you are, sir." In Moscow especially, American dollars talked louder than words. "And if your client comes out in the meantime?" "He won't," the driver assured Bourne. "He's in the champagne room till 4 at the earliest." Another $100 got Bourne past the shouting, unruly mob. Inside, he ate an indifferent meal of an oriental salad and almond-crusted chicken breast. From his perch along the glowing bar, he watched the Russian siloviki come and go with their diamond-studded, mini-skirted, fur-wrapped dievochkas, strictly speaking, young women who had not yet borne a child. This was the new order in Russia, except Bourne knew that many of the same people were still in power, either ex-KGB siloviki or their progeny lined up against the boys from Sokolniki, who came from nothing into sudden wealth. The siloviki, derived from the Russian word for power, were men from the so-called power ministries, including the security services and the military, who had risen during the Putin era. They were the new guard, having overthrown the Yeltsin period oligarchs. No matter, siloviki or mobster, they were criminals. They'd killed, extorted, maimed, blackmailed. They all had blood on their hands. They were all strangers to remorse. Bourne scanned the tables for Galya Nemetova, was surprised to find half a dozen dievs who might have fit the bill, especially in this low light. It was astonishing to observe firsthand this wheat field of tall, willowy young women, one more striking than the next. There was a prevalent theory, a kind of skewed Darwinism, survival of the prettiest, that explained why there were so many startlingly handsome dievochkas in Russia and Ukraine. If you were a man in his 20s in these countries in 1947, it meant that you'd survived one of the greatest male bloodbaths in human history. These men, being in the vast minority, had their pick of women. Who had they chosen to marry and impregnate? The answer was obvious, hence the acres of dievs, partying here and in every other nightclub in Russia. Out on the dance floor, a crush of gyrating bodies made identification of individuals impossible. Spotting a red-headed diev on her own, Bourne walked over to her, gestured if she wanted to dance. The ear-splitting house music pumped out of a dozen massive speakers made small talk impossible. She nodded, took his hand, and they shoved, elbowed, and squeezed their way into a cramped space on the dance floor. The next 20 minutes could have substituted for a vigorous workout. The dancing was nonstop, as were the colored flashing lights and the chest-vibrating drumming of the high-octane music spewed out by a local band called Tequila Jazz. Over the top of the redhead, Bourne caught a glimpse of yet another blonde diev. Only this one was different. Grabbing the redhead's hand, Bourne eeled deeper into the gyrating pack of dancers. Perfume, cologne, and sour sweat mixed with the raw tang of hot metal and blazing monster amplifiers. Still dancing, Bourne maneuvered around until he was certain. The blonde Yev dancing with a broad-shouldered mobster was indeed Galya Nemetova. "It'll never be the same," Dr. Meaton said. "What the hell does that mean?" Anthony Prowess, sitting in an uncomfortable chair in the NSA safe house just outside Moscow, barked at the ophthalmologist bent over him. "Mr. Prowess, I don't think you're in the best shape to hear a full diagnosis. Why not wait until the shock—" "A, I'm not in shock," Prowess lied. "And B, I don't have time to wait." That was true enough. Having lost Bourne's trail, he needed to get back on it ASAP. Dr. Meaton sighed. He'd been expecting just such a response. In fact, he would have been surprised at anything else. Still, he had a professional responsibility to his patient, even if he was on retainer to the NSA. "What it means," he said, "is that you'll never see out of that eye again. At least, not in any way that will be useful to you." Prowess sat with his head back, his damaged eye numbed with drops so the damn ophthalmologist could poke around. "Details, please." Dr. Meaton was a tall, thin man with narrow shoulders, a wisp of a comb-over, and a neck with a prominent Adam's apple that bobbed comically when he spoke or swallowed. "I believe you'll be able to discern movement, differentiate light from dark." "That's it?" "On the other hand," Dr. Meaton said, "when the swelling goes down, you may be completely blind in that eye." "Fine. Now I know the worst. Just fix me the hell up so I can get out of here." "I don't give a shit what you recommend," Prowess snapped. "Do as I tell you or I'll wring your scrawny little chicken neck." Dr. Meaton puffed out his cheeks in indignation, but he knew better than to talk back to an agent. They seemed born with hair-trigger responses to everything, which their training further honed. As the ophthalmologist worked on his eye, Prowess seethed inside. Not only had he failed to terminate Bourne, he'd allowed Bourne to permanently maim him. He was furious at himself for turning tail and running, even though he knew that when a victim gains the upper hand, you have to exit the field as quickly as possible. Still, Prowess would never forgive himself. It wasn't that the pain had been excruciating. He had an extremely high pain threshold. It wasn't even that Bourne had turned the tables on him. He'd redress that situation shortly. It was his eye. Ever since he was a child, he had a morbid fear of being blind. His father had been blinded in an accidental fall getting off a transit bus when the impact had detached both his retinas. This was in the days before ophthalmologists could staple retinas back in place. At 6 years old, the horror of watching his father deteriorate from an optimistic, robust man into a bitter, withdrawn nub had imprinted itself forever in his mind. That horror had kicked in the moment Jason Bourne had dug his thumb deep into his eye. As he sat in the chair, brooding amid the chemical smells emitted by Dr. Meaton's ministrations, Prowess was filled with determination. He promised himself he'd find Jason Bourne, and when he did, Bourne would pay for the damage he'd inflicted. He'd pay dearly before Prowess killed him. Professor Spector was chairing a chancellor's meeting at the university when his private cell phone vibrated. He immediately called a 15-minute break, left the room, strode down the hall and outside onto the campus. When he was clear, he opened his cell and heard Nemetsov's voice buzzing in his ear. Nemetsov was the man Baronov had called to switch cars with at Crocus City. "Baronov's dead?" Spector said. "How?" He listened while Nemetsov described the attack in the car outside Tarkanian's apartment building. "An NSA assassin," Nemetsov concluded. "He was waiting for Bourne to garrote him as he did Baronov. And Jason survived, but the assassin escaped as well." Spector felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Find that NSA man before he finds Jason, and kill him. Is that clear?" "Perfectly. But shouldn't we also try to make contact with Bourne?" Spector considered a moment. "No. He's at his best when working alone. He knows Moscow, speaks Russian fluently, and he has our fake IDs. He'll do what must be done." "You've put your faith in this one man?" "You don't know him, Nemetsov. Otherwise you wouldn't make such a stupid statement.
I only wish Jason could be with us permanently. When, sweaty and entangled, Galya Nemetova and her boy toy left the dance floor, so did Bourne. He watched as the couple made their way to a table where they were greeted by two other men. They all began to guzzle champagne as if it were water. Bourne waited until they'd refilled their flutes, then swaggered over in the style of these new-style gangsters. Leaning over Galya's companion, he shouted in her ear, "I have an urgent message for you." "Hey!" her companion shouted back with no little belligerence. "Who the fuck are you?" "Wrong question." Glaring at him, Bourne pushed up the sleeve of his jacket just long enough to give him a glimpse of his fake Anubis tattoo. The man bit his lip and sat back down as Bourne reached over, pulled Galya Nemetova away from the table. "We're going outside to talk." "Are you crazy?" She tried to squirm away from his grip. "It's freezing out there." Bourne continued to steer her by her elbow. "We'll talk in my limo." "Well, that's something." Galya Nemetova bared her teeth, clearly unhappy. Her teeth were very white, as if scrubbed to within an inch of their lives. Her eyes were a remote chestnut, large with up-tilted corners that revealed the Asian blood in her ancestry. A frigid wind swept off the canal, blocked only partially by the gridlock of expensive cars and bombili. Bourne rapped on the Porsche's door, and the driver, recognizing him, unlocked the doors. Bourne and the Diev piled in. Galya, shivering, hugged her inadequately short fur coat around her. Bourne asked the driver to turn up the heat. He complied, sank down in his fur-collared greatcoat. "I don't care what message you have for me," Galya said sullenly. "Whatever it is, the answer is no." "Are you sure?" Bourne wondered where she was going with this. "Sure, I'm sure. I've had it with you guys trying to find out where Leonid Danilovich is." "Leonid Danilovich," Bourne said to himself. "There's a name the professor never mentioned. The reason we keep hounding you is he's sure you know." Bourne had no idea what he was saying, but he felt if he kept running with her, he'd be able to open her up. "I don't!" Now Galya sounded like a little girl in a snit. "But even if I did, I wouldn't rat him out. You can tell Maslov that." She fairly spat out the name of the Kazanskaya leader, Dmitri Maslov. Now we're getting somewhere, Bourne thought. But why was Maslov after Leonid Danilovich, and what did any of this have to do with Pyotr's death? He decided to explore this link. Why were you and Leonid Danilovich using Tarkanian's apartment? Instantly, he knew he'd made a mistake. Galya's expression changed dramatically. Her eyes narrowed, and she made a sound deep in her throat. "What the hell is this? You already know why we were camped out there." "Tell me again," Bourne said, improvising desperately. "I've only heard it third hand. Maybe something was left out." "What could be left out? Leonid Danilovich and Tarkanian are the best of friends." "Is that where you took Pyotr for your late-night trysts?" "Ah, so that's what this is all about. The Kazanskaya want to know all about Pyotr Zielber, and I know why. Pyotr ordered the murder of Borya Max in prison, of all places. High-security prison, Colony 13. Who could do that? Get in there, kill Max, a Kazanskaya contract killer of great strength and skill, and get out without being seen." "That's precisely what Maslov wants to know," Bourne said, because it was the safe comment to make. Galya picked at her nail extensions, realized what she was doing, stopped. "He suspects Leonid Danilovich did it, because Leonid is known for such feats. No one else could do that, he's sure." Time to press her, Bourne decided. "He's right on the money." Galya shrugged. "Why are you protecting Leonid?" "I love him." "The way you loved Pyotr?" "Don't be absurd." Galya laughed. "I never loved Pyotr. He was a job Semyon Yukopov paid me handsomely for. And Pyotr paid for your treachery with his life." Galya seemed to peer at him in a different light. "Who are you?" Bourne ignored her question. "During that time, where did you meet Yukopov?" "I never met him. Leonid served as intermediary." Now Bourne's mind raced to put the building blocks Galya had provided into their proper order. "You know, don't you, that Leonid murdered Pyotr?" He didn't, of course, know that, but given the circumstances, it seemed all too likely. No, Gallia blanched. That can't be. You can see how it must be what happened. Yukopov didn't kill Pyotr himself. Surely that much must be clear to you. He observed the fear mounting behind her eyes. Who else would Yukopov have trusted to do it? Leonid was the only other person to know you were spying on Pyotr for Yukopov. The truth of what he said was written on Gallia's face like a road sign appearing out of the fog. While she was still in shock, Bourne said, "Please tell me Leonid's full name." "What?" "Just do as I tell you," Bourne said. "It may be the only way to save him from being killed by the Kazanskaya." "But you're Kazanskaya." Pushing up his sleeve, Bourne gave her a close-up look at the false tattoo. A Kazanskaya was waiting for Leonid in Tarkanian's apartment this evening. "I don't believe you." Her eyes widened. "What were you doing there?" "Tarkanian's dead," Bourne said. "Now do you want to help the man you say you love?" "I do love Leonid. I don't care what he did." At that moment, the driver cursed mightily, turned in his seat. "My client's coming." "Go on," Bourne urged Gallia. "Write his name down." "Something must have happened in the VIP, the driver said. "Shit, he looks pissed. You got to get out of here now." Bourne grabbed Gallia, opened the street side door, nearly burying it in the fender of a hurtling Bombili. He flagged it down with a fistful of rubles, made the transfer from Western luxury to Eastern poverty in one stride. Gallia Nemetova broke away from him as he was entering the Zhrig. He clutched her by the back of her fur coat, but she shrugged it off, began to run. The cabbie stepped on the gas, the stench of diesel fumes foaming up into the interior, choking them so badly Bourne had to crank open a window. As he did so, he saw two men who'd been at her table come out of the club. They looked right and left. One of them spotted Gallia's running figure, gestured to the other one, and they took off after her. "Follow those men," Bourne shouted to the cabbie. The cabbie had a flat face with a distinctly Asian cast. He was fat, greasy, and spoke Russian with an abominable accent. Clearly, Russian wasn't his first language. "You're joking, yes?" Bourne thrust more rubles at him. "I'm joking, no." The cabbie shrugged, crashed the Zhrig into first gear, depressed the gas pedal. At that moment, the two men caught up with Gallia. Chapter 20. At precisely that moment, Leonid Danilovich Arkadin and Dievra were deciding how to get to Haidar without Dievra's people knowing about it. "Best would be to extract him from his environment," Arkadin said. "But for that we need to know his habitual movements. I don't have time." "I know a way," Dievra said. The two of them were sitting side by side on a bed on the ground floor of a small inn. The room wasn't much to look at, just a bed, a chair, a broken-down dresser. But it had its own bathroom, a shower with plenty of hot water, which they'd used one after the other. Best of all, it was warm. "Haidar's a gambler," she continued. "Almost every evening he's hunkered down in the back room of a local cafe. He knows the owner, who lets them play without imposing a fee. In fact, once a week he joins them." She glanced at her watch. "He's sure to be there now." "What good is that? Your people are sure to protect him there." "Right. That's why we aren't going to go near the place." An hour later, they were sitting in their rented car on the side of a two-lane road. All their lights were off. They were freezing. Whatever snow had seemed imminent had passed them by. A half-moon rode in the sky, an old-world lantern revealing wisps of clouds and bluish, crusty snowbanks. "This is the route Haidar takes to and from the game." Dievra tilted her watch face so it was illuminated by the moon glow coming off the banked snow. "He should show any minute now." Arkadin was behind the wheel. "Just point out the car, leave the rest to me." One hand was on the ignition key, the other on the gear shift. "We have to be prepared. He might have an escort." "If he's got guards, they'll be in the same car with him," Dievra said. "The roads are so bad, it will be extremely difficult to keep him in sight from a trailing vehicle." "One car," Arkadin said. "All the better."
A moment later, the night was momentarily lit by a moving glow below the rise in the road.
Headlights.
Dievra tensed.
That's the right direction.
You'll know his car.
I'll know it, she said. There aren't many cars in the area, mostly old trucks for carting.
The glow brightened. Then they saw the headlights themselves as the vehicle crested the rise. From the position of the headlights, Arkadian could tell this was a car, not a truck.
It's him, she said.
Get out, Arkadian ordered. Run. Run now. Keep moving, Bourne told the cabbie. In first gear only, till I tell you different. I don't think... But Bourne had already swung open the curbside door, was sprinting toward the two men. One had Gallia, the other was turning, raising his hand, perhaps a signal for one of the waiting cars. Bourne chopped his midsection with his two hands, brought his head down to his raised knee. The man's teeth clacked together, and he toppled over. The second man swung Gallia around so that she was between him and Bourne. He scrabbled for his gun, but Bourne was too quick. Reaching around Gallia, Bourne went for him. He moved to block Bourne, and Gallia stamped her heel on his instep. That was all the distraction Bourne needed. With a hand around her waist, he pulled her away, delivered a vicious uppercut to the man's throat. Reflexively, he put two hands up, choking and gagging. Bourne delivered two quick blows to his stomach, and he too hit the pavement. Come on! Bourne grabbed Gallia by the hand, made for the Bombilia, moving slowly along the street with its door open. Bourne swung her inside, climbed in after her, slammed the door shut. Take off! Bourne shouted at the cabbie. Take off now! Shivering with the cold, Gallia rolled up the window. My name is Yakov, the cabbie said, craning his neck to look at them in the rearview mirror. You make much excitement for me tonight. Is there more? Where can I take you? Just drive around, Bourne said. Several blocks on, he discovered Gallia staring at him.
You weren't lying to me, she said.
Neither were you. Clearly the Kazanskaya think you know where Leonid is.
Leonid Danilovich Arkadin.
She was still trying to catch her breath.
That's his name. It's what you wanted, isn't it?
What I want, Bourne said, is a meeting with Dmitri Maslov.
The head of the Kazanskaya? You're insane.
Leonid has been playing with a very bad crowd, Bourne said. He's put you in harm's way. Unless I can persuade Maslov that you don't know where Arkadin is, you'll never be safe. Shivering, Gallia struggled back into her fur jacket.
Why did you save me?
She pulled the jacket tight around her slender frame.
Why are you doing this?
Because I can't let Arkadin throw you to the wolves.
That's not what he has done,
she protested. What would you call it? She opened her mouth, closed it again, bit her lip as if she could find an answer in her pain. They had reached the inner garden road. Traffic whizzed by at dizzying speeds. The cabbie was about to earn his Bombili name. Where to? He said over his shoulder. There was silence for a moment. Then Gallia leaned forward, gave him an address. And where the fuck might that be? The cabbie asked. That was another oddity about Bombili. Since almost none of them were Muscovites, they had no idea where anything was. Unfazed, Gallia gave him directions, and, with a horrific belching of diesel fumes, they lurched into the madly spinning traffic.
Since we can't go back to the apartment, Gallia said, we'll crash at my girlfriend's place. I've done it before. She's cool with it.
Do the Kazanskaya know about her? Gallia frowned.
I don't think so, no.
We can't take the chance. Bourne gave the cabbie the address of one of the new American-run hotels near Red Square. That's the last place they'll think to look for you, he said, as the cabbie changed gears and they hurtled through the spangled Moscow night. Alone in the car, Arkadin fired the ignition and pulled out. He stamped on the gas pedal, accelerating so quickly his head jerked back. Just before he slammed into the right corner of Haidar's car, he switched on his headlights. He could see Haidar's bodyguards in the rear seat. They were in the process of turning around when Arkadin's car made jarring contact. The rear end of Haidar's car slewed to the left, beginning its spin. Arkadin braked sharply, rammed the right back door, staving it in. Haidar, who had been struggling with the wheel, completely lost control of the car. It spun off the road, its front now facing the way it had come. Its rear struck a tree, the bumper broke in two, the trunk collapsed, and there it sat, a crippled animal. Arkadin drove off the road, put his car in park, got out, stalking toward Haidar. His headlights were shining directly into the wrecked car. He could see Haidar behind the wheel, conscious, clearly in shock. Only one of the men in the back seat was visible. His head was thrown back and to one side. There was blood on his face, black and glistening in the harsh light. Haidar cringed fearfully as Arkadin made for the bodyguards. Both rear doors were so buckled they could not be opened. Using his elbow, Arkadin smashed the near side rear window and peered in. One man had been caught in Arkadin's broadside hit. He'd been thrown clear across the car, lay half on the lap of the bodyguard still sitting up. Neither one moved. As Arkadin moved to haul Haidar out from behind the wheel, Dievra came hurtling out of the darkness. Haidar's eyes opened wide as he recognized her. She tackled Arkadin, her momentum knocking him off his feet. Haidar watched in amazement as they rolled over through the snow, now visible, now not in the headlight beams. Haidar could see her striking him, the much larger man fighting back, gradually gaining the upper hand by dint of his superior bulk and strength. Then Dievra reared back. Haidar could see a knife in her hand. She drove it down into darkness, stabbing again and again. When she rose again into the headlight beams, he could see her breathing heavily. Her hand was empty. Haidar figured she must have left the knife buried in her adversary. She staggered for a moment with the after effects of her struggle. Then she made her way over to him. Yanking open the car door, she said, "Are you okay?" He nodded, shrinking away from her. "I was told you turned on us, joined the other side." She laughed. "That's just what I wanted that son of a bitch to think. He managed to get Shumenka and Filia. After that, I figured the only way to survive was to play along with him until I got a chance to take him down." Haidar nodded. "This is the final battle. The thought that you turned traitor was dispiriting. I know some of us thought your status was earned on your back, in Piotr's bed, but not me." The shock was coming out of his eyes. The old canny light was returning. "Where is the package?" she said. "Is it safe?" "I handed it off to Heinrich this evening, at the card game." "Has he left for Munich?" "Why the hell would he stay a minute more than he had to? He hates it here. I assume he was driving to Istanbul for his usual early evening flight." His eyes narrowed. "Why do you want to know?" He gave a little yelp as Arkadin loomed out of the night. Looking from Dievra to Arkadin and back again, he said, "What is this? I saw you stab him to death." "You saw what we wanted you to see." Arkadin handed Dievra his gun, and she shot Haidar between the eyes. She turned back to him, handed him the gun butt first. There was clear defiance in her voice when she said, "Have I proved myself to you now?" Bourne checked into the Metropolia Hotel as Fyodor Ilyanovich Popov. The night clerk didn't bat an eye at Galia's presence, nor did he ask for her ID. Having Popov's was enough to satisfy hotel policy. The lobby, with its gilt sconces and accents, and glittering crystal chandeliers, looked like something out of the Tsarist era, the designers thumbing their nose at the architecture of Soviet brutalism. They took one of the silk-lined elevators to the 17th floor. Bourne opened the door to their room with an electronically coated plastic card. After a thorough visual check, he allowed her to enter. She took off her fur jacket. The act of sitting on the bed rode her miniskirt farther up her thighs, but she appeared unconcerned. Leaning forward, elbows on knees, she said, "Thank you for saving me. But to be honest, I don't know what I'll do now." Bourne pulled out the chair that went with the desk, sat facing her. "The first thing you have to do is to tell me whether you know where Arkadin is." Galia looked down at the carpet between her feet. She rubbed her arms as if she was still cold, though the temperature in the room was warm enough. "All right," Bourne said. "Let's talk about something else. Do you know anything about the Black Legion?" Her head came up, her brows furrowed. "No, that's odd you should mention them." "Why is that?" "Leonid would speak about them." "Is Arkadin one of them?" Galia snorted. "You must be joking." "No, he never actually spoke about them to me. I mean, he mentioned them now and again when he was going to see Ivan." "And who is Ivan?" "Ivan Volkin. He's an old friend of Leonid's. He used to be in the Gruporovka. Leonid told me that from time to time the leaders ask him for advice, so he knows all the players. He's a kind of de facto underworld historian now. Anyway, he's the one Leonid would go to." This interested Bourne. "Can you take me to him?" "Why not? He is Night Owl. Leonid used to visit him very late." Galia searched in her handbag for her cell phone. She scrolled through her phone book, dialed Volkin's number. After speaking to someone for several minutes, she terminated the connection and nodded. "He'll see us in an hour." "Good." She frowned, put away her phone. "If you're thinking that Ivan knows where Leonid is, you're mistaken. Leonid told no one where he was going, not even me." "You must love this man a great deal." "I do." "Does he love you?" When she turned back to him, her eyes were full of tears. "Yes, he loves me." "Is that why you took money to spy on Pyotr? Is that why you were partying with that man tonight at the Chinese pilot?" "Christ, none of that matters." Bourne sat forward. "I don't understand. Why doesn't it matter?" Galia regarded him for a long time. "What's the matter with you? Don't you know anything about love?" A tear overflowed, ran down her cheek. "Whatever I do for money allows me to live. Whatever I do with my body has nothing to do with love. Love is strictly a matter of the heart. My heart belongs to Leonid Danilovich. That's sacred, pure. No one can touch it or defile it." "Maybe we have different definitions of love," Bourne said. She shook her head. "You've no right to judge me." "Of course you're right," Bourne said, "but that wasn't meant as a judgment. I have difficulty understanding love, that's all." She cocked her head. "Why is that?" Bourne hesitated before continuing. "I've lost 2 wives, a daughter, and many friends." "Have you lost love, too?" "I have no idea what that means." "My brother died protecting me." Galia began to shake. "He was all I had. No one would ever love me the way he did. After our parents were killed, we were inseparable. He swore he'd make sure nothing bad happened to me. He went to his grave keeping that promise." She sat up straight. Her face was defiant. "Now do you understand?" Bourne realized that he'd seriously underestimated this Diev. Had he done the same with Moira? Despite admitting his feelings for Moira, he'd unconsciously made the decision that no other woman could be as strong, as imperturbable as Marie. In this, he was clearly mistaken. He had this Russian Dievichka to thank for the insight. Galia peered at him now. Her sudden anger seemed to have burned itself out. "You're like Leonid Danilovich in many ways. You no longer will walk off the cliff. You no longer trust in love. Like him, you were damaged in terrible ways, but now, you see, you've made your present as bleak as your past. Your only salvation is to find someone to love." "I did find someone," Bourne said. "She's dead now." "Is there no one else?" Bourne nodded. "Maybe." "Then you must embrace her, instead of running away." She clasped her hands together. "Embrace love. That's what I would tell Leonid Danilovich if he were here instead of you." 3 blocks away, parked at the curb, Yakov, the cabbie who had dropped Galia and Bourne off, opened his cell phone, pressed the speed dial digit on the keypad. When he heard the familiar voice, he said, "I dropped them off at Mitropolia not 10 minutes ago."
Keep an eye out for them, the voice said. If they leave the hotel, tell me, then follow them. Yakov gave his assent, drove back around, installed himself opposite the hotel entrance. Then he dialed another number, delivered precisely the same information to another of his clients. "We just missed the package," Dievra said as they walked away from the wreck. "We'd better get on the road to Istanbul right away. The next contact, Heinrich, has a good couple of hours head start." They drove through the night, negotiating the twists, turns, and switchbacks. The Black Mountains, with their shimmering stoles of snow, were their silent, implacable companions. The road was as pockmarked as if they were in a war zone. Once, hitting a patch of black ice, they spun out, but Arkadin didn't lose his head. He turned into the skid, tamped gently on the brakes several times while he threw the car into neutral, then turned the engine off. They came to a stop in the side of a snowdrift. "I hope Heinrich had the same difficulty," Dievra said. Arkadin restarted the car, but couldn't build up enough traction to get them moving. He walked around to the rear while Dievra took the wheel. He found nothing useful inside the trunk, so he trudged several paces into the trees, snapped off a handful of substantial branches, which he wedged in front of the right rear tire. He slapped the fender twice, and Dievra stepped on the gas. The car wheezed and groaned. The tires spun, sending up showers of granular snow. Then the treads found the wood, rolled up onto it and over. The car was free. Dievra moved over as Arkadin took the wheel. Clouds had slid across the moon, steeping the road in dense shadow as they made their way through the mountain pass. There was no traffic. The only illumination for many miles was the car's own headlights. Finally, the moon rose from its cloud bed, and the hemmed-in world around them was bathed in an eerie bluish light. "Times like this when I miss my American," Dievra mused, her head against the seat back. "He came from California. I loved especially his stories about surfing. My God, what a weird sport. Only in America, huh? But I used to think how great it would be to live in a land of sunshine, ride endless highways and convertibles, and swim whenever you wanted to." "The American dream," Arkadin said sourly. She sighed. "I so wanted him to take me with him when he left." "My friend Misha wanted me to take him with me," Arkadin said, "but that was a long time ago." Dievra turned her head toward him. "Where did you go?" "To America." He laughed shortly. "But not to California. It didn't matter to Misha. He was crazy about America. That's why I didn't take him. You go to a place to work, you fall in love with it, and now you don't want to work anymore." He paused for a moment, concentrating on navigating through a hairpin switchback. "I didn't tell him that, of course," he continued. "I could never hurt Misha like that. We both grew up in slums, you know? Fucking hard life, that is. I was beaten up so many times I stopped counting. Then Misha stepped in. He was bigger than I was, but that wasn't it. He taught me how to use a knife. Not just stab, but how to throw it as well. Then he took me to a guy he knew. Skinny little man, but he had no fat on him at all. In the blink of an eye, he had me down on my back in so much pain my eyes watered. Christ, I couldn't even breathe. Misha asked me if I'd like to be able to do that, and I said, shit, where do I sign up? The headlights of a truck appeared, coming toward them, a horrific dazzle that momentarily blinded both of them. Arkadin slowed down until the truck lumbered past. Misha's my best friend. My only friend, really, he said. I don't know what I'd do without him. Will I meet him when you take me back to Moscow? He's in America now, Arkadin said. But I'll take you to his apartment, where I've been staying. It's along the Fruzhenskaya embankment. His living room overlooks Gorky Park. The view is very beautiful. He thought fleetingly of Galia, who was still in the apartment. He knew how to get her out. It wouldn't be a problem at all. I know I'll love it, Dievra said. It was a relief to hear him talk about himself. Encouraged by his talkative mood, she continued, "What work did you do in America?" And just like that, his mood flipped. He braked the car to a halt. "You drive," he said. Dievra had grown used to his mercurial mood swings, but watched him come around the front of the car. She slid over. He slammed the passenger's side door shut, and she put the car in gear, wondering what tender nerve she'd touched. They continued along the road, heading down the mountainside. "We'll hit the highway soon enough," she said to break the thickening silence. "I can't wait to crawl into a warm bed." Inevitably, there came a time when Arkadin took the initiative with Marlena. It happened while she was sleeping. He crept down the hall to her door. It was child's play for him to pick the lock with nothing more than the wire that wrapped the cork in the bottle of champagne Yukupov served at dinner. Of course, being a Muslim, Yukupov himself had not partaken of the alcohol, but Arkadin and Marlena had no such restrictions. Arkadin had volunteered to open the champagne, and when he did, he palmed the wire. The room smelled of her, of lemons and musk, a combination that set off a stirring below his belly. The moon was full, low on the horizon. It looked as if God were squeezing it between his palms. Arkadin stood still, listening to her deep, even breaths, every once in a while catching the hint of a snore. The bed covers rustled as she turned onto her right side, away from him. He waited until her breathing settled again before moving to the bed. He climbed, knelt over her. Her face and shoulder were in moonlight, her neck in shadow, so that it appeared to him as if he'd already decapitated her. For some reason, this vision disturbed him. He tried to breathe deeply and easily, but the disturbing vision tightened his chest, made him so dizzy that he almost lost his balance. And then he felt something hard and cold that in a drawn breath brought him back to himself. Marlena was awake, her head turned, staring at him. In her right hand was a Glock 20 10mm. "I have got a full magazine," she said, which meant she had 14 more rounds if she missed the kill with her first shot. Not that that was likely. The Glock was one of the most powerful handguns on the market. She wasn't fooling around. "Back off." He rolled off the bed and she sat up. Her bare breasts shone whitely in the moonlight. She appeared totally unconcerned with her semi-nudity. "You weren't asleep." "I haven't slept since I came here," Marlena said. "I've been anticipating this moment. I've been waiting for you to steal into my room." She set aside the Glock. "Come to bed. You're safe with me, Leonid Danilovich." As if mesmerized, he climbed back onto the bed and, like a little child, rested his head against the warm cushion of her breasts while she rocked him tenderly. She lay curled around him, willing her warmth to seep into his cool marble flesh. Gradually, she felt his heartbeat cease its manic racing. To the steady sound of her heartbeat, he fell into slumber. Some time later, she woke him with a whisper in his ear. It wasn't difficult. He wanted to be released from his nightmare. He started, staring at her for a long moment, his body rigid. His mouth felt raw from yelling in his sleep. Returning to the present, he recognized her. He felt her arms around him, the protective curl of her body, and to her astonishment and elation, he relaxed. "Nothing can harm you here, Leonid Danilovich," she breathed. "Not even your nightmares." He stared at her in an odd, unblinking fashion. Anyone else would have been frightened, but not Marlena. "What made you cry out?" she said. "There was blood everywhere. On the bed." "Your bed? Were you beaten, Leonid?" He blinked, and the spell was broken. He turned over, faced away from her, waiting for the ashen light of dawn.
So let's wander together through these endless dreams. In the fields of serenity, we'll weave our gentle dreams. With each cherished moment beneath the starry light. We'll write our own story and hold each other tight.
Chapter 21.
Grace of nature.
On a fine, clear afternoon, with the sun already low in the sky, Tyrone drove Soraya Moore to the NSA safe house nestled within the rolling hills of Virginia. Somewhere, in some anonymous cyber cafe in northeast Washington, Kiki was sitting at a public computer terminal, waiting to sow the software virus she devised to disable the property's 2,000 CCTV surveillance cameras. "It'll loop the video images back on themselves endlessly," she told them. "That was the easy part. In order to make the code 100% invisible, it'll work for 10 minutes, no more. At that point, it will, in essence, self-destruct. Deforming into tiny packets of harmless code the system won't pick up as anomalous." Everything now depended on timing. Since it was impossible to send an electronic signal from the NSA safe house without it being picked up and tagged as suspicious, they had worked out an external timing scheme, which meant that if anything went wrong, if Tyrone was delayed for any reason, the 10 minutes would tick by and the plan would fail. This was the plan's Achilles heel. Still, it was their only option, and they decided to take it. Besides, Duran had a number of goodies he'd concocted for them after consulting the architectural plans of the building he'd mysteriously conjured up. She had tried to get them herself and struck out. NSA had what she thought was a total lock on the property records. Just before they stopped at the front gates, Soraya said, "Are you sure you want to go through with this?" Tyrone nodded, stony-faced. "Let's get on with it." He was pissed that she'd even thought to ask that question. When he was on the street, if one of his crew dared to question his courage or resolve, that would have been the end of him. Tyrone had to keep reminding himself that this wasn't the street. He knew all too well that she'd accepted a huge risk in taking him in off the street, civilizing him, as he sometimes thought of the process when he felt particularly hemmed in by the rules and regulations of white men he knew nothing about. He glanced at her out of the corner of his eye, wondering if he'd ever have stepped into the white man's world were it not for his love of her. Here was a woman of color, a Muslim no less, who was working for the man. Not just the man, but the man squared, cubed into infinity, whatever. If she didn't mind doing it, why should he? But his upbringing was about as different from hers as it could get. From what she told him, her parents had given her everything she needed. He barely had parents, and they either didn't want to give him anything or were incapable of giving it. She had the advantage of a first-class education. He had Duran, who, though he'd taught Tyrone many things, was no substitute for white man's education. What was ironic was that only months ago he would have sneered at the kind of education she had. But once he'd met her, he began to understand how ignorant he really was. He was street smart, sure, more than she was, but he was intimidated around people who'd graduated high school and college. The more he observed them maneuvering through their world, how they talked, negotiated, interacted with one another, the more he understood just how stunted his life had been. Street smarts and nothing else was just what the doctor ordered for picking your way through the hood. But there was a whole fucking world beyond the hood. Once he realized that, like Duran, he wanted to explore the world beyond the borders of his neighborhood, he knew he'd have to remake himself from the toes up. All this was on his mind when he saw the imposing stone and slate building within the high iron fence. As he knew from the plans he'd memorized at Duran's, it was perfectly symmetrical, with 4 high chimneys, 8 gabled rooms. A spiky fistful of antennas, aerials, and satellite dishes was the only anomalous feature. "You look very handsome in that suit," Soraya said. "It's fucking uncomfortable," he said. "I feel stiff." Just like every NSA agent. He laughed the way a Roman gladiator might as he entered the Colosseum. "Which is the point," she added. "You've got the tag Duran gave you?" He patted a place over his heart. "Safe and sound." Soraya nodded. "Okay, here we go." He knew there was a chance he'd never come out of that house alive, but he didn't care. Why should he?
What had his life amounted to up until now? Shit all. He'd stood up just as Duran had, made his choice. That's all a man asks for in this life. Soraya presented the credentials Laval had sent her by messenger this morning. Nevertheless, both she and Tyrone were scrutinized by a bookend pair of suits with square jaws and standing orders not to smile. Finally, they passed muster and were waved through. As Tyrone drove down the snaking gravel drive, Soraya pointed out the terrible gauntlet of surveillance systems an intruder would have to pass in order to infiltrate from beyond the property's borders. This monologue reassured him that they'd already bypassed these risks by being Laval's guests. Now, all they had to do was negotiate the interior of the house. Getting out again was another matter entirely. He drove up to the portico. Before he could turn off the engine, a valet came to relieve him of the car, yet another square-jawed military type who'd never look right in his civilian suit. General Kendall, punctual as usual, was at the door to meet them. He gave Soraya's hand a perfunctory shake, then eyeballed Tyrone as she introduced him. "Your bodyguard, I presume," Kendall said in a tone someone would use for a rebuke. "But he doesn't look like standard-issue CI material." "This isn't a standard CI rendezvous," Soraya returned tartly. Kendall shrugged, another perfunctory handshake, and he turned on his heel, leading them inside the hulking structure. Through the public rooms, gilt-edged, refined, expensive beyond modern-day imagining, along hushed corridors lined with Marshall paintings, past mullioned windows through which the January sunlight sparked in beams that stretched across the plush blue carpet. Without seeming to, Tyrone took note of every detail, as if he were casing the joint for a high-end robbery, which, in fact, he was. They passed the door down to the basement levels. It looked precisely as Soraya had drawn it from memory for him and Duran. They went on another 10 yards to the walnut doors leading to the library. The fireplace contained a roaring blaze. A grouping had been set with 4 chairs in the same spot where Soraya said she had sat with Kendall and Laval on her first visit. Willard met them just inside the door. "Good afternoon, Miss Moore," he said with his customary half-bow. "How very nice to see you again so soon. Would you care for your Ceylon tea?" "That would be wonderful, thank you." Tyrone was about to ask for a Coke, but thought better of it. Instead, he ordered another Ceylon tea, having not the faintest idea what it tasted like. "Very good," Willard said, and left them. "This way," Kendall said unnecessarily, leading them to the grouping of chairs where Luther Laval was already seated, staring out the mullioned windows at the light gathered to an oval over the western hills. He must have heard the whisper of their approach, because he rose and turned just as they came up. The maneuver seemed to Soraya artfully rehearsed, and therefore as artificial as Laval's smile. Dutifully, she introduced Tyrone, and they all sat down together. Laval steepled his fingers. "Before we begin, Director, I feel compelled to point out that our own archives department has unearthed some fragmentary history on the Black Legion. Apparently, they did exist during the time of the Third Reich. They were composed of Muslim prisoners of war who were brought back to Germany from the first putsches into the Soviet Union. These Muslims, mainly of Turkish descent from the Caucasus, detested Stalin so much they'd do anything to topple his regime, even becoming Nazis." Laval shook his head like a history professor recounting evil days to a class of wide-eyed students. "It's a particularly unpleasant footnote in a thoroughly repugnant decade. But as for the Black Legion itself, there's no evidence whatsoever that it survived the regime that spawned it. Besides which, its benefactor Himmler was a master of propaganda, especially when it came to advancing himself in the eyes of Hitler. Anecdotal evidence suggests that the role of the Black Legion on the Eastern Front was minimal, that it was in fact Himmler's fantastic propaganda machine that gave it the feared reputation it enjoyed, not anything its members themselves did." He smiled, the sun emerging from behind storm clouds. "Now, in that light, let me take a look at the Typhon intercepts." Soraya tolerated this rather condescending introduction, meant to discredit the origin of the intercepts before she even handed them over.
She allowed indignation and humiliation to pass through her so she could remain calm and focused on her mission. Pulling the slim briefcase onto her lap, she unlocked the coded lock, extracted a red file with a thick black stripe across its upper right-hand corner, marking it as Director's Eyes Only, material of the highest security clearance. Staring Laval in the face, she handed it over. "Excuse me, Director." Tyrone held out his hand. "The electronic tape?" "Oh, yes, I forgot," Soraya said. "Mr. Laval, would you please hand the file to Mr. Elkins?" Laval checked the file more closely, saw a ribbon of shiny metal sealing the file. "Don't bother, I can peel this back myself." "Not if you want to read the intercepts," Tyrone said. "Unless the tape is open with this." He held up a small plastic implement. "The file will incinerate within seconds." Laval nodded his approval of the security measures Soraya had taken. As he gave the file to Tyrone, Soraya said, "Since our last meeting, my people have intercepted more communication from the same entity, which increasingly seems to be the command center." Laval frowned. "A command center? That's highly unusual for a terrorist network, which is, by definition, made up of independent cadres. That's what makes the intercepts so compelling. It also makes them suspect, in my opinion," Laval said, "which is why I'm anxious to read them myself." By this time, Tyrone had slit the metallic security tape, handed the file back. Laval's gaze dropped as he opened the file and began to read. At this point, Tyrone said, "I need to use the bathroom." Laval waved a hand. "Go ahead," he said without looking up. Kendall watched him as he went up to Willard, who was on his way over with the drinks to ask for directions. Soraya saw this out of the corner of her eye. If all went well, in the next couple of minutes Tyrone would be standing in front of the door down to the basement at the precise moment Kiki sent the virus to the NSA security system. Ivan Volkin was a hairy bear of a man, salt and pepper hair standing straight up like a madman, a full beard white as snow, small but cheerful eyes the color of a rainstorm. He was slightly bandy-legged, as if he'd been riding a horse all his life. His lined and leathery face lent him a certain dignified aspect, as if in his life he'd earned the respect of many. He greeted them warmly, welcoming them into an apartment that appeared small because of the stacks of books and periodicals that covered every conceivable horizontal surface, including the kitchen stovetop and his bed. He led them down a narrow, winding aisle from the vestibule to the living room, made room for them on the sofa by moving 3 teetering stacks of books. "Now," he said, standing in front of them, "how can I be of help?" "I need to know everything you can tell me about the Black Legion." "And why are you interested in such a tiny footnote to history?" Volkin looked at Bourne with a jaundiced eye. "You don't have the look of a scholar." "Neither do you," Bourne said. This produced a spraying laugh from the older man. "No, I suppose not." Volkin wiped his eyes. "Spoken like one soldier to another, eh? Yes." Reaching around behind him, he swung over a ladder-backed chair, straddled it with his arms crossed over the top. "So, what specifically do you want to know?" "How did they manage to survive into the 21st century?" Volkin's face immediately shut down. "Who told you the Black Legion survives?" Bourne did not want to use Professor Spector's name. An unimpeachable source. "Is that so? Well, that source is wrong." "Why bother to deny it?" Bourne said. Volkin rose, went into the kitchen. Bourne could hear the refrigerator door open and close, the light clink of glassware. When Volkin returned, he had an iced bottle of vodka in one hand, 3 water glasses in the other. Handing them the glasses, he unscrewed the cap, filled their glasses halfway. When he'd poured for himself, he sat down again, the bottle standing between them on the threadbare carpet. Volkin raised his glass. "To our health." He emptied his glass in 2 great gulps. Smacking his lips, he reached down, refilled it. "Listen to me closely. If I were to admit that the Black Legion exists today, there would be nothing left of my health to toast.
How would anyone know? Bourne said.
How? I'll tell you how. I tell you what I know, then you go out and act on that information. Where do you think this shitstorm that ensues is going to land,
He tapped his barreled chest with his glass, slopping vodka onto his already stained shirt.
Every action has a reaction, my friend. And let me tell you that when it comes to the Black Legion, every reaction is fatal for someone.
Since he'd already as much as admitted that the Black Legion had, in fact, survived the defeat of Nazi Germany, Bourne brought the subject around to what really concerned him. Why would the Kazanskaya be involved?
Pardon?
In some way I can't yet understand, the Kazanskaya are interested in Mikhail Tarkanian. I stumbled across one of their contract killers in his apartment. Volkin's expression turned sour.
What were you doing in his apartment?
Tarkanian's dead, Bourne said.
What?
Volkin exploded.
I don't believe you.
I was there when it happened.
And I tell you it's impossible.
On the contrary, it's a fact, Bourne said. His death was a direct result of him being a member of the Black Legion. Volkin crossed his arms over his chest. He looked like the silverback in the National Zoo.
I see what's happening here. How many ways will you try to get me to talk about the Black Legion?
Every way I can, Bourne said. The Kazanskaya are in some way in league with the Black Legion, which is an alarming prospect.
I may look as if I have all the answers, but I don't.
Volkin stared at him, as if daring Bourne to call him a liar. Though Bourne was certain that Volkin knew more than he would admit, he also knew it would be a mistake to call him on it. Clearly, this was a man who couldn't be intimidated, so there was no point in trying. Professor Spector had warned him not to get caught up in the Gruporovka war, but the professor was a long way away from Moscow. His intelligence was only as accurate as his men on the ground here. Instinct told Bourne there was a serious disconnect. So far as he could see, there was only one way to get to the truth. "Tell me how to get a meet with Maslov," he said.
Volkin shook his head. That would be most unwise. With the Kazanskaya in the middle of a power struggle with Azeri...
Popov is only my cover name, Bourne said. Actually, I'm a consultant to Viktor Cherkasov, the head of the Federal Anti-Narcotics Agency, one of the 2 or 3 most powerful Siloviks in Russia. Volkin pulled back as if stung by Bourne's words. He shot Galya an accusatory glance, as if Bourne were a scorpion she'd brought into his den. Turning back to Bourne, he said,
Have you any proof of this?
Don't be absurd. However, I can't tell you the name of the man I report to. Boris Ilyich Karpov.
Is that so?
Volkin produced a Makarov handgun, placed it on his right knee.
If you're lying...
He picked up a cell phone he scavenged miraculously from out of the clutter and quickly punched in a number.
We have no amateurs here.
After a moment, he said into the phone,
Boris Ilyich, I have here with me a man who claims to be working for you. I would like to put him on the line, yes?
With a deadpan face, Volkin handed over the cell. Boris, Bourne said. It's Jason Bourne.
Jason, my good friend!
Karpov's voice reverberated down the line.
I haven't seen you since Reykjavik.
It seems like a long time.
Too long, I tell you.
Where have you been?
In Timbuktu.
What were you doing in Mali? Bourne asked.
Don't ask, don't tell.
Karpov laughed.
I understand you're now working for me.
That's right.
My boy, I've longed for this day.
Karpov let go with another booming laugh.
We must toast this moment with vodka, but not tonight, eh? Put that old gold Volkin back on the line. I assume there's something you want from him.
Correct.
He hasn't believed a word you've told him, but I'll change that. Please, memorize my cell number, then call me when you're alone. Until we speak again, my good friend.
He wants to talk to you, Bourne said.
That's understandable.
Volkin took the cell from Bourne, put it to his ear. Almost immediately, his expression changed. He stared at Bourne, his mouth slightly open.
Yes, Boris Ilyich. Yes, of course, I understand.
Vulcan broke the connection, stared at Bourne for what seemed like a long time. At length he said,
I'm going to call Dmitry Maslov now. I hope to hell you know what you're doing. Otherwise, this is the last time anyone will see you. Either alive or dead.
Chapter 22. Tyrone went immediately into one of the cubicles in the men's room. Fishing out the plastic tag Duran had made for him, he clipped it on the outside of his suit jacket, a suit that looked like the regulation government suits all the other spooks wore here. The tag identified him as Special Agent Damon Riggs, out of the NSA field office in L.A. Damon Riggs was real enough. The tag came straight from the NSA HR database. Tyrone flushed the toilet, emerged from the cubicle, smiled frostily at an NSA agent bent over one of the sinks washing his hands. The agent glanced at Tyrone's tag, said, "You're a long way from home. And in the middle of winter, too." Tyrone's voice was strong and firm. "Damn, I miss going top down in Santa Monica." "I hear you." The agent dried his hands. "Good luck," he said as he left. Tyrone stared at the closed door for a moment, took a deep breath, let it out slowly. So far, so good. He went out into the hallway, his eyes straight ahead, his stride purposeful. He passed 4 or 5 agents. A couple gave his tag a cursory glance, nodded. The others ignored him altogether. "The trick," Duran had said, "is to look like you belong. Don't hesitate, be purposeful. If you look like you know where you're going, you become part of the scene. No one notices you." Tyrone reached the door without incident. He went past it as 2 agents, deep in conversation, passed him. Then, checking both ways, he doubled back. Quickly, he took out what seemed to be an ordinary piece of clear tape, laid it on top of the fingerprint reader. Checking his watch, he waited until the second hand touched the 12. Then, holding his breath, he pressed his forefinger onto the tape so that it was flush against the reader. The door opened. He stripped off the tape, slipped inside. The tape contained Laval's fingerprint, which Tyrone had lifted off the back cover of the file while working the device that slit the security tape. Soraya had engaged Laval in conversation as a diversion. At the bottom of the flight of steps, he paused for a moment. No alarm bells were going off, no sound of armed security guards coming his way. Kiki's software program had done its work. Now, the rest was up to him. He moved swiftly and silently down the rough concrete corridor. Buzzing fluorescent strips were the only decoration here, casting a sickly glow. He saw no one, heard nothing beyond the susurrus of machinery. Snapping on latex gloves, he tried each door he came to. Most were locked. The first one that wasn't opened into a small cubicle with a viewing window in one wall. Tyrone had been in enough police precincts to know this was one-way glass. He peered into a room not much larger than the one he was in. He could make out a metal chair bolted to the center of the floor, beneath which was a large drain. Affixed to the right-hand wall was a 3-foot-deep trough as long as a man with manacles bolted to each end, above which was coiled a fire hose. Its nozzle looked enormous in the confines of the small room. This, Tyrone knew from photos he'd seen, was a waterboarding tank. He snapped as many photos of it as possible, because there was the proof Soraya needed that the NSA was enacting illegal and inhuman torture. Tyrone took photos of everything with the 10-megapixel digital mini-camera Soraya had given him. Given the huge memory of its smart card, it could record 6 videos of up to 3 minutes in duration. He moved on, knowing he had an extremely limited amount of time. Opening the door an inch at a time, he determined that the corridor was still deserted. He hurried down it, checking all the doors he came to. At length, he found himself in another viewing room. This time, however, he saw a man kneeling beside a table. His arms were drawn back, his bound hands on the table. A black hood had been pulled down over his head. His attitude was of a defeated soldier about to be forced to kiss the feet of his conqueror. Tyrone felt a surge of rage run through him, such as he'd never felt before. He couldn't help thinking of the history of his own people, hunted by rival tribes on the east coast of Africa, sold to the white man, brought as slaves back to America. All of this terrible history Duran had made him study, to learn where he came from, to understand what drove the prejudices, the innate hatreds, all the powerful forces inside him. With an effort, he pulled himself together. This is what they'd been hoping for, proof that the NSA was subjecting prisoners to illegal forms of torture. Tyrone took a slew of photos, even a short video, before exiting the viewing room. Once again, he was the only one in the corridor. This concerned him. Surely he would have heard or seen NSA personnel down here. But there was no sign of anyone. All at once, he felt a prickling on the back of his neck. He turned, retracing his steps at half-run. His heart pounded, his blood rushed in his ears. With every step he took, his sense of foreboding increased. Then, he broke into a full-out sprint. Luther Laval looked up from his reading, said ominously, "What kind of game are you playing, Director?" Soraya kept herself from starting. "I beg your pardon?" "I've been through these transmission intercepts you claim come from the Black Legion twice now. Nowhere do I find any reference to that name, or, for that matter, any name at all." Willard appeared, handed General Kendall a folded slip of paper. Kendall read it without any expression. Then he excused himself. Soraya watched him leave the library with no little trepidation. To regain her attention, Laval waved the sheets briefly in the air like a red flag in front of a bull. "Tell me the truth. For all you know, these conversations could be between two sets of 11-year-olds playing terrorist games." Soraya could feel herself bristling. "My people assure me they're genuine, Mr. Laval, and they're the best in the business. If you don't believe that, I can't imagine why you want a piece of Typhon." Laval conceded her point, but he wasn't finished with her. "Then how do you know they're from the Black Legion?" "Collateral intelligence." Laval sat back in his chair. His drink was left untouched on the table. "Just what the holy hell does collateral intelligence mean?" "Another source, unrelated to the intercepts, has knowledge of an imminent attack on American soil that originates with the Black Legion, who we have no tangible evidence actually exist." Soraya was growing increasingly uncomfortable. The conversation was veering perilously close to an interrogation. "I brought these intercepts at your behest with the intention of engendering trust between us." "That's as may be," Laval said. "But quite frankly, these anonymous intercepts, alarming as they seem on the surface, don't do it for me. You're holding something back, Director. I want to know the source of your so-called collateral intel." "I'm afraid that's impossible. The source is absolutely sacrosanct." Soraya could not tell him that her source was Jason Bourne. However, she reached down to her slim attaché case, pulled out several photos, handed them over. "It's a corpse," Laval said. "I failed to see the significance." "Look at the second photo," Soraya said. "It's a close-up of the inside of the victim's elbow. What do you see?" "A tattoo of 3 horses' heads attached to... what is this? It looks like the Nazi SS Death's Head." "And so it is." Soraya handed him another photo. "This is the uniform patch of the Black Legion under their leader Heinrich Himmler." Laval pursed his lips. Then he put sheets back in the file, returned it to Soraya. He held up the photos. "If you could find this insignia, anyone could. This could be a group that simply appropriated the Black Legion sign, like the skinheads in Germany appropriated the swastika. Besides, this isn't proof that the intercepts came from the Black Legion. And even if they did, I have a problem, Director. It's the same as yours, I would think. You've told me, also according to your sacrosanct source, that the Black Legion is being fronted by the Eastern Brotherhood. If the NSA acts on this intel, we'll have every flavor of PR nightmare visited on us. The Eastern Brotherhood, as I'm sure you're aware, is exceedingly powerful, especially with the overseas press.
We run with this and we're wrong, it's going to cause the president and this country an enormous amount of humiliation, which we can't afford now. Do I make myself clear? Perfectly, Mr. Laval. But if we ignore it, and America is successfully attacked again, then how do we look? Laval scrubbed his face with one hand. So we're between a rock and a hard place. Sir, you know as well as I do that action is better than inaction, especially in a volatile situation like this. Laval was about to capitulate. Soraya knew it. But here came Willard again, gliding up, silent as a ghost. He bent, whispered something in Laval's ear. "Thank you, Willard," Laval said. "That will be all." Then he returned his attention to Soraya. "Well, Director, it seems I'm urgently wanted elsewhere." He stood up and smiled down at her, but spoke with a steely tone. "Please join me." Soraya's heart plummeted. This invitation wasn't a request. Yakov, the Bombili driver who'd been ordered to park across the avenue from the front entrance of the Metropolia Hotel, had been joined 40 minutes ago by a man who looked as if he'd been in a fist fight with a meat grinder. Despite efforts to cover it up, his face was swollen, dark as pounded flesh. He wore a silver patch over one eye. He was a surly bastard, Yakov decided, even before the man handed him a fistful of money. He uttered not a word of greeting, but slammed into the back seat, slithered down so even the crown of his head was invisible to anyone glancing casually in. The atmosphere inside the Bombili quickly grew so toxic that Yakov was forced to vacate the semi-warmth for the freezing Moscow night. He bought himself some food from a passing Turkish vendor, spent the next half hour eating it, talking to his friend Max, who'd pulled up behind him because Max was a lazy son of a bitch who grasped at any excuse not to work. Yakov and Max were in the middle of a heated speculation that concerned last week's death of a high-level RAB bank officer who was discovered tied up, tortured, and asphyxiated in the garage of his own Elitny Dasha. The two of them were wondering why the General Prosecutor's Office and the President's newly formed investigative committee were fighting over jurisdiction of the death. "It's politics, pure and simple," Yakov said. "Dirty politics," Max retorted. "There's nothing pure and simple about that." It was then that Yakov spotted Jason Bourne and the sexy Diev getting out of a Bombili in front of the hotel. When he struck the side of his cab 3 times with the flat of his hand, he sensed a stirring in the back seat. "He's here," he said as the rear window rolled down. Bourne was about to drop Galia off at the Metropolia Hotel when he looked out the Bombili window, saw the taxi that had earlier taken him from the Chinese pilot to the hotel. Yakov, the driver, was leaning against the fender of his dilapidated junkmobile, eating something greasy while talking to the cabbie parked right behind him. Bourne saw Yakov glance over as he and Galia exited the Bombili. When they'd gone through the revolving door, Bourne told her to stay put. To his left was the service door used by porters to take guests' luggage in and out of the hotel. Bourne looked out across the street. Yakov stuck his head in the rear window, huddled with a man who'd been hidden in the back seat. In the elevator, on the way up to their room, he said, "Are you hungry? I'm starved." Harun Ilyev, the man Semyon Yukopov sent to find Jason Bourne, had expended hours in contentious negotiations and frustrating dead ends, and finally spent a great deal of money in his pursuit. It wasn't coincidence that had led him at last to the Bombili named Yakov, for Yakov was an ambitious man who knew he'd never get rich driving around Moscow, fending off other Bombili, pissing them off by cutting in, snatching their fares from under their noses. What could be more lucrative than spying on other people, especially when your chief client was the American? Yakov had many clients, but none of them knew how to throw around dollars like the Americans. It was their sincere belief that enough money bought you anything. Mostly they were right. When they weren't, though, it was still costly for them. Most of Yakov's other clients laughed at the kind of money the Americans threw around. Chiefly, though, he suspected it was because they were jealous. Laughing at what you didn't have and never would was, he supposed, better than letting it depress you.
Yukupov's people were the only ones who paid as much, but they used him far less than the Americans. On the other hand, they had him on retainer. Yakov knew Harun Ilyev well, had dealt with him a number of times before, and both liked and trusted him. Besides, they were both Muslim. Yakov kept his religion a secret in Moscow, especially from the Americans, who, stupidly, would have dropped him like a fake ruble. Directly after the American attaché contacted him for the job, Yakov had called Harun Ilyev. As a consequence, Harun had already inserted himself in the staff of the Metropolia Hotel through a cousin of his, who worked in the kitchen as one of the expediters. He coordinated food orders for the line chefs. The moment he saw the room service order come down from 1728, Bourne's room, he called Harun. "We are short-staffed tonight," he said. "Get down here in the next 5 minutes, and I'll make sure you're the one to take the order up to him." Harun Ilyev quickly presented himself to his cousin and was shown to a trolley neatly covered in starched white linen, laden with covered bowls, platters, plates, silverware, and napkins. Thanking his cousin for this opportunity to get to Jason Bourne, he rolled his trolley to the service elevator. Someone was already there. Harun took him to be one of the hotel managers until, as they entered the elevator, he turned so Harun caught a fleeting glimpse of his pulped face and the silver patch over one eye. Harun reached out, pressed the button for the 17th floor. The man pressed the button for the 18th. The elevator stopped at the 4th floor, where a maid got on with her turn-down cart. She exited a floor later. The elevator had just passed the 15th floor when the man reached over, pulled out the large red emergency stop button. Harun turned to question the man's action, but the man fired one bullet from an exceptionally quiet 9mm well rod equipped with a suppressor. The bullet pierced Harun's forehead, tore through his brain. He was dead before he collapsed to the elevator floor. Anthony Prowess mopped up what little blood there was with a napkin from the room service cart. Then he quickly stripped the clothes off his victim, donned the uniform of the Metropolia Hotel. He pushed in the emergency stop button again, and the elevator continued its ascent to the 17th floor. After determining that the hallway was clear, Prowess consulted a map of the floor, dragged the corpse into a utility room, then wheeled the cart around the corner to room 1728. "Why don't you take a shower? A long hot," Bourne said. Galia's expression was mischievous. "If I stink, at least it's not as bad as you." She began to slip out of her miniskirt. "Why don't we take one together?" "Some other time. I have business to attend to." Her lower lip comically pouted. "God, what could be more boring?" Bourne laughed as she crossed into the bathroom, closed the door behind her. Soon after, the sound of running water came to him, along with tiny curls of steam. He turned on the TV, watched a dreadful show in Russian with the sound turned up. There was a knock on the door. Bourne rose from his position on the bed, opened the door. A uniformed waiter in a short jacket and a hat with a bill pulled down over his face pushed a trolley full of food into the room. Bourne signed the bill. The waiter turned to leave. Instantly, he whirled, a knife in his hand. In one blurred movement, he drew his arm back. But Bourne was ready. As the waiter threw the knife, Bourne raised a domed metal top off a chafing dish, used it as a shield to deflect the knife. With a flick of his wrist, he sent it spinning at the waiter, who ducked out of the way. The edge of the domed top caught his hat, spun it off his head, revealing the puffy face of the man who'd strangled Baranov and tried to kill Bourne as well. The attacker drew a well rod and squeezed off 2 shots before Bourne shoved the cart into his midsection. He staggered back. Bourne threw himself across the cart, grabbed Prowess by the front of the uniform, then wrestled him to the floor. Bourne managed to kick away the well rod. The man attacked with hands and feet, moving Bourne so that he could regain possession of the gun. Bourne could see the patch over the NSA agent's eye, could only surmise the damage he'd inflicted. The agent feinted one way, then caught Bourne flush on the jaw. Bourne staggered, and his attacker was on him with another wire, which he whipped around Bourne's neck. Pulling hard on it, he drew Bourne back to his feet.
Bourne staggered against the cart. As it skittered away from him, he grabbed the chafing dish, hurled its contents in the agent's face. The scalding soup struck the attacker like a torch, and he shouted but failed to drop the wire, instead pulling it tighter, jerking Bourne against his chest. Bourne was on his knees, his back arched, his lungs were screaming for oxygen, his muscles were rapidly losing their strength, and it was becoming increasingly difficult to concentrate. Soon, he knew he'd pass out. With his remaining strength, he jabbed his elbow into the agent's crotch. The wire slacked off enough for him to get to his feet. He slammed the back of his head into the agent's face, heard the satisfying thunk as the man's head struck the wall. The wire slackened a bit more, enough for Bourne to pull it from his throat, gasping in air, and reverse their positions, wrapping the wire around Prowse's neck. He fought and kicked like a madman, but Bourne held on, working the wire tighter and tighter until the agent's body went slack. His head toppled to one side. Bourne didn't slacken the wire until he'd assured himself there was no longer a pulse. Then he let the man slide to the floor. He was bent over, hands on thighs, taking deep, slow breaths when Galia walked out of the bathroom amid a halo of lavender-scented mist. "Jesus Christ," she said. Then she turned and vomited all over her bare pink feet. Chapter 23. "Any way you slice it or dice it," Luther Laval said, "he's a dead man." Soraya stared bleakly through the one-way glass at Tyrone, who was standing in a cubicle ominously outfitted with a shallow, coffin-like tub that had restraints for wrists and ankles, a fire hose above it. In the center of the room, a steel table was bolted down to the bare concrete floor, beneath which was a drain to sluice both water and blood away. Laval held up the digital camera. "General Kendall found this on your compatriot." He touched a button, and the photos Tyrone had taken scrolled across the camera's screen. "This smoking gun is enough to convict him of treason." Soraya couldn't help wondering how many shots of the torture chambers Tyrone had managed to take before he was caught. "Off with his head," Kendall said, baring his teeth. Soraya could not rid herself of the sick feeling in her stomach. Of course, Tyrone had been in dangerous situations before, but she was directly responsible for putting him in harm's way. If anything happened to him, she knew she'd never be able to forgive herself. What was she thinking involving him in such perilous work? The enormity of her miscalculation was all too clear to her now, when it was too late to do anything about it. "The real pity," Laval went on, "is that with very little difficulty, we can make a case against you as well." Soraya was solely focused on Tyrone, whom she had wronged so terribly. "This was my idea," she said dully. "Let Tyrone go." "You mean he was only following orders?" General Kendall said. "This isn't Nuremberg. Frankly, there's no viable defense the two of you can put up. His conviction and execution, as well as yours, are a fait accompli." They took her back to the library, where Willard, seeing her ashen face, fetched her a fresh pot of Ceylon tea. The three of them sat by the window. The fourth chair, conspicuously empty, was an accusation to Soraya. Her grievous mismanagement of this mission was compounded by the knowledge that she had seriously underestimated Laval. She'd been lulled by his smug, over-aggressive nature into thinking he was the sort of man who'd automatically underestimate her. She was dead wrong. She fought the constriction in her chest, the panic welling up, the sense that she and Tyrone were trapped in an impossible situation. She used the tea ritual to refocus herself. For the first time in her life, she added cream and sugar and drank the tea as if it were medication or a form of penance. She was trying to get her brain unfrozen from shock, to get it working normally again. In order to help Tyrone, she knew she needed to get herself out of here. If Laval meant to charge her as he threatened to do with Tyrone, she'd already be in an adjacent cell. The fact that they'd brought her back to the library allowed a sliver of light into the darkness that had settled around her. She decided for now to allow this scenario to play out on Laval's and Kendall's terms. The moment she set her teacup down, Laval took up his axe. "As I said before, Director, the real pity is your involvement. I'd hate to lose you as an ally, though I see now I never really had you as an ally." This little speech sounded canned, as if each word had been chewed over by Laval. "Frankly," he continued, "in retrospect I can see that you've lied to me from the first. You never had any intention of switching your allegiance to NSA, did you?" He sighed as if he were a disciplinary dean addressing a bright but chronically wayward student. "That's why I can't believe that you concocted this scheme on your own." "If I were a betting man," Kendall said, "I'd wager your orders came from the top." "Veronica Hart is the real problem here." Laval spread his hands. "Perhaps through the lens of what's happened here today, you can begin to see things as we do." Soraya didn't need a weatherman to see which way the wind was blowing. Keeping her voice deliberately neutral, she said, "How can I be of service?" Laval smiled genially, turned to Kendall, said, "You see, Richard, the director can be of help to us, despite your reservations." He quickly turned back to Soraya, his expression sobering. "The general wants to prosecute you both to the full extent of the law, which I needn't reiterate is very full indeed." Their good cop, bad cop routine would seem cliched, Soraya thought bitterly, except this was for real. She knew Kendall hated her guts. He'd made no effort to hide his contempt. He was a military man, after all. The possibility of having to report to a female superior was unthinkable, downright risible. He hadn't thought much of Tyrone either, which made his capture of the younger man that much harder to stomach. "I understand my position is untenable," she said, despising having to kowtow to this despicable human being. "Excellent, then we'll start from that point." Laval stared up at the ceiling, giving an impersonation of someone trying to decide how to proceed. But she suspected he knew very well what he was doing, every step of the way. His eyes engaged hers. "The way I see it, we have a two-part problem. One concerns your friend down in the hold. The second involves you." "I'm more concerned with him," Soraya said. "How do I get him out?" Laval shifted in his chair. "Let's take your situation first. We can build a circumstantial case against you, but without direct testimony from your friend—" "Tyrone," Soraya said. "His name is Tyrone Elkins." To hammer home just whose conversation this was, Laval quite deliberately ignored her. "Without direct testimony from your friend, we won't get far." "Direct testimony we will get," Kendall said, "as soon as we waterboard him." "No," Soraya said. "You can't." "Why? Because it's illegal?" Kendall chuckled. Soraya turned to Laval. "There's another way. You and I both know there is." Laval said nothing for a moment, drawing out the tension. "You told me that your source for the attribution of the Typhon intercepts was sacrosanct. Does that decision still stand? If I tell you, will you let Tyrone go?" "No," Laval said. "But you'll be free to leave." "What about Tyrone?" Laval crossed one leg over another. "Let's take one thing at a time, shall we?" Soraya nodded. She knew that as long as she was sitting here, she had no wiggle room. "My source was Bourne." Laval looked startled. "Jason Bourne? Are you kidding me?" "No, Mr. Laval. He has knowledge of the Black Legion and that they were being fronted by the Eastern Brotherhood." "Where the hell did this knowledge come from?" "He had no time to tell me, even if he had a mind to," she said. "There were too many NSA agents in the vicinity." "The incident at the Freer," Kendall said. Laval held up a hand. "You helped him to escape." Soraya shook her head. "Actually, he thought I turned on him." "Interesting." Laval tapped his lip. "Does he still think that?" Soraya determined it was time for a little defiance, a little lie. "I don't know. Jason has a tendency toward paranoia, so it's possible." Laval looked thoughtful. "Maybe we can use that to our advantage." General Kendall looked disgusted. So, in other words, this whole story about the Black Legion could be nothing more than a lunatic fantasy. Or more likely, deliberate disinformation, Laval said. Soraya shook her head. Why would he do that? Who knows why he does anything? Laval took a slow sip of his whiskey, diluted now by the melted ice cubes. Let's not forget that Bourne was in a rage when he told you about the Black Legion. By your own admission, he thought you'd betrayed him. You have a point. Soraya knew better than to defend Bourne to these people. The more you argued against them, the more entrenched they became in their position. They'd built a case against Jason out of fear and loathing, not because, as they claimed, he was unstable, but because he simply didn't care about their rules and regulations. Instead of flouting them, something the directors had knowledge of and knew how to handle, he annihilated them. Of course I do. Laval set down his glass. Let's move on to your friend. The case against him is airtight, open and shut, no hope whatsoever of appeal or commutation. Let him eat cake, Kendall said. Marie Antoinette never said that, by the way, Soraya said. Kendall glared at her, while Laval continued. Let the punishment fit the crime would be more apropos. Or, in your case, let the expiation fit the crime. He waved the approaching Willard away. What we're going to need from you, Director, is proof, incontrovertible proof, that your illegal foray into NSA territory was instigated by Veronica Hart. She knew what he was asking of her. So basically, we're talking an exchange of prisoners, Hart for Tyrone. You've grasped it entirely, Laval said, clearly pleased. I'll have to think about it. Laval nodded. A reasonable request. I'll have Willard prepare you a meal. He glanced at his watch. Richard and I have a meeting in 15 minutes. We'll be back in approximately 2 hours. You can think over your answer until then. No, I need to think this over in another environment, Soraya said. Director Moore, given your history of deception, that would be a mistake on our part. You promised I could leave if I told you my source. And so you shall, when you've agreed to my terms. He rose, and with him, Kendall. You and your friend came in here together. Now, you're joined at the hip. Bourne waited until Galia was sufficiently recovered. She dressed, shivering, not once looking at the body of the dead agent. I'm sorry you got dragged into this, Bourne said. No, you're not. Without me, you never would have gotten to Havana. Galia angrily jammed her feet into her shoes. This is a nightmare, she said, as if to herself. Any minute I'll wake up in my own bed, and none of this will have happened. Bourne led her toward the door. Galia shuddered anew as she carefully skirted the body. You're hanging out with the wrong crowd. Ha ha, good one, she said, as they made their way down the hall. That includes you. A moment later, he signaled her to stop. Kneeling down, he touched his fingertip to a wet spot on the carpet. What is it? Bourne examined his fingertip. Blood. Galia gave a little whimper. What is doing out here? Good question, Bourne said as he crept along the hallway. He noted a tiny smear in front of a narrow door. Wrenching it open, he switched on the utility room's light. Christ, Galia said. Inside was a crumpled body with a bullet in its forehead. It was nude, but there was a pile of clothes tossed in a corner, obviously those of the NSA agent. Bourne knelt down, rifled through them, hoping to find some form of ID, to no avail. What are you doing? Galia cried. Bourne spotted a tiny triangle of dark brown leather sticking out from under the corpse, which was only visible from this low angle. Rolling the corpse on its side, he discovered a wallet. The dead man's ID would prove useful, since Bourne now had none of his own. His assumed identity, which he'd used to check in, was unusable, because the moment the corpse was found in Fyodor Ilyanovich Popov's room, there'd be a massive manhunt for him. Bourne reached out, took the wallet. Then he rose, grabbed Galia's hand, and got them out of there.
He insisted they take the service elevator down to the kitchen. From there, it was a simple matter to find the rear entrance. Outside, it had begun to snow again. The wind, slicing in from the square, was icy and bitter. Flagging down a Bombili, Bourne was about to give the cabbie the address of Gallia's friend, then realized that Yakov, the cabbie working for the NSA, knew that address. "Get in the taxi," Bourne said quietly to Gallia. "But be prepared to get out quickly and do exactly as I say." Soraya didn't need a couple of hours to make up her mind. She didn't even need a couple of minutes. "All right," she said. "I'll do whatever it takes to get Tyrone out of here." Laval turned back to regard her. "Well now, that kind of capitulation would do my heart good if I didn't know you to be such a duplicitous little bitch. Unfortunately," he went on, "in your case, verbal capitulation isn't quite as convincing as it would be in others. That being the case, the General here will make crystal clear to you the consequences of further treachery on your part." Soraya rose, along with Kendall. Laval stopped her with his voice. "Oh, and Director, when you leave here, you'll have until 10 tomorrow morning to make your decision. I'll expect you back here then. I hope I've made myself clear." The General led her out of the library, down the corridor to the door to the basement. The moment she saw where he was taking her, she said, "No, don't do this. Please, there's no need." But Kendall, his back ramrod straight, ignored her. When she hesitated at the security door, he grasped her firmly by the elbow and, as if she were a child, steered her down the stairs. In due course, she found herself in the same viewing room. Tyrone was on his knees, his arm behind him, bound hands on the tabletop, which was higher than shoulder level. This position was both extremely painful and humiliating. His torso was forced forward, his shoulder blades back. Soraya's heart was filled with dread. "Enough," she said. "I get it, you've made your point." "By no means," General Kendall said. Soraya could see two shadowy figures moving about the cell. Tyrone had become aware of them too. He tried to twist around to see what they were up to. One of the men shoved a black hood over his head. "My God," Soraya said to herself. What did the other man have in his hands? Kendall shoved her hard against the one-way glass. "Where your friend is concerned, we're just warming up." 2 minutes later, they began to fill the waterboarding tank. Soraya began to scream. Bourne asked the Bombili driver to pass by the front of the hotel. Everything seemed calm and normal, which meant that the bodies on the 17th floor hadn't been discovered yet. But it wouldn't be long before someone went to look for the missing room service waiter. He turned his attention across the street, searching for Yakov. He was still outside his car, talking to a fellow driver. Both of them were swinging their arms to keep their circulation going. He pointed out Yakov to Gallia, who recognized him. When they'd passed the square, Bourne had the Bombili pull over. He turned to Gallia. "I want you to go back to Yakov and have him take you to Universitetskaya Ploshad at Vorobyovi Gori." Bourne was speaking of the top of the only hill in the otherwise flat city, where lovers and university students went to get drunk, make love, and smoke dope while looking out over the city. "Wait there for me, and whatever you do, don't get out of the car. Tell the cabbie you're meeting someone there." "But he's the one who's been spying on us," Gallia said. "Don't worry," Bourne reassured her. "I'll be right behind you." The view out over Vorobyovi Gori was not so very grand. First, there was the ugly bulk of Luzhniki Stadium in the mid-foreground. Second, there were the spires of the Kremlin, which would hardly inspire even the most ardent lovers. But for all that, at night it was as romantic as Moscow could get. Bourne, who'd had his Bombili track the one Gallia was in all the way there, was relieved that Yakov had orders only to observe and report back. Anyway, the NSA was interested in Bourne, not a young blonde diev. Arriving at the Overlook, Bourne paid the fare he'd agreed to at the beginning of the ride, strode down the sidewalk, and got into the front seat of Yakov's taxi.
"Hey, what's this?"
Yakov said. Then he recognized Bourne and made a scramble for the Makarov he kept in a homemade sling under the ratty dash. Bourne pulled his hand away and held him back against the seat while taking possession of the handgun. He pointed it at Yakov. "Who do you report to?" Yakov said in a whiny voice.
"I challenge you to sit in my seat night after night, driving around the garden ring, crawling endlessly down Tverskaya, being cut out of fares by kamikaze bombili, and make enough to live on."
"I don't care why you pimp yourself out to the NSA," Bourne told him. "I want to know who you report to." Yakov held up his hand.
Listen, I'm from Bishkek in Kyrgyzstan. It's not so nice there. Who can make a living? So I packed my family and we traveled to Russia, the beating heart of the new federation, where the streets are paved with rubles. But when I arrive here, I am treated like dirt. People in the streets spit on my wife. My children are beaten and called terrible names. And I can't get a job anywhere in this city. Moscow for Muscovites, that is the refrain I hear over and over. So I take to the bombili because I have no other choice. But this life, sir, you have no idea how difficult it is. Sometimes, after 12 hours, I come home with 100 rubles, sometimes with nothing. I cannot be faulted for taking money the Americans offer. Russia is corrupt, but Moscow, it's more than corrupt. There isn't a word for how bad things are here. The government is made up of thugs and criminals. The criminals plunder the natural resources of Russia. Oil, natural gas, uranium. Everyone takes, so they can have big foreign cars. A different Yev every day of the week. A Dasha and Miami Beach. And what's left for us? Potatoes and beets, if we work 18 hours a day, and if we're lucky.
"I have no animosity toward you," Bourne said. "You have a right to earn a living." He handed Yakov a fistful of dollars.
I see no one, sir. I swear. Just voices on my cell phone. All money's come to a post office box in...
Bourne carefully placed the muzzle of the Makarov in Yakov's ear. The cabbie cringed, turned mournful eyes on Bourne.
Please, sir, what have I done?
"I saw you outside the Metropolia with a man who tried to kill me." Yakov squealed like a skewered rat.
Kill you? I am employed merely to watch and report. I have no knowledge about...
Bourne hit the cabbie. "Stop lying and tell me what I want to know."
All right.
Yakov was shaking with fear.
The American who pays me, his name is Lowe. Harris Lowe.
Bourne made him give a detailed description of Lowe. Then he took Yakov's cell phone. "Get out of the car," he said.
But, sir, I answered all your questions,
Yakov protested.
You've taken everything of mine. What more do you want?
Bourne leaned across him, opened the door, then shoved him out. "This is a popular place. Plenty of bombili come and go. You're a rich man now. Use some of the money I gave you to get a ride home." Sliding behind the wheel, he put the zhrig in gear, drove back into the heart of the city. Harris Lowe was a dapper man with a pencil mustache. He had the prematurely white hair and ruddy complexion of many blue-blooded families in the American Northeast. That he had spent the last 11 years in Moscow, working for NSA, was a testament to his father, who had trod the same perilous path. Lowe had idolized his father, had wanted to be like him for as long as he could remember. Like his father, he had the stars and stripes tattooed on his soul. He'd been a running back in college, gone through the rigorous physical training to be an NSA field agent, had tracked down terrorists in Afghanistan and the Horn of Africa. He wasn't afraid to engage in hand-to-hand combat or to kill a target. He did it for God and country. During his 11 years in the capital of Russia, Lowe had made many friends, some of whom were the sons of his father's friends. Suffice to say, he had developed a network of apparatchiks and siloviks, for whom a quid pro quo was the order of the day. Harris held no illusions. To further his country's cause, he would scratch anyone's back, if they, in turn, scratched his. He heard about the murders at the Metropolia Hotel from a friend of his in the general prosecutor's office, who'd caught the police squeal. Harris met this individual at the hotel and was consequently one of the first people on the scene. He had no interest in the corpse in the utility closet, but he immediately recognized Anthony Prowess. Excusing himself from the crime scene, he went into the stairwell off the 17th floor hallway, punched in an overseas number on his cell. A moment later, Luther Laval answered. "We have a problem," Lowe said. "Prowess has been rendered inoperative with extreme prejudice." "That's very disturbing," Laval said. "We have a rogue operative loose in Moscow who has now murdered one of our own. I think you know what to do." Lowe understood. There was no time to bring in another of NSA's wet work specialists, which meant terminating Bourne was up to him. "Now that he's killed an American citizen," Laval said, "I'll bring the Moscow police and the general prosecutor's office into the picture. They'll have the same photo of him I'm sending you to your cell within the hour." Lowe thought a moment. "The question is tracking him. Moscow is way behind the curve in closed-circuit TVs." "Bourne is going to need money," Laval said. "He couldn't take enough through customs when he landed, which means he wouldn't try. He'll have set up a local account at a Moscow bank. Get the locals to help with surveillance pronto." "Consider it done," Lowe said. "And Harris, don't make the same mistake with Bourne that Prowess did."
In the heart of the night, a tale unfolds, skyward honor where legends hold. A blade of valor, a knightly hand, radiates blessings from winds so grand. With each noble swing, a whisper divine, carrying wishes of gods in its shine. Skyward honor in blades so true, a knight's tribute, skies are blue from heaven's high.
Did until Gallia was sufficiently recovered. She dressed, shivering, not once looking at the body of the dead agent. "I'm sorry you got dragged into this," Bourne said. "No, you're not. Without me, you never would have gotten to a van." Gallia angrily jammed her feet into her shoes. "This is a nightmare," she said, as if to herself. "Any minute I'll wake up in my own bed, and none of this will have happened." Bourne led her toward the door. Gallia shuddered anew as she carefully skirted the body. "You're hanging out with the wrong crowd." "Ha ha, good one," she said, as they made their way down the hall. "That includes you." A moment later, he signaled her to stop. Kneeling down, he touched his fingertip to a wet spot on the carpet. "What is it?" Bourne examined his fingertip. "Blood." Gallia gave a little whimper. "What is doing out here?" "Good question," Bourne said as he crept along the hallway. He noted a tiny smear in front of a narrow door. Wrenching it open, he switched on the utility room's light. "Christ," Gallia said. Inside was a crumpled body with a bullet in its forehead. It was nude, but there was a pile of clothes tossed in a corner, obviously those of the NSA agent. Bourne knelt down, rifled through them, hoping to find some form of ID, to no avail. "What are you doing?" Gallia cried. Bourne spotted a tiny triangle of dark brown leather sticking out from under the corpse, which was only visible from this low angle. Rolling the corpse on its side, he discovered a wallet. The dead man's ID would prove useful, since Bourne now had none of his own. His assumed identity, which he'd used to check in, was unusable, because the moment the corpse was found in Fyodor Ilyanovich Popov's room, there'd be a massive manhunt for him. Bourne reached out, took the wallet. Then he rose, grabbed Gallia's hand, and got them out of there. He insisted they take the service elevator down to the kitchen. From there, it was a simple matter to find the rear entrance. Outside, it had begun to snow again. The wind, slicing in from the square, was icy and bitter. Flagging down a Bombili, Bourne was about to give the cabbie the address of Galya's friend, then realized that Yakov, the cabbie working for the NSA, knew that address. "Get in the taxi," Bourne said quietly to Galya. "But be prepared to get out quickly and do exactly as I say." Soraya didn't need a couple of hours to make up her mind. She didn't even need a couple of minutes. "All right," she said. "I'll do whatever it takes to get Tyrone out of here." Laval turned back to regard her. "Well now, that kind of capitulation would do my heart good if I didn't know you to be such a duplicitous little bitch. Unfortunately," he went on, "in your case, verbal capitulation isn't quite as convincing as it would be in others. That being the case, the General here will make crystal clear to you the consequences of further treachery on your part." Soraya rose, along with Kendall. Laval stopped her with his voice. "Oh, and Director, when you leave here, you'll have until 10 tomorrow morning to make your decision. I'll expect you back here then. I hope I've made myself clear." The General led her out of the library, down the corridor to the door to the basement. The moment she saw where he was taking her, she said, "No, don't do this. Please, there's no need." But Kendall, his back ramrod straight, ignored her. When she hesitated at the security door, he grasped her firmly by the elbow and, as if she were a child, steered her down the stairs. In due course, she found herself in the same viewing room. Tyrone was on his knees, his arm behind him, bound hands on the tabletop, which was higher than shoulder level. This position was both extremely painful and humiliating. His torso was forced forward, his shoulder blades back. Soraya's heart was filled with dread. "Enough," she said. "I get it, you've made your point." "By no means," General Kendall said. Soraya could see two shadowy figures moving about the cell. Tyrone had become aware of them too. He tried to twist around to see what they were up to. One of the men shoved a black hood over his head. "My God," Soraya said to herself. What did the other man have in his hands? Kendall shoved her hard against the one-way glass. "Where your friend is concerned, we're just warming up." 2 minutes later, they began to fill the waterboarding tank. Soraya began to scream. Bourne asked the Bombili driver to pass by the front of the hotel. Everything seemed calm and normal, which meant that the bodies on the 17th floor hadn't been discovered yet. But it wouldn't be long before someone went to look for the missing room service waiter. He turned his attention across the street, searching for Yakov. He was still outside his car, talking to a fellow driver. Both of them were swinging their arms to keep their circulation going. He pointed out Yakov to Galya, who recognized him. When they'd passed the square, Bourne had the Bombili pull over. He turned to Galya. "I want you to go back to Yakov and have him take you to Universitetskaya Ploshad at Vorobyovi Gori." Bourne was speaking of the top of the only hill in the otherwise flat city, where lovers and university students went to get drunk, make love, and smoke dope while looking out over the city. "Wait there for me, and whatever you do, don't get out of the car. Tell the cabbie you're meeting someone there." "But he's the one who's been spying on us," Galya said. "Don't worry," Bourne reassured her. "I'll be right behind you." The view out over Vorobyovi Gori was not so very grand. First, there was the ugly bulk of Luzhniki Stadium in the mid-foreground. Second, there were the spires of the Kremlin, which would hardly inspire even the most ardent lovers. But for all that, at night it was as romantic as Moscow could get. Bourne, who'd had his Bombili track the one Galya was in all the way there, was relieved that Yakov had orders only to observe and report back. Anyway, the NSA was interested in Bourne, not a young blonde Diev. Arriving at the overlook, Bourne paid the fare he'd agreed to at the beginning of the ride, strode down the sidewalk, and got into the front seat of Yakov's taxi. "Hey, what's this?" Yakov said. Then he recognized Bourne and made a scramble for the Makarov he kept in a homemade sling under the ratty dash. Bourne pulled his hand away and held him back against the seat while taking possession of the handgun. He pointed it at Yakov. "Who do you report to?" Yakov said in a whiny voice,
"I challenge you to sit in my seat night after night, driving around the garden ring, crawling endlessly down Tverskaya, being cut out of fares by kamikaze bombili, and make enough to live on."
"I don't care why you pimp yourself out to the NSA," Bourne told him. "I want to know who you report to." Yakov held up his hand.
Listen, I'm from Bishkek in Kyrgyzstan. It's not so nice there. Who can make a living? So I packed my family and we traveled to Russia, the beating heart of the new federation, where the streets are paved with rubles. But when I arrive here, I am treated like dirt. People in the streets spit on my wife. My children are beaten and called terrible names. And I can't get a job anywhere in this city. Moscow for Muscovites, that is the refrain I hear over and over. So I take to the bombili because I have no other choice. But this life, sir, you have no idea how difficult it is. Sometimes, after 12 hours, I come home with 100 rubles, sometimes with nothing. I cannot be faulted for taking money the Americans offer. Russia is corrupt, but Moscow is more than corrupt. There isn't a word for how bad things are here. The government is made up of thugs and criminals. The criminals plunder the natural resources of Russia. Oil, natural gas, uranium. Everyone takes, so they can have big foreign cars, a different Yev every day of the week, a Dasha and Miami Beach. And what's left for us? Potatoes and beets, if we work 18 hours a day, and if we're lucky.
"I have no animosity toward you," Bourne said. "You have a right to earn a living." He handed Yakov a fistful of dollars.
I see no one, sir. I swear. Just voices on my cell phone. All money's come to a post office box in...
Bourne carefully placed the muzzle of the Makarov in Yakov's ear. The cabbie cringed, turned mournful eyes on Bourne.
Please, sir, what have I done?"
"I saw you outside the Metropolia with a man who tried to kill me." Yakov squealed like a skewered rat.
"Kill you? I am employed merely to watch and report. I have no knowledge about..."
Bourne hit the cabbie. "Stop lying and tell me what I want to know."
All right.
Yakov was shaking with fear.
The American who pays me, his name is Lowe. Harris Lowe.
Bourne made him give a detailed description of Lowe. Then he took Yakov's cell phone. "Get out of the car," he said.
"But, sir, I answered all your questions,"
Yakov protested.
"You've taken everything of mine. What more do you want?"
Bourne leaned across him, opened the door, then shoved him out. "This is a popular place. Plenty of bombili come and go. You're a rich man now. Use some of the money I gave you to get a ride home." Sliding behind the wheel, he put the zhrig in gear, drove back into the heart of the city. Harris Lowe was a dapper man with a pencil mustache. He had the prematurely white hair and ruddy complexion of many blue-blooded families in the American Northeast. That he had spent the last 11 years in Moscow, working for NSA, was a testament to his father, who had trod the same perilous path. Lowe had idolized his father, had wanted to be like him for as long as he could remember. Like his father, he had the stars and stripes tattooed on his soul. He'd been a running back in college, gone through the rigorous physical training to be an NSA field agent, had tracked down terrorists in Afghanistan and the Horn of Africa. He wasn't afraid to engage in hand-to-hand combat or to kill a target. He did it for God and country. During his 11 years in the capital of Russia, Lowe had made many friends, some of whom were the sons of his father's friends. Suffice to say, he had developed a network of apparatchiks and siloviks, for whom a quid pro quo was the order of the day. Harris held no illusions. To further his country's cause, he would scratch anyone's back, if they, in turn, scratched his. He heard about the murders at the Metropolia Hotel from a friend of his in the general prosecutor's office, who'd caught the police squeal. Harris met this individual at the hotel and was consequently one of the first people on the scene. He had no interest in the corpse in the utility closet, but he immediately recognized Anthony Prowess. Excusing himself from the crime scene, he went into the stairwell off the 17th floor hallway, punched in an overseas number on his cell. A moment later, Luther Laval answered. "We have a problem," Lowe said. "Prowess has been rendered inoperative with extreme prejudice." "That's very disturbing," Laval said. "We have a rogue operative loose in Moscow who is now murdered